Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 41:10. Bone Honing Xiaohua and Dragon Vein Xiaohua originally wanted to follow Phoenix Body Xiaohua to get the spirit fruit, but when they heard Xiaohua's shout, they stopped and turned to look at the palace door. However, the entrance of the palace was completely empty. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Bone Honing Xiaohua frowned, picked up a spirit fruit, took a bite, and walked towards the palace door, vaguely calling out, "Damn, could it be the demon emperor again? What is this guy doing pretending to be mysterious? Is he trying to lure us into an ambush? Fellow Taoist, be careful." Xiaohua said anxiously, "We'll go take a look together." Hee hee. Bone Honing Xiaohua laughed, "No need, I want to see if the demon emperor's bones are harder or if I's bones are harder." Fellow Taoist, why do you have to act alone? Xiaohua opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua in the distance laughed, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to pay attention to him. The demon emperor has lost his demonic weapon, so I'm afraid he can't do anything to fellow Taoist. Come and taste this spirit fruit, it seems to be good for our physical strength." Okay. Xiaohua also felt a little exhausted at this time. Seeing Bone Honing Xiaohua's figure disappear at the palace door, he turned and walked towards the spirit fruit. Bone Honing Xiaohua said disdainfully, but he was also vigilant in his heart. While eating the spirit fruit, he carefully walked into the palace next door. However, this palace was empty, and there was nothing. Bone Honing Xiaohua was a little unwilling, and he walked through a few more palaces before preparing to return. However, just as he turned around, a pang sound came from the palace not far away. The Bone Honing Xiaohua was startled. He clenched his fists and tiptoed over. This was a palace hall that was exactly the same as before. The words A40 floated on top of the palace hall. There was no one inside the palace hall, but the two doors in front of the palace hall were flashing with 7-colored rays of light. Bone Honing Xiaohua slowly walked in front of the rays of light, took a look, and then his figure disappeared into the palace door. Xiaohua stayed in the palace that seemed to be a statue. He picked up a spirit fruit, stared at it for a moment, and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Sure enough, when the juice of the spirit fruit entered his stomach, a burst of heat gushed out, spreading to Xiaohua's limbs, and that rare state of exhaustion from before was somewhat alleviated. Damn it! Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, looking at the spirit fruit and that strange statue. He thought to himself, "What's this situation? Ever since I started cultivating, I have never felt exhausted. Even if I was seriously injured, even if I lost all my magic power, I have never felt this way. In this Star Moon Palace. Could it be that I've become immortal? If I'm immortal." Thinking of this Xiao was suddenly startled, and an indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. If this Xiao was immortal, wouldn't this Xiao be killed by a random demonic tool? Since Xiaohua's eyes, to Xiao, Xiao, Hua Xiao, Hua Xiao to Xiao S to return. Okay. Xiaohua swallowed the spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. Seeing that Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua also wanted to follow, Xiaohua's heart moved and he said, "You two wait here. If we don't find fellow Taoist tempered bones and he comes back by himself, wouldn't we be rushing for nothing? You two wait here, you can be considered a backup." Xiaohua and Xiaohua looked at each other and said at the same time, "That's fine too. The two of us will wait here. And, you two shouldn't be afraid of the Devil Emperor's sneak attack." Xiaohua nodded, and then said to Xiaohua, "You were a bit reckless earlier, Xiaohua. You shouldn't have let Xiaohua go alone." Xiaohua frowned, showing slight displeasure. Xiaohua didn't want to let Xiaohua go alone, but wasn't it because of Xiaohua's words that Xiaohua gave up chasing? However, thinking that these clones were all separated from his primordial spirit, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Without looking back, he chased after the bone-honing Xiao Hua and entered the hall. "Wait for me, Dao friend." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said and hurriedly chased after him. Only Phoenix Body Xiao Hua and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua were left in the hall. Xiao Hua entered the hall, looked at the scenery that was no different from before, and then looked at the words on the roof, and said loudly, "Where is Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua didn't respond, and Xiao Hua took Xiao Hua of the dragon to choose a door to continue searching. However, after searching for half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't see Xiao Hua's figure, and even Xiao Hua himself was a bit lost. No. Just as he was about to step into a door, Xiao Hua of the dragon hurriedly shouted, "Dao friend, we've just passed through this door, we should go to that door." Xiao Hua looked around and said doubtfully, "No. I don't think we've been here before." "We've definitely been here before." Xiao Hua of the dragon said with a smile, "Dao friend's sense of direction is not strong, naturally you can't sense it, but I can see it." This. Xiao Hua hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this, we'll go in and take a look first, if we've really been here, we'll go back to that hall, how about it?" "No need, right?" Xiao Hua of the dragon said somewhat proudly, "I still have this confidence. Let's go." Xiao Hua was too lazy to say anything more to him, and stepped into the hall. Xiao Hua of the dragon saw Xiao Hua enter without permission, and was a little displeased. He chased after him and said anxiously, "Why don't you believe I's words?" However, after entering the hall, although it was also empty, the text number was indeed unfamiliar. It was the place where Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua of the dragon had never been. "Have you been here before?" Xiao Hua asked coldly. Xiao Hua of the dragon was a little embarrassed, and argued forcefully, "I haven't been here, but I seem to have been here before." Xiao Hua frowned again, glared at Xiao Hua of the dragon, and didn't say anything else. He looked around and shouted, "Where is Dao friend Xiao Hua?" Seeing that there was no sound again, Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua of the dragon once again looked for another hall. Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua of the dragon vein had different opinions. Xiao Hua wanted to go in this direction, while Xiao Hua wanted to go in that direction. After several compromises, both of them had their own right and wrong. Finally, after arriving at a palace, Xiao Hua said coldly, "Fellow Taoist dragon vein, are you listening to this poor Taoist or this poor Taoist will listen to you?" "I'll listen to whoever is right." Xiao Hua of the dragon's expression was also indifferent, and replied, "I feel that Dao friend can't distinguish the direction. After searching for so long, you still haven't found Dao friend Xiao Hua, and now I'm afraid you've already lost your way. Why don't you listen to I? You are a clone of I." Xiao Hua was a little angry, "How can I listen to you?" Xiao Hua of the dragon smiled and replied, "Dao friend is right, I am a clone of Dao friend. But don't forget, fellow Taoist. Since you've created our clones and cultivated the external incarnation technique, then we are no longer simple clones, nor are we the clones of the dragon clan. We're real cultivators. Since we are real cultivators, why must I listen to you?" This. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He had always treated his avatar as himself, and his avatar would come and go as he pleased. Similarly, his avatar would also obey his orders and would never resist. What Xiao Hua had said about the dragon vein, he had never thought about it. However, what Xiao Hua of the dragon said was right. What was the purpose of cultivating clones? Previously, he wanted to find a helper for himself, but since it was a helper, he had to cultivate the external incarnation technique and let the 10 primordial spirits cultivate separately. But since he wanted the 10 primordial spirits to cultivate separately, it was inevitable that they would have their own personalities. It was inevitable that they would be independent. Xiao Hua had already noticed some signs of this situation in the heaven prison. Sometimes, he might not know what Xiao Hua of the dragon race and the other clones were thinking, especially when they were hiding something from him, he was unable to detect it. Xiao Hua was already somewhat vigilant towards this abnormality. One of the reasons why he looked for Baiyun Monastery and even rescued the 10 southwest sects was to obtain the inheritance of these sections. The Tao cultivators of the ruins did not cultivate nascent soul but primordial spirit. Xiao Hua could not obtain the solution from the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, so he wanted to find some solutions from the Tao sects of the ruins. However, Xiao Hua still did not expect that Xiao Hua of the dragon race would have such an idea just after the battle with the Devil Emperor. Since Xiao Hua of the dragon race had it, wouldn't the bone-tempering Xiao Hua and the other clones also have it? And the bone-tempering Xiao Hua who went to find the Devil Emperor by himself, wasn't it a manifestation of wanting to be independent? He did not seem to understand and was kept in the dark like this. Seeing that Xiao Hua was silent, Xiao Hua of the dragon race smiled and said, "Since Tao friend is lost, why don't you let I lead the way?" With that, Xiao Hua of the dragon race waved his sleeves and walked towards a palace door. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Hua of the dragon race's back and felt that it was exceptionally unfamiliar. He pondered for a moment and followed him. As soon as the two of them passed through the palace door, they heard a huge rumbling sound from inside the palace. I was right, right? I really haven't been here before." Xiao Hua of the dragon race laughed loudly and pointed at a corner of the palace. Xiao Hua's face was full of dark clouds. He looked at the corner of the palace and saw that there was really a cauldron for refining weapons. The fire in the cauldron was boiling, and something that looked like a sword embryo was floating quietly above the fire. The fire in the cauldron looked purple-green and the temperature was extremely high, but the color of the sword embryo did not change at all, as if the cauldron had no effect at all. Xiao Hua felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, but he couldn't tell where he had seen him before. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hua of the dragon race also had a strange feeling in his mouth and cried out in surprise, "What is that?" Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly followed Xiao Hua of the dragon race's finger again. He saw that there were some bloodstains on the ground on the other side of the cauldron, and a line of blurry handwriting was written next to the bloodstains, to A31, C. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, This is the blood of the bone-tempering Xiao Hua. When did he have flesh?" Chapter 41:11 Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was somewhat dissatisfied and said indifferently, "We have flesh and blood since our avatars. Fellow Taoist must have looked down on us, so you never thought about it, right?" "No." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Even if fellow Taoist Tempered Bones was injured, he would still rush back to find us. How could he go to A31? This must be a trap of the Demon Emperor. We should hurry back and meet up with fellow Taoist Phoenix Body and fellow Taoist Demon Spirit." After speaking, Xiao Hua turned and left. However, when he walked to the door, he was stunned again. He turned and said, "Fellow Taoist Dragon Vein, why aren't you moving?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's words almost angered Xiao Hua to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. This poor Taoist feels that this was left behind by fellow Taoist Tempered Bones. He was seriously injured and was rushing to A31 Hall. He is currently waiting for our rescue. We should go to A31 Hall first. Fellow Taoist, are you sick? Xiao Hua said angrily. How does fellow Taoist Tempered Bones know about A31? Why didn't he return to A31? Why did he go to A31? Naturally, it's because A31 is close to here. Moreover, presumably fellow Taoist Tempered Bones also came from A31. He knows there is a hiding place there. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua pointed at the hall and said indifferently. Xiao Hua looked up. Sure enough, A28 was written on it. Just looking at the number, it was indeed not far from A31. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, I don't think it's possible for Xiao Hua to run so far. This is a trap of the Demon Emperor. I have to rush back to A31. As for where to go, you choose yourself. The fellow Taoist in Xiao Hua's mouth had now become you. After speaking, Xiaohua passed through the hall door without looking back. Of course, Xiaohua stood outside the hall door and waited for half a cup of tea's time, but he still didn't see Dragon Vein Xiaohua come out. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He was very disappointed in his heart, as if he had lost something. He turned around and walked towards A31 according to his memory. After walking through so many palaces, Xiaohua saw a lot of palace numbers. Although these numbers didn't have any particular pattern, Xiaohua still knew them from big to small. Without too many twists and turns, Xiaohua returned to Palace Hall A71. However, to Xiaohua's disappointment, no matter if it was the phoenix body Xiaohua or the devil spirit Xiaohua, they were not in the hall. Xiaohua couldn't help but punch the stone wall of the hall and cursed, "Damn it! These clones look like they're about to rebel." See. Just as he finished cursing, a sharp pain came from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at his fist in disbelief, only to see that it was badly mutilated and blood was flowing out. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at the faint bloodstains on the stone wall, and couldn't help but curse again. Ever since he started cultivating, when had he ever been injured by punching a stone wall? With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua wiped away the bloodstains on the stone wall. Xiaohua was startled, but he saw that there were some black marks under the bloodstains. He hadn't noticed them before, but now they were especially eye-catching. However, just when Xiaohua wanted to take a closer look, a series of footsteps came from the distant palace door. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw Xiaohua, who was covered in blood, stumbling in from the side of the palace door. Ah! Fellow Taoist bone tempering. What was going on? What happened? Was it a trap set by the demon emperor? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hastily ran over. Just as Xiaohua passed by the statue, he was once again alarmed. Because all the spirit fruits that were previously placed on the statue were now rotten, and the smell of dust assailed his nostrils. However, Xiaohua couldn't care about these abnormalities now. He hurriedly wanted to run over and support Hon Xiaohua, who was about to fall down at any time. However, just as Xiaohua approached Hon Xiaohua, and before Xiaohua's arm could touch Hon Xiaohua, he saw Hon Xiaohua's bloody fist. Boom! Xiaohua was caught off guard and was hit in the chest. Xiaohua's figure was sent flying along with the wind from the fist, and he felt an indescribable dizziness. Xiaohua's mouth was sweet, and it seemed that blood was gushing out from his body. The robe on his chest was also torn by Hon Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua was in the air. Seeing Hon Xiaohua rushing over again, Xiaohua was shocked and said, "Hon Xiaohua, are you crazy? Woo-woo." Unfortunately, Hon Xiaohua whimpered and didn't allow Xiaohua to say anything. He rushed forward and punched Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua was helpless. He used the ethereal steps and used the Big Dipper magical fist to fight Hon Xiaohua. Hon Xiaohua was originally Xiaohua's clone. Although he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist a lot, how could he be Xiaohua's opponent? However, bone-tempering Xiaohua's body was sturdy. Xiaohua didn't dare to meet force with force a few times and could only dodge. While Xiaohua was dodging, he anxiously said, "Bone-tempering fellow Taoist, what happened? Where are you injured? Is it the demon emperor's doing? Where is the demon emperor?" Roar! Hon Xiaohua roared. His eyes were red, and he desperately rushed towards Xiaohua, completely ignoring Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua slightly leaned to the side and dodged Hon Xiaohua's attack. Hon Xiaohua crashed into the huge statue and staggered to the ground. His whole body twitched a few times and stopped moving. His two eyes were wide open, as if he died with grievances. These two eyes were looking at one of the three heads of the statue. Ah! Hon Xiaohua, Hon Xiaohua. Xiaohua truly felt that this was inconceivable. He had never thought that he, or even his doppelganger, would die so easily. Even if he died in the hands of the Devil Emperor, he should have fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. He walked a few steps, squatted down, and shook Hon Xiaohua's body. He even raised his hand and placed it on Hon Xiaohua's mouth and nose to check. He used his finger to check Hon Xiaohua's pulse, but he didn't find any vitality. After a while, Hon Xiaohua's body gradually turned cold. Xiaohua had no choice but to believe that Hon Xiaohua was really dead. Xiaohua was heartbroken, but he also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, he didn't know whether Hon Xiaohua was breathing or had a pulse when he was alive. But looking at the coldness of Hon Xiaohua's body and the blood on the ground, Xiaohua couldn't help but believe that after entering the Star Moon Palace, no matter what the cultivator's cultivation was, even if it was a clone, they would be no different from ordinary people and would easily die. Boom! Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a loud sound came from outside the other palace door. It seemed a little ethereal. What is this strange thing? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't wait to raise his head and immediately shouted, "Which fellow Taoist is here? Quickly come over, fellow Taoist Hon Xiaohua has fallen." Seeing that there was no reply, Xiaohua hastily got up and rushed towards the source of the voice. After he rushed out of the palace door and made several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He entered a large hall that looked like an auction house. This large hall was divided into 2 floors. Xiaohua entered from a high platform. At this moment, Xiaohua, and Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline were all present. However, Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline were squatting on the high platform. Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline was lying on the ground. Looking at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline's arm that was hanging on the ground, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline had a bad feeling in his heart. "Fellow Taoist Phoenix body, what's going on? You. Why are you here? Why aren't you waiting in A71? Xiaohua shouted and quickly rushed over. Unexpectedly, before Xiaohua could get close, Devil Spirit Xiaohua immediately jumped up from the ground and kicked Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Damn it, you're still asking us what happened. Didn't you kill fellow Taoist dragon bloodline? Didn't you also ask us to come? What are you pretending for?" Devil Spirit Xiaohua's punches and kicks were naturally inferior to Xiaohua's. Xiaohua raised his hand to block Devil Spirit Xiaohua and said in surprise, I just heard the roar and hurried over from A71. How could I kill fellow Taoist dragon bloodline? Moreover, where is this place? I have never been here before. You're still pretending." Phoenix body Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. "You said to ask fellow Taoist I and Devil Spirit Xiaohua to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Ah." Xiaohua was shocked and looked up. Sure enough, A31 was written on the roof of the palace. Damn it, so A31 is right next to A71. Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, at this moment, Xiaohua saw from the corner of his eyes that on the second floor of the pavilion, a cloaked figure slowly stood up. The figure was holding something that looked like a god-slaying crossbow in his hand. "Quickly dodge." Xiaohua was shocked. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled toward the palace door on the high platform. Boom! Just like the sound that Xiaohua heard in the A71 hall, on the second floor of the pavilion, a rumbling sound resounded, and a dark brilliance streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly landing on Xiaohua's back. Ah! Xiaohua screamed miserably, his entire body fell to the ground, and that huge impact nailed him firmly to the high platform. A jet-black long arrow was inserted into Xiaohua's back, and that arrow's tail was swaying, while Xiaohua's body twitched a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out, then he stopped moving, and it seemed like he was dead. While rolling, Xiaohua was shocked to see that the black arrow that nailed Phoenix body Xiaohua to death was exactly the same as the black arrow that pierced dragon bloodline Xiaohua's heart. Devil Emperor. This is Devil Emperor. Damn Devil Emperor. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and looked at the cloaked figure on the second floor of the pavilion. Where did this bastard get this devil weapon? Damn it, we were unarmed in Star Moon Palace. His crossbow is probably 100 times more powerful than the soaring dragon scissors. Boom. Before Xiao Hua rolled to the front of the palace door, the roar of murder sounded again. Xiao Hua felt a sharp cold wind coming. He hurriedly shrank back and tried his best to throw himself to the side. Although his chest was in severe pain from the bone-tempering Xiao Hua's attack, escaping for his life was more important. How could he care about that? Chapter 41:12. PFFF. The powerful impact brushed past Xiao Hua's Daoist robe and tore the Daoist robe under Xiao Hua's armpit. The black arrow brushed past Xiao Hua's skin and nailed itself to the high platform. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer. He leaped up and pounced towards the palace door. Boom! Another loud explosion. Ah! The demonic spirit Xiao Hua screamed again. At this moment, Xiao Hua had already fled to the palace door. He looked back and saw that the demonic spirit Xiao Hua had been pierced by the Devil Emperor's arrow. Xiao Hua's body was rolling on the high platform and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The Devil Emperor on the second floor had actually disappeared. It was obvious that he was chasing after Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua was really panicking. Is this Star Moon Palace going to be this Xiao's burial ground? It's only been an hour and all 4 of my clones have been killed by the Devil Emperor. Run! This was the only thought in Xiao Hua's mind. He rushed through the palace door and fled in a certain direction. Xiao Hua's sense of direction wasn't strong to begin with. Now that he was fleeing in panic, he was like a headless fly and gradually lost his way. Even so, Xiao Hua had a strong feeling that the Devil Emperor was right behind him, and definitely not too far away. At this moment, Xiao Hua was full of regret. He really shouldn't have coveted the treasures of the Star Moon Palace. He shouldn't have rashly entered the Star Moon Palace when he didn't have the ability to protect himself. It was even to the extent that the more Xiao Hua fled, the clearer his heart became. The words of the phoenix body Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua had originally confused him, but at this moment, he understood that the Devil Emperor was definitely unable to kill him and his 4 clones, so the Devil Emperor had transformed into his appearance to lure the other 2 clones into his trap. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He had arrived at a place that was different from the previous palaces. In the corner of the hall, there was a weapon rack. Most of the weapons on it were empty. Only at the very edge of the rack was a very ugly and shabby small sword. The small sword was only 3 inches long, and the hilt was wrapped in some rags. There was even some black hair on the edge. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the small sword, and a familiar feeling arose. Although Xiao Hua didn't know why there was a flying sword here, he didn't have any other choice. He raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Jian, and a cold feeling came from the hilt. That coldness caused Xiao Hua to become even calmer. He looked to his left and quickly walked to a palace door. After pondering for a bit, he raised his hand and passed through with the flying sword. However, Xiao Hua didn't directly enter the next palace. Instead, he stayed at the palace door and quietly waited with the flying sword in his hand. Sure enough, after a short while, footsteps could be heard coming from his palace. The Demon Emperor had chased after him. The Demon Emperor stopped by the weapon rack for a moment, and then rushed towards the palace door where Xiao Hua stopped. Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and tightly clenched the flying sword in his hand, waiting for the Demon Emperor to come closer and give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, when the Demon Emperor arrived in front of the palace door, he actually slowed down, and finally stopped. After a moment of silence, his footsteps quickly went away. Obviously, he was chasing after another palace. Who? When the footsteps disappeared, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. His palms were sweaty. In his heart, he didn't know whether to rejoice or regret. However, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly passed through the palace door and arrived at another palace. The words A27 were floating on the roof of this palace. There was nothing inside the palace, but Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two palace doors on one side of the palace. These two palace doors were different from all the palace doors Xiaohua had seen before. The palace doors flashed with 7-colored light, as if it was a passage. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed over, holding the flying sword in his hand, and cautiously entered the light. As the light flashed in front of him, Xiaohua frowned. Behind the light was not a passage, but a long corridor. On the side of the corridor near the Star Moon Palace, strange patterns were engraved on the stone walls. There were also some protruding spikes, as if they were protecting the patterns on the stone walls. On the other side of the corridor were some stone pillars, which also had spikes and patterns. These patterns flashed with a faint purple light. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the light, and he was shocked to discover that there were battles between heaven and man, yin and yang mating, mountains and rivers, a great battle between immortals and demons, and so on. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Sometimes, he would look outside the corridor. Outside the corridor, there were streams of different colored countercurrents. These countercurrents were the same as what Xiaohua and his 4 doppelgangers had encountered before entering the Star Moon Palace. They were filled with a power that could kill everything. These countercurrents filled the surroundings of the Star Moon Palace, firmly protecting it. Only some faint brilliance above the corridor blocked these countercurrents. These are the steps that lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua looked along the corridor again and saw a flight of steps in the distance. He didn't understand, but he understood. So the demonic emperor used these steps to ascend to the second level. Xiaohua was shocked. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around to escape to the other side of the corridor. However, at this moment, clang clang. A metallic sound and rapid footsteps came from the corridor of the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Ah! Xiaohua's heart suddenly clenched. What's wrong? Is there anyone else in the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua's heart clenched. A strange feeling came from his left side again. Xiaohua hurriedly pulled his head back without hesitation. Whoosh! Amidst the rumbling sound, a jet-black brilliance brushed past his head and fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor. That powerful crossbow was inferior to a small stone thrown into a lake. It didn't even cause a ripple and immediately disappeared without a trace. At this moment, how could Xiaohua still care if there was anyone on the second level of the Star Moon Palace? With a sway of his body, he used the ethereal steps and rushed in another direction. Although Xiaohua's body was fast, the demonic emperor in the cloak didn't show any weakness. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He then followed Xiaohua and chased after him. Xiaohua was truly frightened. As he fled, he pondered. Looking at the countercurrent around him, his mind was blank and he didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He increased his speed and rushed in that direction. However, just as Xiaohua was about to turn to the right, his body suddenly tilted strangely to the left. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A jet-black light shot into the stone wall on the right side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning. If Xiaohua hadn't dodged to the left, this arrow would have nailed him to the stone wall. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly after dodging the black arrow. His body didn't stop as he waved his arms with extreme agility. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the corner like flowing water and disappeared in an instant. In a situation where he didn't have any transcendence energy, even if he didn't have any light body technique, Xiaohua's agility still gave him a lot of advantages. This was also the main reason why Xiao Hua was still alive when all four of his doppelgangers were killed by the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor in the cloak cursed angrily. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and chased after Xiao Hua at the same time. He seemed to have practiced the major stellar fist and his speed wasn't much worse than Xiao Hua's. However, just as the demonic emperor in the cloak chased after Xiao Hua to the corner, a sword light abruptly pierced out. The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so daring. He didn't run away but hid here and waited for him to catch up. However, at this moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was caught off guard. He naturally raised his hand and wanted to block with his crossbow. Puff. Seeing that the crossbow was about to hit the small sword, Xiao Hua slightly lowered the small sword in his hand. The tip of the sword very strangely avoided the crossbow and pierced the wrist of the demonic emperor in the cloak with extreme precision. The demonic emperor in the cloak also seemed to be aware of it, but his movement was obviously not as fast as Xiao Hua's. Dang! The demonic emperor in the cloak loosened his grip and the crossbow unexpectedly fell to the ground. Without waiting for the demonic emperor to reach out his hand to catch it, Xiao Hua kicked the crossbow away. It flew out of the corridor and fell into the countercurrent. You. The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. His voice was somewhat distorted through the cloak. It sounded very different from the voice of the demonic emperor in the previous battle. However, Xiao Hua didn't care about this. He held the small sword in his hand and rushed forward, stabbing the demonic emperor in the chest at lightning speed. The demonic emperor in the midst of his shock also calmed his mind. He brandished his fists and legs to fight with Xiao Hua. Oh. After a moment, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. He was very familiar with the demonic emperor's fists and legs. Wasn't it just the Big Dipper God fist? Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed, aren't you too shameless? You didn't use your own demon realm's great heavenly cycle star fist and actually secretly learned this daddy's Big Dipper God fist. Although the demonic emperor in the cloak's fists and legs were similar to Xiao Hua's swordsmanship was also very powerful. In just a short moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was stabbed several times by Xiao Hua. There was some blood oozing out from his arms and chest. Even the demonic emperor in the cloak was forced to the side of the corridor by Xiao Hua. Seeing that the demonic emperor in the cloak was also injured, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. His swordsmanship was like a flower as he coldly asked, "Demonic emperor, if you honestly tell this Xiao how to get out of this Star Moon Palace, this Xiao might spare your life." Kill them, kill them. The demonic emperor in the cloak muttered in a low voice, as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will we be able to escape, damn it." Xiao Hua was enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the demonic emperor in the chest as he shouted, "Even now, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Star Moon Palace has already been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" Pooh! The small sword stabbed into the demonic emperor in the chest. The demonic emperor in the cloak raised his hand and smashed Xiao Hua's wrist. Feeling the pain, Xiao Hua lifted his leg and gave a kick. Pang! The demonic emperor in the cloak was kicked out of the corridor by Xiao Hua. Ah! The demonic emperor in the cloak screamed miserably. His chest, along with the small sword, fell into the reverse current and disappeared. Chapter 41:13. Damn it, I'm finally safe. Now that the enemy was gone, Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief. A wave of pain came from all over his body. Although Xiao Hua had the upper hand in the battle with the caped demon emperor, he was also seriously injured. Xiao Hua did not care when he was nervous, but now, the pain came again. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. However, just as Xiao Hua relaxed for a moment, a wave of suspicion came over him again. That's not right. When I was fighting with the demon emperor, there was obviously some movement on the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Could it be that there are other people who have entered the Star Moon Palace? Could it be, from the hidden immortal continent? Or Do Shanjun? Xiao Hua took a deep breath and stood up. Just as he was about to go check it out, a voice came from outside the corridor again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If not for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I feel that nothing is wrong. How could something happen to you? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but run towards the end of the corridor. When he arrived at the location of a stone tablet, Xiao Hua stuck his head out and saw his own silhouette. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua were all standing outside the doors of the Star Moon Palace, looking up at the palace. His other self was wearing a Taoist robe and had a blank expression. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head looked very ironic. Bone Tempering Xiao Hua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt that covered his private parts. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for Demon Spirit Xiao Hua, he was black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp and saw himself. He raised his hand and pointed, There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace. Xiao Hua was shocked and quickly shrank back. He stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze and a realization suddenly came to him. This is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Demon Emperor's illusion. Perhaps, even if this was the Star Moon Palace, these later ones, were definitely the Devil Emperor's illusions. Damn it, when did this Xiao fall into the Demon Emperor's illusion? How could he escape from this illusion? Did he escape through the palace gate? At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of Mo Ling Xiao Hua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Go. Io, what should we do now? What's wrong, fellow Taoist? What? You don't know. How would I know what fellow Taoist thinks? That's weird. Could it be because of this Star Moon Palace? What's so strange about it? Not good. Xiao Hua suddenly came to his senses and said anxiously, if these were the illusions of the Demon Emperor, it would be fine, but if they were. Damn it, why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? It's really too messy. Xiao Hua thought and carefully poked his head out again. At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, there was no trace of Xiao Hua and the others. They must have entered the Star Moon Palace. What exactly are they? Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and ran to the palace gate at the side of the corridor. He rushed in, looked around, and searched for A43 in his memory. Xiao Hua had just found A43, and walked to the entrance of the hall when a voice that made Xiao Hua's hair stand on end rang out in his ears, that's right. Fellow Taoist, why do you look so pale? Fellow Taoists, I seem to feel a sense of familiarity. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible? These palaces look exactly the same. How can fellow Taoist distinguish them? And, how can fellow Taoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before? I don't know either. Maybe it's just a feeling. How is that possible? Xiao Hua was a little dizzy. He could not help but raise his hand to scratch his head. At that moment, there was a clang sound. Xiao Hua hurriedly lowered his head and realized that the jade slip that he had put in his pocket earlier had accidentally fallen to the ground because his Taoist robe had been torn. Who is it? It was the voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Everyone's footsteps rushed here. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment. Looking at the bloodstains all over his body and thinking about the injuries on his body, he did not dare to meet the other Xiaohua who he did not know was real or fake. He hurriedly turned and left the A43 palace, not caring about the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua's emotions were extremely irritable. Is the Xiaohua inside an illusion or real? If he's real, who am I? Could it be that the entire Star Moon Palace is an illusion? Or maybe the Star Moon Palace is real, and we are illusions. Xiaohua's thoughts had turned several times when he saw the second Xiaohua. Now, he repeatedly thought about it, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The Star Moon Palace seemed to be huge and the palaces inside seemed to be endless. However, Xiaohua could only wander around a few hundred palaces and could not really go deeper. Moreover, the Star Moon Palace was definitely not like what Dou Shanjun and Zhu Qing had said. There were many opportunities inside. At that moment, in Xiaohua's eyes, the Star Moon Palace was a slaughterhouse. There were no opportunities to speak of. He had an impulse to escape the Star Moon Palace. However, Xiaohua also understood that if he wanted to leave the Star Moon Palace, he could only go through the palace door from before. In front of the palace door was turbulence. He could only rely on the huge rock to leave. The huge rock had disappeared after he and the second Xiaohua had entered. It was impossible for him to leave the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua even suspected that the huge rock was an illusion. As long as he stepped on the huge rock, he would definitely fall into the turbulence. The demonic emperor would not give him this chance. How can I find the demonic emperor? How can I walk out of the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua frowned as he shuttled through the palaces. Suddenly, the cloaked demonic emperor's words appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them will you be able to leave this place, Tisk. Xiaohua curled his lips and sneered. This demonic emperor, even in death, he did not forget to set a trap for me. As Xiaohua thought, he crashed into a palace like a headless fly. Just as he stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a familiar voice. This is too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being. Wasn't this what Xiaohua with the phoenix body had said when he saw the statue in A71? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the second Xiaohua with the phoenix body and the others surrounding the three-sided statue. The second Xiaohua was also about to raise his hand to take the spirit fruit. Not good. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw that the mirror on the stone wall was precisely his own reflection. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Although the pain in his chest made him grimace, he did not dare to stay in this palace for a moment longer. Who? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua retreated from the A71, the second Xiaohua's berating voice had already sounded. Strange. Xiaohua somewhat realized that something was wrong. Could it be that everything that I encountered earlier, hiss. Suddenly, goosebumps appeared all over Xiaohua's body. Could it be that before I came in, there was already another Xiaohua who came in? No, that's impossible. Soon after, Xiaohua denied it again. When I chased the demonic emperor to this place, I immediately saw the Star Moon Palace. There can't be another Xiaohua in front of me. What came after, must be an illusion. Xiaohua rushed past several palaces and gradually calmed down. Seeing a 7-colored palace door in front of him, he knew that the corridor of the Star Moon Palace was outside. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. The corridor was as calm as before. The turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace was similarly chaotic. Streams of unknown countercurrents tangled together, producing sparks the size of a thumb. These sparks were like candlelight bursting. The power contained within immediately bombarded the turbulence, creating a huge whirlpool. Damn it, this turbulence is so powerful. I reckon that even the demonic emperor won't be able to survive after falling in. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and sneered. At this moment, footsteps came from the corridor in the distance. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly raised his head. He saw the bone-honing Xiao Hua appear at the end of the corridor, full of vigilance. Damn it! Xiao Hua seemed to be used to vulgarities. He cursed and prepared to dodge. However, after running a few steps, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and thought to himself, the bone-honing Xiao Hua seemed to have been injured after leaving. Could it be that he was plotted against by the demonic emperor here? However, the demonic emperor has already been killed by me. He probably won't be in any trouble anymore, right? Fellow Taoist, you're quite fast. How did you get here so quickly? In such a short time, the bone-honing Xiao Hua actually saw Xiao Hua. He raised his hand and beckoned to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled helplessly and raised his hand. I was afraid that you would encounter the demonic emperor alone, so I chased after you. However, fellow Taoist, you know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, as he spoke, the bone-honing Xiao Hua was already close. He raised his head and looked at the stairs not far away. This seems to lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. I wonder what it's like there. Let's not go now. Xiao Hua's gaze also fell on the stairs. He shook his head and said, the demonic emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together, Wu. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiao Hua's fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed toward Xiao Hua's chest. He still shouted, Demonic Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiao Hua, can't you show some professionalism? Is Xiao Hua as blood-stained and bitter as you? Chapter 41:14. Xiao Hua was used to being alarmed in Star Moon Palace, so he had long been on guard. Although he did not expect Honed Bones Xiao Hua's sneak attack, he still easily received it. He had already fought with Honed Bones Xiao Hua once before, so he was now quite familiar with it. With a push of his palm, he blocked Honed Bones Xiao Hua's fist. However, the huge impact still caused intense pain in Xiao Hua's chest. Xiao Hua had no choice but to dodge as he shouted, Fellow Honed Bones Xiao Hua, please listen to this poor Taoist's explanation. You are right. This poor Taoist is not Xiao Hua in A71. Furthermore, that Xiao Hua is still in A71. However, I am indeed Xiao Hua, the Xiao Hua who came in earlier. You are I's doppelganger, so don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. What I want to say is that the bone-honing fellow Taoist who let you in earlier has been killed by the Demon Emperor. I don't know how he was killed, but there are two things that I can be sure of. First, the Demon Emperor attacked and seriously injured the bone-honing fellow Taoist near this corridor. You must be careful. Second, the Demon Emperor has already been killed by I, so you shouldn't be injured anymore. How can I believe the Demon Emperor's words? The bone-honing Xiao Hua laughed. Aren't you trying to cover it up? Are you trying to make I lower my guard? Wu. As he spoke, the bone-honing Xiao Hua's long leg kicked fiercely, smashing towards Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua knew that any explanation would be useless at this time, so he simply did not say anything. The bone-honing Xiao Hua's attack was full of wind. Xiao Hua raised his hands, wanting to block the attack, but there was a sharp pain in his sternum. He could only dodge and sweep his leg to the other leg of the bone-honing Xiao Hua. Boom! The bone-honing Xiao Hua's strength was not as good as Xiao Hua's, so he was immediately knocked down by Xiao Hua and fell towards the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Bone-honing fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua jumped up from the ground and said, I won't say much to you, just watch, ah. Before Xiao Hua could finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiao Hua screamed. Xiao Hua was shocked. When his gaze fell on Xiao Hua's body, his face turned pale again. Although Xiao Hua did not kill or even hurt bone-honing Xiao Hua's heart, his kick had knocked bone-honing Xiao Hua down. Bone-honing Xiao Hua had landed on the protective spikes on the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Several spikes had pierced bone-honing Xiao Hua's back, piercing deep into his heart and lungs. This. Xiao Hua was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly rushed over and helped Xiao Hua up. He anxiously said, I didn't want to hurt you, but you forced I too much. It would have been better if Xiao Hua had not helped bone-honing Xiao Hua up. As soon as he helped him up, blood gushed out. Not only did it soak bone-honing Xiao Hua's body, but even Xiao Hua's own Daoist robe was stained with more blood. Boom! Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiao Hua did not listen to Xiao Hua's explanation. He raised his hand and struck Xiao Hua's neck again. Xiao Hua had no choice but to let go of bone-honing Xiao Hua. Bone-honing Xiao Hua glared fiercely at Xiao Hua as if he wanted to eat him. Xiao Hua stood in place and watched bone-honing Xiao Hua stagger away. He shouted, fellow Daoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor, sigh, what's the use of explaining now? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and watched bone-honing Xiao Hua disappear at the palace door. He then looked at the blood dripping in the corridor and thought to himself, all words are useless. It's better to think of a way to stop this illusion. After saying that, Xiao Hua turned around and came to the front of the stairs. However, when he looked at the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, an indescribable sense of danger came from the second floor of Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua stood there hesitantly and did not dare to go up for a long time. After all, he was empty-handed and was seriously injured. That's right, there seems to be a sword embryo inside the palace hall of A288. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the furnace inside the palace hall from before. He took a glance at the unpredictable steps, then hastily rushed into the palace hall. Looking for A288 is not particularly difficult. When Xiao Hua rushed into the hall, he was stunned again. He saw that on top of the furnace, in addition to the sword embryo, there was also a crossbow. The crossbow was flickering with a dark luster just like the sword embryo. Next to the crossbow, there was also a small box with more than 10 small arrows inside. Huh! When did the crossbow come? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the ground. However, he saw that on the ground, the blood stain was still there. It did not seem to have changed. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the sword embryo and the crossbow. He almost did not hesitate and took down the crossbow and the small box. After all, the power of the crossbow was still fresh in his memory. Putting the small box in his arms, he took out a small arrow and put it into the crossbow. Xiao Hua held the crossbow in his left hand and walked out of the palace with his chest puffed out. However, when he passed through a few palaces, his heart was moved again. He thought to himself, if this is an illusion, then I should think about how to break the illusion. However, how should I do it? Killing these doppelgangers and even myself should be the most decisive method. However, what if I mess up what happened before? That's right. Previously, this Xiao encountered the bone-tempering Xiao Hua in Statue A71 and competed with him. If this Xiao were to go over now and disrupt their competition, then, wouldn't this illusion be broken? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly turned back. He abandoned the plan to go to the second floor of Star Moon Palace and hurriedly rushed to A271. As expected, when Xiao Hua chased down, the injured bone-honing Xiao Hua had not yet entered A271. Seeing Xiao Hua come over with the crossbow, although his body was already unable to balance, he was still frightened and raised his hand to guard. Xiao Hua said indifferently, bone-honing fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will definitely not hurt you. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. Follow I in. Bone Honing Xiao Hua slowly entered A271. At this time, the second Xiao Hua was in a daze in front of the statue. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that it was the Bone Honing Xiao Hua, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he only took a few steps before his face turned pale with shock. He stood there, thinking that Xiao Hua had already walked into the palace with the crossbow in his hand. You. The second Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the Bone Honing Xiao Hua. He was shocked at first, then he shouted, "You are the Devil Emperor." "Damned Devil Emperor, you, injured Bone Honing fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The crossbow in his left hand trembled slightly, almost shooting the black arrow. However, he still endured it and said word by word, "This poor Taoist is the real Xiao Hua. I want to ask you whether you are the Devil Emperor or not. However, this Xiao can't tell whether this is an illusion or not, and also can't tell who you are. However, for safety's sake, this Xiao wants to use some methods to break this illusion. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. Although I really want to kill you, I am still willing to let you go." The second Xiao Hua looked at the Xiao Hua that looked exactly like him. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. However, facing the crossbow, facing a weapon that could kill him at any time, he nodded slightly. He calmly looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the Bone Honing Xiao Hua, and said, "Okay. Although I know that I am the real Xiao Hua, since fellow Taoist said so, then I will leave. However, Bone Honing fellow Taoist is already injured. I ask fellow Taoist to let him rest here. This Xiao knows. You quickly, leave." Xiao Hua coldly swung the crossbow. He was extremely disgusted by the tone of this illusion that claimed to be Xiao Hua. If it wasn't because he wanted to try it out, Xiao Hua almost wanted to nail him to death here. After all, this illusion might be an incarnation of the Devil Emperor that might not have fallen. The second Xiao Hua nodded towards the Bone Honing Xiao Hua, and left from the other palace door without hesitation. Xiao Hua said to the Bone Honing Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist, go rest beside the statue. After I break the illusion, we will leave together." The Bone Honing Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He staggered to the side of the statue, and slowly sat down. However, in merely a moment, he lay on the ground again. Blood flowed from his body, and his eyes were still open. Just like the previous Bone Honing Xiao Hua, he was still staring at the statue on three sides. Xiao Hua, who had already turned around and rushed out of the palace door, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to break the illusion. He held the crossbow and rushed towards the first palace door because he clearly knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the phoenix body Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua would definitely be killed by the cloaked devil emperor there. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua rushed into the first palace door, the phoenix body Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua were squatting on the high platform, surrounding the already dead dragon vein Xiao Hua. Before Xiao Hua could get close, the devil spirit Xiao Hua jumped up and kicked at Xiao Hua. He said fiercely, "Motherfucker, you still dare to ask me what happened? Weren't you the one who killed fellow Taoist Long Mai? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" Unfortunately, this time, Xiao Hua didn't waste his breath on him. His figure flashed slightly, and he berated, "Scram to the side. That was the incarnation of the Devil Emperor just now. It has nothing to do with I." As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and stared at the pavilion on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace, waiting for the appearance of the cloaked Devil Emperor. What did you say? The Devil Emperor can still transform in this Star Moon Palace? The Devil Spirit Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, a black shadow flashed on the second floor of the pavilion. Xiao Hua shook his hand without hesitation. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard, and the black arrow on the crossbow shot out. Pa! The black arrow hit the black shadow's left arm. The black shadow shook violently, and the black arrow pierced through the black shadow's body and nailed it to the stone wall. However, in merely a moment, another crossbow escaped from the second floor of the pavilion. Xiao Hua was frightened out of his wits and he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoists, quickly dodge." Boom! A huge tremor sounded, and a black light flashed by. It brushed past the face of the phoenix body Xiao Hua and hit the high platform. The small arrow buzzed, and a trace of blood appeared on the face of the phoenix body Xiao Hua. "Let's go." Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the palace. The phoenix body Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua also dispelled their suspicions and hastily chased after him. Xiao Hua brought the two of them around a few palaces, looked around, and berated, "Did you see that? Just now, it wasn't I who attacked, it was the devil emperor. Do you understand?" Chapter 41:15. Devil spirit Xiao Hua was quite puzzled and asked anxiously, "Big brother, since this is Star Moon Palace, no matter if it's Taoism, Confucian cultivators, or demons, they can't transform. All of my divine abilities have disappeared without a trace. How is it possible that the Fiend Emperor can still materialize? Damn it!" Xiao Hua spat. "How would I know? If I knew about it, I would be able to transform too." Phoenix body Xiao Hua stared at Xiao Hua and shook his head slightly, "Although fellow Taoist saved us. I still can't believe you. Since you don't believe me, why did you come with I?" Xiao Hua was a bit mad. However, he raised his hand and shook a finger a few times, saying, "Whatever I do, I don't need you to believe, and I don't need you to believe. Follow me to A71. Bone honing Xiao Hua is already seriously injured, let's gather together to discuss." "No." Phoenix body Xiao Hua shook his head. Fellow Taoist Xiao Hua was born with divine bones, how could he be seriously injured? "Don't lie to us." Xiao Hua stomped his foot and threw the crossbow to Phoenix body Xiao Hua, "Damn it, I gave you this crossbow, you still don't believe I?" Phoenix body Xiao Hua took the crossbow and looked at Xiao Hua retreating a few steps. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you keep saying that you want I to trust you, but you don't seem to trust one either. Forget it." Of course, Xiao Hua was alert in his heart. He could only shake his head and say, "Just wait here. Remember, you can't trust anyone. This poor Taoist will go and bring fellow Taoist tempered bones over from A7. After saying that, Xiao Hua hurriedly left. "Damn it, what's going on?" Looking at Xiao Hua's back, after a long while, devil spirit Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Little brother's blood-dripping paradise is useless here, how can that devil emperor transform? Perhaps the devil emperor has magical powers that we don't know about." Phoenix body Xiao Hua glanced sideways at devil spirit Xiao Hua, raised the crossbow in his hand, and said, "Now, only this thing is the foundation of our survival." Just as they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the palace door in the distance. Phoenix body Xiao Hua raised his hand without hesitation. Boom! As the crossbow vibrated, a black light flashed past and nailed itself to the stone wall of Star Moon Palace. "Who?" Demon spirit Xiao Hua shouted loudly as he looked towards the palace door. "Of course it's I." Following the voice, Xiao Hua hurried over from the entrance of the palace. However, Xiao Hua had already changed into a new set of clothes. This set of clothes was similar to a cloak, and a large patch of boots was seeping out from the left arm of the cloak. However, Phoenix body Xiao Hua and devil spirit Xiao Hua had never seen the cloaked devil emperor on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace. Thus, they were able to tell that something was amiss. Devil spirit Xiao Hua quickly asked, "Big brother, why did you change your clothes?" "This Xiao's Taoist robe is already damaged, so I naturally have to change it." The cloaked Xiao Hua bitterly smiled as he looked at his body and said, "It's a pity that there aren't any Taoist robes in the Star Moon Palace. I had no choice but to randomly find one to wear. The phoenix-bodied Xiaohua still didn't relax his vigilance. The crossbow in his hand was still pointed at the cloaked Xiaohua as he asked, "Where is fellow Taoist Tempered Bones? Why didn't you bring him along?" "Sigh, fellow Taoist Tempered Bones is already dead." The cloaked Xiaohua sighed. Devil Spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "How is that possible? Big Brother Tempered Bones is a god. What method did the Devil Emperor use to kill him? There's no such thing as a god's bone." The cloaked Xiaohua sneered, "In this Star Moon Palace, you and I are merely mortals. We can die at any time." Soon after, he pointed at the bow and phoenix body Xiaohua's hand and said, "If it was any other time, which one of us would place this kind of weapon in our eyes? But now, fellow Taoist pointed this weapon at I. My life is in fellow Taoist's hands. Could it be that you were the one who killed fellow Taoist Tempered Bones?" Phoenix Body Xiaohua asked indifferently, "It seems that, out of the 5 of us, only you were together with fellow Taoist Tempered Bones. All of you, follow I." The cloaked Xiaohua sighed, "I will tell you how fellow Taoist Tempered Bones died, so that all of you can be at ease." Phoenix Body Xiaohua looked at Devil Spirit Xiaohua. The two of them exchanged glances. Now that the matter had reached this point, there were only 3 people in Star Moon Palace. What other choice did these two have? Fellow Taoist Phoenix Body. Fellow Taoist Devil Spirit. Where are you waiting? Suddenly, another voice came from the distant palace. It was Xiaohua's voice. "Ah! Why is there another big brother?" Devil Spirit Xiaohua was shocked. His expression changed greatly and he was about to answer. "Shut up!" The cloaked Xiaohua berated, "Didn't I tell you? No one should believe that it is the Devil Emperor's transformation." As he spoke, the cloaked Xiaohua brought along the phoenix body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, who were filled with doubts through several halls and walked into A28. However, Xiaohua's faint voice was still transmitted into their ears. "Fellow Taoists, you two are already in a very dangerous situation, you must not trust anyone." Xiaohua quickly left the phoenix body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua. They passed through several palaces with great familiarity and arrived at Palace Hall A31. However, not only did they not see the bone-tempering Xiaohua in the Palace Hall, even his corpse was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. "Previously, I didn't pay attention to how the first Tempered Bones fellow Taoist disappeared. Now, even the second Tempered Bones fellow Taoist has disappeared. However, the bloodstains on the ground were still obvious." Xiaohua followed the bloodstains to the corridor outside Star Moon Palace. He saw the bloodstains disappear at the edge of the corridor. Needless to say, Tempered Bones Xiaohua's corpse was thrown into the turbulence outside Star Moon Palace. Could it be that it was done by the cloaked Devil Emperor who was injured by me? Xiaohua suddenly woke up. His heart jumped and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, that phoenix body fellow Taoist and Devil Spirit fellow Taoist are in danger." While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed back to the palace and went back the way he came. Boom! A faint sound of an arrow was heard. Xiaohua was even more anxious. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix body fellow Taoist. Devil Spirit fellow Taoist. Where are you waiting?" Seeing that no one answered, Xiaohua was afraid that the 2 surviving clones would fall into the hands of the Devil Emperor. He shouted again, "2 fellow Taoists, you are already in danger. Don't trust anyone." Unfortunately, when Xiaohua chased into the palace, there was no trace of Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua. "Damn it, we still fell into the trap." Xiaohua was somewhat angry. He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A288. "That's right, why are there bloodstains there? Who could have written this? It must be the Devil Emperor." While thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards A288. At this time, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua had already followed the cloaked Xiaohua into A288's palace. They saw a refining cauldron in front of them. The fire inside the cauldron was boiling. An object that looked like a sword embryo was quietly floating above the fire. Devil Spirit Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, "Big brother, what is this? Look at the sword embryo. This is fellow Taoist tempered bones." The cloaked Xiaohua's tone carried a hint of sorrow. He reached into his bosom as if he wanted to take something out. The attention of the Devil Spirit Xiaohua and the Phoenix Xiaohua was drawn to the sword embryo. Whoosh! At this moment, the cloaked Xiaohua suddenly took out a small sword from his hand and stabbed towards the Devil Spirit Xiaohua in a flash. Facing the cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword, the Devil Spirit Xiaohua didn't have any power to fight back. He stared dumbfoundedly at the small sword ruthlessly piercing his heart, his face filled with disbelief. Cloaked Xiaohua simply didn't look at Devil Spirit Xiaohua's life or death. His feet slid, following the momentum of the sword, he once again stabbed Phoenix Body Xiaohua's chest. Obviously, he had already calculated this beforehand. Pang! Although Phoenix Body Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, he still waved his bow. The black arrow flew towards Cloaked Xiaohua's face. Cloaked Xiaohua's face carried a sneer. He waved his small sword. With a "chi" sound, it precisely hit the body of the black arrow. However, even though the cloaked Xiaohua's body was greatly shaken, the black arrow was still aimed at the arm of the cloaked Xiaohua at the bow of the ship. However, after the cloaked Xiaohua retreated, he still rushed forward. The Phoenix Body Xiaohua helplessly brandished his bow and began to fight with the cloaked Xiaohua. Devil Spirit Xiaohua was seriously injured in one blow. However, he still didn't die. His complexion was deathly pale. Just like Tempered Bones Xiaohua before, he staggered out of the palace door and staggered to escape to the other palaces. Behind him, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was no match for cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword. After more than 10 moves, cloaked Xiaohua's small sword pierced Phoenix Body Xiaohua's body. Blood splattered. In just a moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was pierced by cloaked Xiaohua until his body was full of bloody holes. He collapsed on the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Phoenix Body Xiaohua's eyes also didn't close. He had the same appearance as Tempered Bones Xiaohua. Fellow Devil Spirit. Hearing the sound of a bow and arrow coming from A28, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly quickened his pace. However, before he could approach, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's staggered figure flashed past one side of the palace. Xiaohua hurriedly turned and ran towards the palace door. However, although there were bloodstains on the ground in front of Xiaohua, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Even when Xiaohua chased to the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, he still didn't see Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Looking at the bloodstains on the stairs, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After experiencing so many life and death situations, he still hadn't reached the second floor of Star Moon Palace. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the second floor of Star Moon Palace was silent. Looking at the style, it was similar to the first floor. There were corridors and some spikes and textures. Between the spikes, there were also some palace doors with colorful clouds floating in the air. Outside the corridors, there was even a raging turbulence. Xiaohua lowered his head to take a look. The bloodstains extended towards a corner of Star Moon Palace. He thought for a moment and carefully walked over. After confirming that Devil Spirit Xiaohua wasn't hiding at the corner, he turned around. Looking at the corner, there was a palace that was similarly covered by colorful clouds. The bloodstains led to the palace door. Fellow Devil Spirit. Xiaohua whispered, "I have come." I definitely won't hurt you, Big brother. Don't kill me. Devil spirit Xiao Hua's weak voice sounded from within the palace. Xiao Hua sighed and said, don't worry. After all, you are Ai's clone. Now. Chapter 41:16. As Xiao Hua spoke, he was on guard as he walked into the palace. However, when he walked into the palace, the latter half of his sentence was choked back. Another kind of chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He was somewhat dumbfounded as he stood in front of the palace door. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was really at a loss. This was a palace that was much bigger than before. The words, "Why I," floated on the roof of the palace, and on the bluestone floor of the palace, there were blood-stained corpses of demon spirit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not have divine consciousness, so it was hard to count. However, with a sweep of the naked eye, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Moreover, under these corpses, there were many white bones. It was unknown how many years ago these white bones belonged to demon spirit Xiao Hua who had died here. And these dead demon spirit Xiao Hua were all staring at Xiao Hua with their eyes wide open. At this moment, the only living demon spirit Xiao Hua was crawling on the ground, trying his best to crawl towards a corner of the palace. He was trying his best to hide in a pile of demon spirit Xiao Hua's corpses that had long stopped breathing. He was still shouting, Big brother. You. Don't kill me. Big brother. You. Don't kill me. This. Xiao Hua looked at the countless demon spirit Xiao Hua's corpses and felt a little dizzy. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua finished speaking, demon spirit Xiao Hua had already stopped breathing. His eyes were like the other demon spirit Xiao Hua's corpses, staring at Xiao Hua with horror in his eyes. Damn it! What is going on? Xiao Hua was so weak that he could not breathe. He slowly walked out of the palace, his mind blank. Why did so many demon spirit friends die? Could it be? I'm not the first to enter Star Moon Palace. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to the side of the corridor and leaned over to look at Star Moon Palace's door. He wanted to see if there was a third Xiao Hua and his doppelganger. However, wherever Xiao Hua looked, his body was nailed to the spot like a clay statue. His face turned pale again as he looked at the first level of Xingyue Palace in disbelief. Over there, two figures were fighting. One of them was wearing a cloak, the same one he had encountered previously. The other held a small sword in his hand. It was the second Xiao Hua. This. Xiao Hua stared at the corpse for a moment and discovered something strange. He remembered that he did not assassinate the cloaked devil emperor. Instead, he forced the cloaked devil emperor into the turbulence. However, beneath him, the second Xiao Hua held a small sword and forced the cloaked devil emperor into the corridor. Then, the second Xiao Hua stabbed the cloaked devil emperor's chest several times in succession and killed him. However, when the second Xiao Hua killed the cloaked devil emperor and removed the cloak, not to mention the second Xiao Hua, even Xiao Hua himself was stunned once again. That was because Xiao Hua's corpse was beneath the cloak. The two Xiao Hus, one standing on the first level of Xingyue Palace and the other standing on the second level of Xingyue Palace, were both dumbfounded when they saw the corpse covered in wounds. Damn it, I always thought that the cloak belonged to the devil emperor. The previous illusions were also created by the devil emperor. Now, it seems that I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. All of these Xiao Hus are Xiao Hus. The same thought rose in the minds of the two Xiao Hus at the same time. However, before Xiao Hua could think any further, the second Xiao Hua raised his hand and took the cloaked corpse in his hand. He gently placed it on the side of the corridor and paused for a moment. Then, he released his hand and the corpse fell into the turbulence and disappeared. The moment the cloaked Xiaohua's corpse fell into the turbulence, something that made Xiaohua's body tremble violently happened again. A voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with drifted over again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I felt that nothing was wrong. How could something happen to you, fellow Taoist? Haha, now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. The third Xiaohua, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, the Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and the Demon Spirit Xiaohua, stood outside the door of the Star Moon Palace and looked up at the Star Moon Palace. When he looked at the second Xiaohua, he seemed to have also heard the voice. He paused at the side of the corridor and ran towards the other end. When he reached a stone tablet, he stuck his head out again. When he saw the demon spirit Xiaohua, he hastily shrank back and stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze. At this moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of the demon spirit Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Let's go. Io, what should we do? What's wrong, fellow Taoist? What? You don't know. How would I know what fellow Taoist is thinking? This is a little strange. Could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange about it? As the third Xiaohua led the 4 clones into the Star Moon Palace, the second Xiaohua carefully stuck his head out again. After looking for a moment, he hurriedly turned around and ran into the Star Moon Palace. Damn it. Xiaohua, who was standing at a high place, saw this strange scene and immediately understood. Needless to say, this is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Devil Emperor's illusion. Or, even if this is the Star Moon Palace, these later ones must be the Devil Emperor's illusion. Damn it, when did I fall into the Devil Emperor's illusion? How can I escape from this illusion? Do I escape through the palace door? At this moment, the scene of Xiaohua attacking the cloaked Devil Emperor, attacking the cloaked Xiaohua appeared in Xiaohua's mind again. The cloaked Xiaohua's words also rang in his ears. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them can we escape, I understand. Xiaohua looked at the empty first floor of the Star Moon Palace and narrowed his eyes. He said word by word, only by killing all the people who came after I, the Bone Hone Xiaohua, the Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, will those stones be able to appear. Only then will the other group of people outside the Star Moon Palace be able to enter. I'm afraid, only by doing this, can I escape from the Star Moon Palace. Of course, if it's like the cloaked Xiaohua who escaped into the turbulence alive, he should be able to escape from the turbulence as well. The problem is, if I were to jump out now, it would be different from if I were to be forced down in the past. The time and place would be different. If I were to be forced down, I might be able to escape. But if I were to jump down now, I might not be able to escape. Damn it, no matter what, no matter how I think about it, the only thing I need to do now is to kill the 5 people who just entered the Star Moon Palace. This is something that must be done. Moreover, now that things have come to this, even if I don't take action, those 2 Xiaohus will definitely take action. I am now seriously injured, how can I be their match? Rather than being killed by them, I'd rather I kill them. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart gradually hardened. After thinking for a moment, he quickly ran up the stairs from the corridor on the 2nd floor. Hearing the sound of his own footsteps, Xiaohua suddenly recalled that after he killed the cloaked Xiaohua, he thought that there was no one else in the Star Moon Palace. However, weren't the footsteps above his head the same as the sound of his running? Wasn't it the same as the previous one who ran? He had tried so hard to break out of the illusion, but in the end, he still fell into the illusion. Xiaohua thought and was about to walk down the stairs when he heard a familiar voice. It was the second Xiaohua talking to the third Xiaohua who had honed his bones. Fellow Taoist, you're quite fast, aren't you? How did you get here so quickly? Of course, I was afraid that you would encounter the Devil Emperor alone, so I specially chased after you. However, fellow Taoist, you also know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, it's better not to go now. The Devil Emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together. Woo! While they were talking, the sound of punches and kicks came from below. The voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua was even more obvious. Devil Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Do you think Xiaohua has such a blood-stained, bitter, and vengeful appearance? Xiaohua stood on the stairs on the second floor and listened coldly because he knew that the second Xiaohua would kill the bone-honing Xiaohua by accident. Sure enough, with a boom, the second Xiaohua shouted, "Fellow Taoist tempered bones, this is an illusion. This poor Taoist has just killed a person who looks exactly like this poor Taoist and is wearing a cloak. This poor Taoist won't say much to you, just watch, ah." Before the second Xiaohua could finish speaking, the third Xiaohua who had honed his bones screamed. This. Fellow Taoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor. The second Xiaohua tried his best to explain, but the third Xiaohua who had honed his bones clearly did not listen. Then, there was a series of staggering footsteps that gradually faded away. The first floor of the Star Moon Palace was deathly silent, but the second floor Xiaohua's heart also clenched. He thought that he knew that the second Xiaohua must be standing on the stairs leading to the second floor and pondering, just like what he did before. However, he could not guarantee that the second Xiaohua would give up like him. After all, the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked Xiaohua. Whether it was what he said to the third Xiaohua or what he did, it was not the same as what he did. Fortunately, after a moment, Xiaohua heard the sound of the second Xiaohua leaving quickly. Xiaohua knew that the second Xiaohua went to A28 to look for crossbows. He hurriedly came down from the second floor and rushed into the first floor of the Star Moon Palace. However, after passing by several halls, Xiaohua encountered the staggering bone-honing Xiaohua. The bone-honing Xiaohua immediately clenched his fists and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. Xiaohua coldly glanced at him and hurriedly walked past him, ignoring him. The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua's back and fear appeared in his eyes. Chapter 41:17. Xiaohua quickly rushed to the A71 hall. When he entered the hall, he didn't forget to look at the stone wall. Sure enough, there was another faint bloodstain there, and it smelled a little bloody. Oh! Fellow Taoist, why did you turn back? Fellow Taoist Longmai didn't come back with you. At this time, in the A71 hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were each holding a spirit fruit and tasting it with interest. Hearing footsteps, they were very surprised to see Xiaohua walk in. Phoenix Body Xiaohua asked with a smile. Big brother? Why do you have injuries on your body? Xiaohua asked even more. Xiaohua's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at the two people. He couldn't bear it in his heart. After all, it was his clone. However, after a few breaths, Xiaohua said faintly, Fellow Taoist Longmai went to A31 first. You guys go and meet him now. After speaking, Xiaohua pointed to the hall door leading to A31, and he turned and walked to another hall door. Fellow Taoist. Phoenix Body Xiaohua said curiously, we will go now. However, fellow Taoist, are you not going to A31? I naturally have to go. Xiaohua replied without turning his head, however, before going, this Xiao wants to find something. Okay, then big brother, go quickly and come back quickly. We will wait for Big Brother in A31 hall. Devil Spirit Xiaohua said with a smile and pulled Phoenix Body Xiaohua in the direction Xiaohua pointed. They didn't know that they were now walking on a road of no return. Xiaohua walked out of the hall and quickly came to A28. Sure enough, the second Xiaohua was no longer here. Moreover, there was a crossbow and a small box in the cauldron. Especially, next to the cauldron, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse was full of bloody holes lying on the ground. In front of him, there were 5 big words written in blood, Murderer's Original Body Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised his hand and took the crossbow and the small box. He squatted down expressionlessly and erased the 5 words written by Phoenix Body Xiaohua. He dipped his hand in the blood on the ground and wrote, "Go to A31." Then, when he got up, he saw a neatly folded cloak next to the cauldron. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to pick up the cloak and put it on. Then, he raised his hand and picked up Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse and quickly left A28. Immediately after, Xiaohua walked back to A71. At this time, the bone-honing Xiaohua had already fallen dead beside the 3-faced statue. Xiaohua's other hand similarly picked up his corpse and walked to the corridor outside the eaves of the Star Moon Palace. When Xiaohua casually flung his hand, the bone-honing Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpses crashed into the turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace and instantly disappeared. After doing this, Xiaohua turned around and quickly rushed to the second floor. He casually found a hall door and entered. Then, according to the same pattern as the first floor of the Star Moon Palace, he easily found the hall, B31. When Xiaohua entered the hall door, he was welcomed by a small pavilion. Xiaohua leaned forward and saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua standing on the high platform of A31. He also happened to see Xiaohua with a glance. "Fellow." Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a little surprised and shouted, "Didn't you go to A31? Unfortunately, before Dragon Vein Xiaohua finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand. Boom! A black arrow shot out and nailed Dragon Vein Xiaohua to the high platform. Ah! Dragon Vein Xiaohua screamed. Outside the hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "Fellow Dragon Vein, what's going on?" Xiaohua hurriedly squatted down and used his cloak to cover his face. At this time, he heard Dragon Vein Xiaohua's weak voice again, It's Xiaohua, the main body killed I." Dragon Vein Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall again. Needless to say, this was the third Xiaohua walking in. Sure enough, the third Xiaohua's extremely innocent voice sounded out, "Fellow Taoist Phoenix Physique, what's going on? Why are you all here? Damn it, you're still asking us what happened. Weren't you the one who killed fellow Dragon Vein? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" I just heard a rumbling sound and hurried over from A31. How could I kill fellow Dragon Vein? What's more, where is this place? I have never been here before. You keep pretending. You said you wanted I and fellow Taoist Devil Spirit to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered and slowly stood up. He extended his crossbow, "Quickly dodge." The third Xiaohua shouted. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled towards the hall door above the high platform. As for Xiaohua's crossbow, with 2 loud boom sounds, Xiaohua's Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were killed in A31's palace hall. Soon after, Xiaohua raised his hand again. Boom! A black arrow chased after the third Xiaohua and nailed into the stone wall. Seeing the third Xiaohua disappear, Xiaohua lifted his leg and jumped down from the second floor of the pavilion and chased after it. However, after looking for several hall doors, he finally walked to a hall door and looked at it with a cold smile. He clearly remembered that he should be hiding inside this hall door, so he didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Boom! The crossbow vibrated and the black arrow rushed into the hall door. However, the miserable scream he expected didn't come. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rushed into the hall. However, he saw that his black arrow fell on the bluestone, but there was no figure of the third Xiao Hua inside this hall. Damn it! How could Xiao Hua not know that he had already missed the real hall door where the third Xiao Hua was hiding? He hurriedly turned around to search. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he did not find anything. Xiao Hua simply rushed towards the corridor of the Star Moon Palace. Sure enough, just as he walked out of the door of the palace with the rainbow clouds, he saw the third Xiao Hua standing at the steps. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to raise his hand. Whoosh! The black arrow in the crossbow shot towards the third Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, at the same time that Xiao Hua raised his hand, the third Xiao Hua seemed to be on guard. He suddenly lowered his head and the black brilliance of the black arrow brushed past the third Xiao Hua's head. It fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor and immediately disappeared without a trace. The third Xiao Hua hurriedly fled into the distance. Xiao Hua took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He followed the third Xiao Hua and chased after him. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiao Hua was delighted. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A black light shot towards the left side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning because Xiao Hua remembered that he had dodged to the left. However, the strange thing was that the third Xiao Hua didn't dodge to the left. Instead, he rushed to the right and disappeared. Damn it! Xiao Hua saw that the third Xiao Hua didn't stop at the turn. He knew that what he had encountered was different from what he had done before. He cursed and chased after him. However, just as Xiao Hua reached the turn, a light whoosh sound rang out and a sword light suddenly pierced towards him. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He had guessed the process, but he hadn't guessed the result. Although the third Xiao Hua had fled to the right, he still hid at the turn. Seeing that his crossbow was knocked away by the third Xiao Hua's small sword, Xiao Hua helplessly waved his fist and fought with the third Xiao Hua. The result was needless to say. The third Xiao Hua was also Xiao Hua. He held a small sword in his hand. No matter if it was the first Xiao Hua or the third Xiao Hua, no one could win against them. In the end, Xiao Hua was forced to the side of the corridor by the third Xiao Hua. However, the third Xiao Hua's swordsmanship was like a flower. He asked coldly, "Demon Emperor, if you tell me honestly how to get out of this Xingyue palace, I might spare your life." Kill them, kill them. Xiao Hua knew that he had no other way out. He could only shout in a low voice, as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will I be able to escape, damn it." The third Xiao Hua was also enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards Xiao Hua's chest. He shouted, "Even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Xingyue palace has been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" Pooh! The small sword pierced Xiao Hua's chest. That Xiao Hua raised his hand and smashed the wrist of the third Xiao Hua. The third Xiao Hua raised his leg in pain and kicked. Pang! Xiao Hua was kicked out of the corridor by the third Xiao Hua. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed in pain. His chest fell into the turbulence with the small sword in it. Xiao Hua's body floated in the turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua's figure emerged from the turbulence. See! Xiao Hua was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around. It was also in this moment that an extremely dim green light flashed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. It instantly disappeared. Xiao Hua muttered to himself, where is this?" It was also at this moment that a voice that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with, one that seemed to be in his dreams, rang out, "Husband. Go ahead and fly towards the depths of QC. You are no match for them. However, if you head east, you will definitely find a way out." Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw the unforgettable Xue Xue flying out from a bamboo forest. Her face was snow-white. She stared at Xiao Hua and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. He, a foundation establishment girl. Perfected Du-yi suddenly appeared not far behind Xiao Hua and laughed arrogantly. What if I join in? Another voice that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with strangely rang out. Ah! Xiao Hua was completely dumbfounded. Master! You! Why are you here? Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Xue Xue, a white-haired, wrinkled face helplessly revealed himself. A pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 41:18. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helpless didn't even look at Xiao Hua. He only faced the two nascent soul cultivators and said indifferently, although I didn't teach you anything. But I see you as my disciple. You will always be my disciple. Are you all sick? Kind child slapped his hand, and the pressure above his head surged, instantly making Helpless unable to move. My husband, farewell. Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua, and her eyes turned red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her body. With a loud boom, the blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Reverend Du-yi. Wife. Xiao Hua looked at this heart-wrenching scene and raised his right hand slightly. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out sorrowfully, boom. At this moment, beside kind child, Helpless also self-exploded, turning into a blood mist of the same shape and covering kind child. Master. Xiao Hua's heart twitched again. He looked in the direction of the kuei he see in the distance and rushed over without hesitation. Woo woo. Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning as he rushed forward crazily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the air in front of him. Xiao Hua fell into it and created thousands of fireflies and sparks, illuminating the air. In the light, the invisible barrier was torn apart. Inside the invisible barrier, a majestic palace slowly appeared. As Xiao Hua's figure swayed, Xiao Hua's figure strangely shattered and reformed, and a brand new Xiao Hua appeared in the air. In the midst of shattering and reforming, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua slowly appeared behind him. Xiao Hua shook his head, trying his best to get rid of the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiao Hua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" The majestic palace in the invisible barrier emitted a faint nine-colored light as it stood there. The three big words above the palace door could be seen clearly. It said, Star Moon Palace. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Didn't Do Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. Zhu Qing from Zhai Xinglu said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the three continents. The upper realm he spoke of, is it not the ruins here? Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiao Hua of the Dragon Vein standing behind him. Beside Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua were also standing with smiles on their faces. You all. You all. Xiao Hua was bewildered. He pointed at the four clones, not knowing what to say. The Devil Spirit Xiao Hua also smiled and said, "Brothers, let's speed up." When the Devil Emperor flew to this place, he actually disappeared without a trace. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him. So that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. When Xiao Hua brought his 4 doppelgangers and flew towards the so-called Star Moon Palace at an extremely fast speed, a strange black shadow appeared outside the invisible barrier. This black shadow was extremely faint, as if it had no form or substance. This black shadow looked at Xiao Hua's fleeing figure and opened its mouth. A golden light mixed with blood-red light flew out from the invisible barrier and landed in the black shadow. That black shadow trembled slightly and groaned softly, as if it was enjoying it very much. However, after a moment, the black shadow made a strange noise again. Damn it! This Xiao Hua. What kind of reincarnation is he? This is about to be broken down by a tribulation. Why hasn't his physical body been completely shattered yet? Why can the 4 clones be broken down every time we pass through an illusion? When exactly will I be able to completely devour his essence? I can't possibly let him endlessly kill my clones here, right? However, it only lasted for a short while before the voice burst into laughter again. Luckily, I had nothing to do, so I went down to the lower realm to take a stroll and happened to meet such a human with such abundant energy essence. Luckily, this human was greedy for the cloning technique and didn't focus on the immemorial Tao. That's why I was able to take advantage of him. This human's essence is so strange. Just by relying on this human's essence, I should be able to obtain the devil fruit of the supreme heavenly demon, right? So what if he's the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Falling into the hands of a heavenly demon king like me, he's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A tribulation of tempering and killing is enough to crush a true heavenly god's essence. I just need to wait for a moment. When this human kills a few more of my clones and sends his essence into the illusion, should be able to obtain the devil fruit, right? The closer we get to the end, the more we can't be careless. This human's luck is extremely strong. I definitely can't let him make a comeback. However, in this illusion, the sky is the universe and the earth is the earth. The so-called yin and yang and the 5 elements are the principles. All the illusions in the illusion are set up according to his thoughts. Everything is the same as what he thinks. What's special is that there's no divine ability of the supreme heavenly demon in the illusion at all. It's just a simple karmic cycle. No heavenly god can sense anything strange, so how can a little human cultivator notice it? I don't believe that a little human like him can escape from my hands. At this point, ripples appeared in the space behind the black shadow. The black shadow laughed and said, "Treasure's essence, come quickly. When the last number of calamities arrives, this lord will be able to bear the devil fruit." I don't know which heavenly god set this up. In the end, it actually benefited me. Sure enough, with a flash of a black shadow, the scenery of the entire space was completely void. And with the appearance of Xiao Hua's figure from the ripples, the bamboo forest, the pursuit, and the story of Xue Xuehe's helplessness played out once again. Xiao Hua was still grief-stricken as he rushed into a new cycle of karma. Gradually, the whole space began to change. Black demonic patterns began to appear. These demonic patterns were different from the ones around the Devil Emperor. They were more ethereal, and each demonic pattern contained Sanskrit sounds. As the demonic patterns gathered toward the black shadow, indescribable small worlds appeared and disappeared rapidly in the light and shadow. The whole space was shrouded in a kind of solemnity, like the suffocation before the thunder tribulation. The black shadow was no longer as empty as before. Gradually, there was a sense of heaviness. The heaviness was so great that it was like everything in the world was condensed in the void. In the solemn atmosphere, there were tiny, almost imperceptible waves, like innumerable small insects appearing inexplicably in the whole space. The light and shadow that were still there were completely annihilated by the waves. An indescribable darkness gradually shrouded the space, as if a supreme devil kingdom had silently descended. In the silent darkness, the black shadow suddenly laughed strangely. After billions of years of waiting, I finally got everything I wanted, as soon as the laughter stopped, another weak ripple appeared from the side of the space. Xiao Hua's abnormally thin figure appeared. At the same time, everything that was engraved in Xiao Hua's bones and heart appeared again. Everything was exactly the same as before. The profound qi in the illusion gradually flew out. As long as it fell into the black shadow's body, Xiao Hua's profound qi would be absorbed by the black shadow, and the entire space would change again. At this moment, the entire space was vibrating, as if the black shadow couldn't suppress its joy. Husband. Just fly to the depths of the Kuai He Sea. You are not their opponent, but if you fly to the east, you will find a way out. Xue Xue was still that determined. Her face was snow white, and her eyes gazed at Xiao Hua. She said word by word, her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. At this moment, if the previous cycle continued, it would definitely appear again and explode again. But at this moment, a green light lingered between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Thousands of soul strands flew out. Xiao Hua's eyes immediately brightened. However, the space was already abnormally dark. The soul strands flew out like moths to a flame. The strands broke, and the demonic patterns surged wildly, wanting to extinguish the only hope in this space. Xue Xue. Xiao Hua's voice was very vague and slow, but he said with extreme determination, I know that you are just an illusion. I also know that you can't hear what I am saying. In fact, when I fell into the illusion for the first time, I already knew what was happening in front of me. However, I was only clear-headed, for a moment. The moment I rushed out of the illusion of the Star Moon Palace, I knew what I was doing, and I knew what I needed to do. Previously, I used this moment of freedom to accumulate soul cultivation divine arts, preparing to break this illusion. However, after a few times, I knew that even if I accumulated more soul cultivation secret arts, I would not be able to break out of this illusion. Because this illusion is the tribulation of my primordial spirit, a battle between my primordial spirits. With my own strength, I am powerless to break out of it. However, just as I gave up, I saw you. Although you are an illusion, you are really standing in front of me. When I saw you, I could not help but think of everything that happened before. When I saw you, all my efforts, all my hardships, all my hopes turned to nothing. My only goal is to be able to hold your hand again and tell you my love. Now, I have finally accumulated an aeon of tribulation. An aeon of tribulation is not enough to support me to escape from the illusion. However, this aeon of tribulation is enough for me to say these words to you, enough for me to hold your hand. As he spoke, Xiao Hua reached out his right hand to hold the right hand of the illusion of Xue Xue. He muttered again, there is no fate, no tribulation, no love, no hatred. My love, you are the netherworld lotus of the yellow springs, I am the guardian stone of the blood sea. I am willing to wait for you for billions of years, I am willing to accompany you for eternity. However, that time is too long, that loneliness is too cold. For your life, for your survival, I am not willing to accompany you until the end of time. I am not willing to accompany you for eternity. I am not willing to be the venerable one in the heavens, I am not willing to be the king of hell. For this moment, I am willing to give up everything. I only want to gently hold your hand and tell you, I love you. Chapter 41:19. Xiao Hua said in a daze. His originally illusory figure gradually dissipated, but he still persisted in reaching out his right hand to grab the illusory Xue Xue's hand, even though he knew in his heart that in this lifetime, he would never be able to hold that warm and smooth hand again. Ha! The entire space was filled with a strange laughter that sounded like a night owl. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of human emotions like Xiao Hua. However, as soon as the laughter ended, Xiao Hua's surprised voice sounded. His originally blurry consciousness was suddenly maintained at that place. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that there was a kind of warmth and trembling coming from his hand. Xiao Hua lowered his head in disbelief. He saw that on his right hand, there was a broken heart-shaped symbol that was emitting a holy light in the pitch-black devil nation. Furthermore, as the light was projected onto Xue's illusion, the same spot where Xiaohua was holding Xue's right hand also emitted a holy light. The two rays of light flickered as if they were breathing, but also as if they were talking to each other. As the light flickered, a beautiful woman's figure appeared in Xue's illusion. The woman's face was filled with surprise and joy. Although the woman's appearance couldn't be seen, she was holding Xue's right hand with the same strength as Xiaohua's. Their fingers were interlocked. "My love." Xiaohua moaned. He couldn't help but shout, "You're finally here, boom." As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, the imprints on their right hands trembled at the same time. They flew into the air and landed between the two of them. With a boom, they transformed into a complete heart-shaped symbol. Swoosh! There was another crisp sound of a silver bottle shattering. From above the two of them, a pillar of moonlight pierced through the air and shone on the heart-shaped symbol. Then, the entire space rumbled like water. The moonlight was like water. In just a moment, the entire pitch-black devil nation was illuminated. "Humph, damned moon beast. Do you really think that you're the moon elder that the humans speak of?" A voice that came from nowhere echoed in the space. Then, like a tide of demonic patterns, the sound of Sanskrit was like thunder. The entire space was turned upside down. How could moonlight defeat the devil nation? Could true love resist heartlessness? Seeing that the moonlight was about to be extinguished, Xiaohua, who was holding the woman's hand, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He waved his left hand at a spot in the air. Under the dim moonlight, a black light that was even darker than the devil nations flashed. This time, Xiaohua's figure was still faintly discernible, but his hand firmly held the woman's hand, blocking her behind him, and said coldly, "You think that because you're hiding in my master's body, I'm not willing to destroy my master's illusion? It's a pity that you only know how to look for my master in my memories, but you don't know that when I finally called out to my master, he had just condensed his core, and his appearance had already returned to his youth. And my memory of his old appearance is too deep. Whenever I think of master, I will think of his stern appearance, and I will never think of his youthful appearance. So that's how it is." Helplessly, the two halves of the body swayed back and forth in the air. From time to time, bubbles of demonic energy would fly out from the two halves of the body, but the entire devil nation was still deathly silent. Although the moonlight was still faintly flowing in the devil nation, even the previously brilliant heart shape was beginning to dim. "Could it be, you already knew?" The heavenly demon probed, "Is it really as you said, that you've been accumulating power to counterattack in this cycle of karma for countless years?" Strands of essence chi floated over from the devil nation, but because of Xiaohua's existence, these essence chi didn't fall into the heavenly demon's mouth, but instead instinctively fell into Xiaohua's body. Unfortunately, this essence chi was so little that Xiaohua's nothingness didn't change much. "That's right." Xiaohua took a breath and nodded. "The first time I woke up, I realized it, but I only had a moment to resist. I was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, after a few times, I realized that I had a secret technique that I could accumulate and use, so every time I woke up, I would use my magic power to accumulate the secret technique. Unfortunately, your supernatural power is too boundless. Even after accumulating power for countless years, I could only accumulate enough power to say one sentence and the strength to raise my arm." Speaking of this, Xiaohua said indifferently, "The Devil Emperor doesn't have such a powerful supernatural power. If you're not the Devil Emperor, who are you?" "Damn it." The heavenly demon was a little regretful. "With just a sentence and the strength to raise your arm, you can break the illusion that I painstakingly created? I really don't believe it. The one who defeated you is not me." Xiaohua said word by word, "The one who defeated you is the love of the human race. Behind me, there is a sea of love that you can't imagine. This sea of love is enough to destroy all the demons. Ha ha ha. The heavenly demon laughed wildly. It's just that the moon beast is meddling in other people's business. If I sneak into the moon world one day, I'll skin it, pull out its tendons, cut its meat and barbecue it. Now, you should take care of yourself first. Even if you broke my illusion, do you still have the strength to fight back? Xiao Hua smiled strangely and replied, why don't you guess? Seeing that Xiao Hua was so calm, the heavenly demon was a little speechless, as if the situation had become awkward. Behind Xiao Hua was naturally not the real Xue Xue, but Yu Mingxin from the fragrant cult. At this time, Yu Mingxin was holding Xiao Hua's hand, which seemed to be neither there nor there. Listening to the conversation between Xiao Hua and the heavenly demon, she had long forgotten her surprise of appearing here for no reason. She looked at Xiao Hua's almost transparent body, which was still like a mountain in front of her, and tears fell down uncontrollably. She really wanted to dig out her own flesh and give it to Xiao Hua. However, she didn't dare to move. If even Xiao Hua couldn't deal with the enemy, how could she be his opponent? However, she had already made up her mind. As long as Xiao Hua opened his mouth, she would definitely die for Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua smiled and said to the heavenly demon in a low voice, you should tell me who you are. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to say it in the future. Humph. The heavenly demon sneered, with just a trace of your profound chi, do you think you can go against me? Why do you think I'm talking so much nonsense with you? Xiao Hua asked back meaningfully. The heavenly demon didn't pay attention to him. His whole body was trembling as he replied, who knows? Maybe you're a chatterbox? I'm waiting for my doppelganger. Xiao Hua smiled, looking very honest. The heavenly demon was not moved. He looked at Xiao Hua with interest, then why don't you show me your doppelganger? Ha! Xiao Hua laughed, then said in a low voice, Mingxin, I'm sorry. Oh. Yu Mingxin stared blankly. Suddenly, her palm tightened. A huge suction force came from Xiao Hua's hand. The magic power in her body, as well as something she didn't understand, were all sucked out. However, why would Yu Mingxin care about this? She thought with incomparable sweetness in her heart, he called me Mingxin, you. The heavenly demon seemed to have understood something and said in shock, you can actually use magic? The path of Taoism is broad and profound. How can you demons know? Xiao Hua proudly smiled, and waved his left hand again. Woo! A black light flashed, and the devil kingdom that the heavenly demon was barely supporting, as well as his own body, finally collapsed. Fuck, this sovereign's biggest mistake was to not let your devil blade murder stay by your side. The heavenly demon's body collapsed, and he hurriedly turned into black gas. When he was preparing to abandon everything in front of him and escape, he still didn't forget to regret. That's because you were greedy. You have to get the devil blade first. Xiao Hua's devil blade surged out a myriad of devil chi in black flames, pouncing towards the entire space. He was still sneering. Following the collapse of the heavenly demon's body, everything in the devil kingdom, no matter if it was the devil patterns, Sanskrit chants, or fluctuations, also collapsed. Even outside the devil kingdom, the star moon palace in the void distorted and collapsed at the same time. The remaining profound chi inside turned into brilliance and fell into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua didn't stop. His figure shook, and phoenix body Xiao Hua, dragon vein Xiao Hua, bone tempering Xiao Hua, and devil spirit Xiao Hua also turned into phantoms and flew out, rushing towards the heavenly demon. Moreover, at this time, outside the devil kingdom that was split open. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound rose again. 9 huge cauldrons appeared in the night sky, and the 5-colored true chi turned into 5-colored clouds, covering the space within 1,000 miles. This was nothing. An 8th-grade lotus throne surged with supreme Buddhist light and hung above the 9 cauldrons. Inside the Buddhist light, 10,000 Buddhas cried out in grief. Each and every one of them opened their compassionate eyes and looked at the collapsing devil kingdom. Among the 7 colors, a bright green color floated there like a light smoke. At the tip of the brush, a green vitality appeared like a seed. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Bodhi respectively stood in 3 different directions of the heavenly demon, their faces expressionless and on guard. I really didn't lie to you. Heavenly demon. Xiaohua said rather innocently, no matter what, we are old acquaintances. How could I lie to you? I am indeed waiting for my 3 doppelgangers to arrive. Roar. How could the heavenly demon talk nonsense with Xiaohua? The only regret in his heart was that when he was hit by the devil blade, he didn't hesitate to abandon Xiaohua, no longer maintaining the devil kingdom, and hurriedly escaped. Now that Xiaohua's doppelgangers had arrived, he was hit again. Not only did Xiaohua's profound qi have to escape from his body, even his heavenly demon body was in danger. The heavenly demon's body swayed, turned into a supreme demonic body, and rushed out of the devil kingdom. Boom! Unfortunately, just as he came in contact with the brilliance of the 9 cauldrons, he was immediately blasted down. However, the heavenly demon only flipped in midair, and flew to another place. Namo Maitreya Buddha. With a Buddhist chant, the phantom of an 8th grade lotus throne fell down, and destroyed 10% of the heavenly demon's body. Roar! The heavenly demon screamed, and his figure strangely disappeared. Chapter 41:20. Seeing this, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua sneered, turning the void into a void again, heavenly demon is indeed a heavenly demon. While speaking, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and tens of millions of green seal characters rushed out. As Yabai pointed at them, the green seal characters immediately disappeared. Boom boom. In the rumbling sound, green lines rolled and appeared, revealing the heavenly demon's figure. At this time, the heavenly demon's figure shrank by another 10%. Formation. Hearing Xiaohua's cold shout, the 9 cauldrons once again let out a rumbling sound, rolling in the air one after another. The 9 cauldrons spewed out thick 9-colored light pillars, sealing off the heavenly demon and even the collapsed devil nation. Form. Buddha Bodhi raised his hand and took out the 10,000 Buddha paintings Kasaya. The Kasaya instantly became empty and tens of thousands of Buddha lords appeared in the air, blocking the space outside the 9 cauldrons. The 8th-grade lotus also broke down, turning into 8 petals and falling among the 10,000 Buddha lords, urging Buddha light to force the heavenly demon. Kacha. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't have a soul weapon to kill, but with a wave of his hand, 13 huge green seal characters flew out and turned into huge thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flashed and condensed into the appearance of 13 gods. These thunderbolts flashed in the air like pythons, trapping the heavenly demon in the center. Every time the thunderbolts came with the sound of gods and ghosts, the heavenly demon couldn't help but tremble. Refine. Xiaohua didn't stop at all. He chanted the incantation and the 3 doppelgangers urged their divine abilities. The Buddha light mixed with innate true qi entangled with the green seal characters and surged violently towards the heavenly demon. Woo woo. Everything fell into the heavenly demon and the devil country, an indescribable sobbing sound came out and the whole space began to tremble. Even Yu Mingxin, who was hiding behind Xiaohua, turned pale and showed extreme fear in her eyes. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua smiled faintly and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space, shouting, "Please send Yu Mingxin into the Kunlun mirror to rest." "All right." Green-robed Xiaohua stayed in the space because of his heavy injuries, so he didn't fall into the heavenly demon's illusion. He agreed and took out the Kunlun mirror. With a flash of light, Yu Ming Xian was sucked into the mirror. Yu Ming Xian pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand. Her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. The heavenly devil was being refined in the Buddha, Confucian, and Soul formations. Every time a wisp of black smoke was released, a corresponding devil pattern from the devil kingdom would fall into it. Then, layers of devil shadows would appear. The demonic shadow was filled with killing, peace, savagery, love, hatred, and so on. It was as if everything in the world was contained in this small wisp of black gas and demonic patterns. When these demonic figures disappeared, the black gas and demonic patterns also disappeared, and a wisp of extremely pure essence appeared within the three formations. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the profound qi entered his body. His illusory figure began to solidify. After a full 81 days of refining, Xiaohua's figure finally recovered. At the same time, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua also recovered. Looking at the heavenly devil inside the formation, it was no longer as incorporeal as before. It had turned into a slightly turbid black fog. This black fog still had many devil patterns dancing with the formation. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the black fog and he said, "Fellow Taoists, from the previous demonic shadow, we can see that this heavenly devil's origin is not small. It used illusions to lure and kill countless cultivators. Now, we have taken back our profound qi. However, there is still a lot of profound qi hidden in the heavenly devil's body. It is not good to stay here for a long time. I want to take the heavenly devil into the space and refine it. After I refine all of its profound qi, I will share it with fellow Taoists. How about it?" "Good." The several clones nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiaohua waved his hands and hundreds of lightning bolts flashed outside the formation. These lightning bolts were like surging pythons that surrounded the formation. Then, they gradually shrank until they were only a few feet in size. Xiaohua's mind rolled and the lightning balls immediately fell into the space. Who? Not only did Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, but all the clones also let out sighs of relief. Although the previous three formations trapped the heavenly devil, everyone didn't dare to relax. Although the heavenly devil itself didn't have the power to attack, it was good at transformation and knew how to bewitch. The slightest carelessness could cause cultivators to fall into an illusion and kill themselves. And if the heavenly devil fell into Xiaohua's space, even if it was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to escape. However, after a moment, Xiaohua faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, don't be too relaxed. Our space is also a space, and it must be related to the devil realm where the heavenly devil came from. Before I completely refine the heavenly devil, we can't be careless. Big brother." Devil Spirit Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Little brother can devour the heavenly devil and get everything big brother knows. Similarly, little brother can also get his magical power from devouring the heavenly devil. Don't worry." Xiaohua nodded, "After I rest for a while, I will find a way to separate the heavenly devil's devil qi from the devil pattern and give you what you need. Compensate you for the loss in the illusion. Fellow Taoist." Bone Honing Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "You were the first to kill me in the illusion." Xiaohua angrily glared at the Bone Honing Xiaohua, then looked at the phoenix-bodied Xiaohua and the others. He said word by word, "Although the dreamland is just a dreamland, it really gave us a wake-up call. You and I are from the same roots. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? When I wasn't ready, I rashly separated my primordial spirit, which caused the great calamity of today's primordial spirit battle. We must take this as a warning. Before the hidden danger of the primordial spirit separation is eliminated, we must not have any more twists and turns. And we must remember, we are one person, no matter when, even if there are other changes when I ascend in the future, we must never be enemies with each other." "Good. We understand." The avatars agreed in unison. "Hehe, fellow Taoist, please take a look." Hearing Xiaohua being so serious, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua could read Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's thoughts, at this time, he already understood that avatars were avatars, he had to respect them first, only then could they truly become independent cultivators. Therefore, Xiaohua took the spatial ring and checked it with his divine sense. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is this the orthodoxy of the 8 great sects? Yes. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, in the 10 years that fellow Taoist disappeared, this one, the little monk, and fellow Taoist soul cultivator assisted General Sun in the southwest border, rescuing the 8 great sects from the siege of the devil race. These sects were the same as the White Cloud Temple's sect master. They all wanted to use their orthodoxy to exchange with our Fortune Gates sect protecting formation. Deferentially, this one will do his best to exchange with them. Good. Xiaohua put away the spatial ring and said with a smile, the sects of the ruins specialize in cultivating the primordial spirit, their cultivation technique will definitely be useful to us. Moreover, the ruins is the upper realm, their orthodoxy must have something that our Tao Gate can use as a reference, this transaction is really worth it. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked at the 3 avatars and asked tentatively, there are 10 sects in the southwest border. 10 years ago, when I was fighting with the Devil Emperor, the Devil race had besieged these 10 sects. Now, our Fortune Gate has helped 8 sects escape from the Devil race. What about the other 2 sects? What is the situation of our Fortune Gate's disciples? This. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then said, it's a long story, we should return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Oh. Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, not only did you move the Fortune Gate to the ruins, you even changed the ruins mountain range to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. It's not a matter of moving or not. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua answered, our Fortune Gate's disciples are fighting for the ruins, we need a place to stay. We can't enter the 8 sects' foundations as we wish, but finding a barren mountain range to stay is still easy. Moreover, we don't plan to leave the Fortune Gate's descendants in the ruins. Many other sects' disciples wanted to join our Fortune Gate, but we didn't agree. Xiaohua nodded, then looked around and ordered, fellow Taoists, we will search carefully within 10,000 li radius, don't let the heavenly devil's avatar escape. Yes. The various avatars were already prepared. Hearing Xiaohua's order, each of them executed their divine abilities and carefully searched within 10,000 li radius, whether it was in the void or in midair. Xiaohua even opened his delusion breaker law eye to search inch by inch. Sure enough, in a short while, the heavenly devil's avatars hidden in the void were found one by one, and all of them were devoured by Xiaohua. After searching 10,000 li radius, they found a total of 8 avatars. Not daring to be careless, Xiaohua's avatars once again searched 10,000 li radius until they found no more avatars. However, Xiaohua stood in the void, looking at the place where the Star Moon Palace had been. Although everything seemed like a dream, it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He sighed softly, knowing that the heavenly devil had been planning for this place for more than a decade, it was impossible for him to not have a backup plan. Moreover, the heavenly devil must have left some avatars in the sky of freedom. His divine abilities were limited, it was impossible for him to completely exterminate the heavenly devil. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly, even if I don't refine the heavenly devil, he won't let me go in the future. Then why don't I refine him? My divine abilities have yet to reach major completion, but when my cultivation becomes stronger, would I still be afraid of him? Heavenly devil, ah heavenly devil, I'm looking forward to it. When will you come to see me again? Tribulation. After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow, flying into the distance with the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. In the first light of dawn, within the dewdrops on a blade of grass, a wisp of dim black qi, less than an inch long, trembled slightly as the sunlight shone on it, like a trembling eyelash. When the dewdrop's water vapor dissipated, the black qi also hid in the void, slowly disappearing. The heavenly devil's 9th avatar finally escaped Xiaohua's search. It was unknown whether he had returned to the Dazazai Heavenly Devil Kingdom or if he had other plans. Chapter 41-21. In a bamboo forest, under a bamboo pavilion, Xiaohua sat cross-legged at the center of the pavilion under the scorching sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and his other avatars were not present, only Sun Jian stood respectfully at the side. On the other side of the mountain peak where the bamboo forest was, there was another majestic mountain range that stretched across the land, resembling a sleeping dragon. Above the mountain range, 2 lightning boats were hovering in the air, emitting faint rumbling noises. Vaguely, the Fortune Gate disciples on the lightning boats were flying around, either setting up defenses or patrolling the area. Amidst their orderly movements, there was an austere atmosphere. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Although he did not release his divine sense, he saw everything with his eyes. It had been 3 days since he returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. His avatars had temporarily returned to his body to rest. After all, he had been refining the heavenly devil's essence in his space, and his avatars would be nourished as long as they were in his body. In these 3 days, Sun Jian had also reported the situation at the Fortune Gate and the southwest border to Xiaohua. Only now did Xiaohua know that when he had chased after the Archdevil Emperor with his 3 avatars, he had fallen into the heavenly devil's meticulously laid-out illusion. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, Soul cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Subhuti had lost contact with him, and their search was fruitless. After a short discussion, they had immediately caught up to the lightning boat and explained the matter to Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned pale with fright, and wanted to turn around and search for Xiaohua, but scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others knew that although Xiaohua was missing, his life was not in danger. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil Emperor was powerful, and only Sun Jian's 3 avatars could restrain him. The other Fortune Gate disciples were no match for the Heavenly Devil Emperor, so they stopped Sun Jian. Sun Jian then discussed with the White Cloud Monastery's disciples. Since the Heavenly Devil Emperor had attacked the 10 southwestern sects at the same time, the other sects must have been surrounded by the Heavenly Devil Emperor. They hoped that the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate disciples would join hands to rescue the other sects. The White Cloud Monastery understood that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Sect Chief Bai Shan followed Sun Jian and led the 2 sects' disciples to the nearest White Cloud Monastery's Light Melody Palace to rescue the Heavenly Devil Emperor. Sure enough, the Light Melody Palace was also trapped by the Heavenly Devil Emperor's formation, and could not send any disciples to ask for help. The White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. After several months of fierce battle, the 3 sects finally repelled the Heavenly Devil Emperor. Moreover, what made Sun Jian feel at ease was that other than the Demon Monarch, the Demon Emperor who disappeared at the same time as Xiaohua did not appear. Following that, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and Fortune Gate's disciples joined hands to rescue Fu Ridge. In this manner, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, Fu Ridge, Curved Cloud Pavilion, Bright Dawn Hall, Jingbo Mountain, Zhanhong Faction, and Water Cloud Sect were rescued from the Devil Clan's siege. In the last few years, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and the rest of the 8 sects did not send out all their forces. Instead, they sent out their elite disciples to assist the Fortune Gate. They once again focused their attention on their sect's defenses. Under the guidance of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, the 8 sects laid down the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation at their respective mountain gates to guard against the devil race's invasion. Of course, during these 10 years, the devil race had returned to besiege the Soft Tune Palace and the other sections. In the end, all of them were defeated by the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation. However, the cruelty of war was not to be underestimated. After more than a decade of war, more than half of the 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples had fallen. Currently, there were less than 50,000 disciples guarding the 2 lightning boats. Xiaohua flew all the way back. Because he had just recovered, he did not have the time to investigate the wandering souls in the space. Now that he had heard Sun Jian's report, he could already imagine the hardships of the war. He retracted his gaze from the lightning boats and sighed, "Sun Jian, it's been hard on you this time." This Shao thanks the general on behalf of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Sun Jian was terrified. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master Shao, although this one is a Confucian cultivator and an Immortal Palace's true monarch, this one has received a lot of help from Master Shao. The Fortune Gate's disciples also respect this one. This one can lead the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight for the human race in the ancient ruins. This is 100 times better than leading immortal soldiers and immortal generals to kill the Tao Gate's cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. This one is willing to do all of this. Master Shao does not need to thank me for this." Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. This old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian solemnly replied. Since Xiaohua's return, Sun Jian felt as if Xiaohua had been reborn. That aura of a saint on the inside and a monarch on the outside was undoubtedly revealed in his every action. Sun Jian could not help but feel like he was looking at a high mountain. In his entire life, he had only felt this kind of feeling in front of one person, and that was the immortal emperor. Now that this feeling appeared again, Sun Jian believed without hesitation that Xiaohua would become another immortal emperor in the future. Of course, Xiaohua did not know what Sun Jian was thinking. He was a little puzzled and asked, could it be that in these 10 years, that devil emperor never appeared? Indeed, he never appeared. Sun Jian nodded. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to rescue the 8 sects. That's strange. Xiaohua was a little bewildered. Until now, he still did not know when he had fallen into the Sky Devil's ambush. He also did not know if the Devil Emperor he was chasing at that time was the real Devil Emperor. Xiaohua naturally did not tell Sun Jian about his encounter with the Sky Devil in detail. At this moment, Sun Jian carefully said, presumably, Master Shao injured him that day, and he saw that Master Zhao's 3 old friends were here. He knew that he was not a match for them, so he did not dare to appear. And, that's the only way I can think of it. Xiaohua nodded. My 3 old friends are the Devil Emperor's nemesis, so it is normal that the Devil Emperor does not dare to appear. Also, the Ruins Conference Hall only sent 20,000 disciples and no other assistance. Yes. Sun Jian nodded. Other than the 20,000 disciples and the basic supplies used by the Ruins army, the conference hall does not have any other assistance. However, according to the information obtained by White Cloud Monastery and the other sects, the Ruins' current situation is worrying. The conference hall sending 20,000 disciples is already not bad. Oh, they also sent the conference hall's military order, inviting Master Shao to the conference hall. As he said this, Sun Jian took out a purple token and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at it, then casually handed it back to Sun Jian. This old man doesn't know how to arrange troops, so why should I go to the conference hall? Do you want me to bicker with them? If the conference hall needs it, General Sun can go there yourself. Yes, this one understands. Sun Jian did not dare to decline and accepted the token. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua asked again, is the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples enough? Sun Jian answered without hesitation, other than the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples, there are 20,000 Conference Hall disciples under my command. Other than that, the White Cloud Monastery and the other 8 sects sent another 80,000 disciples. However, my Fortune Gate's disciples use the lightning boats as the formation base, so other sects' disciples cannot help. Therefore, although there are more people, their battle strength is lacking, so, this one did not dare to make a decision on the 2 most difficult battles at the Snow Chopping Gate and Yong'an Mountain. Xiaohua nodded. Then this old man will give you another 100,000 disciples. Ah! So many. Sun Jian was shocked. He knew that Xiao Hua would send out more disciples, but he did not expect it to be 100,000. Xiao Hua did not explain. He flew up into the air and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the mirror vibrated, 100,000 disciples flew out and lined up neatly in the air. General Sun. Xiao Hua raised a finger and said, "I'll leave these disciples to you today. This old man has just recovered from a serious injury, so I need to enter seclusion for the time being. The remaining 2 sects will depend on you and these disciples to rescue them. Of course, you can rest assured that on the day the army departs, this old man will send 3 of his good friends to accompany you." "Many thanks, Teacher Xiao." Sun Jian was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully and ordered the lightning boat to come over. Xiao Hua said, "While this old man is in seclusion, if there is nothing important, there is no need to report to me. You can decide for yourself. Also, Fortune Gate disciples are not to approach this old man's seclusion area." "Yes, this one understands." Sun Jian respectfully replied. "This one will give the order immediately." "Good. Go and train these disciples." Xiao Hua nodded. "Let Lu Yi and the others come over." Naturally, Lu Yi and the other disciples were the happiest with Xiao Hua's return, but they were Sun Jian's subordinates. Without Sun Jian's orders, they did not dare to come over. Now that Xiao Hua had given the order, Sun Jian naturally had to let them pass. In just a short while, Fu Jiwen and the other personal disciples, as well as the Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion, flew over to greet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already seen that all his disciples were present, and was overjoyed. Looking at these disciples who had experienced the flames of war, their temperament was completely different from before, he was even more gratified. Wu Tian, Fu Jiwen, and the others roughly recounted their experiences in the past 10 years. Since it was war, there was naturally blood. Although Xiao Hua's disciples did not die, injuries were unavoidable. Even Yuanya was almost killed by the devil army. In short, these disciples had experienced more life and death situations in the past 10 years than several thousand years. These life and death experiences were extremely beneficial to their cultivation, and everyone had made considerable progress. After listening, Xiao Hua gave them a few words of encouragement, and gave them a large number of medicinal pills refined by Xiao Guo. Then, he asked them to stay behind and give them face-to-face guidance. A few days later, after passing on the strength, Xiao Hua gave them the witch dolls refined by soul cultivator Xiao Hua, and ordered them to keep them close to their bodies. Of course, Xiao Hua did not explain the use of these witch dolls, so as to avoid these disciples from slacking off. After the group of disciples thanked Xiao Hua and left, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and his figure disappeared. Light smoke slowly rose from the bamboo forest in the distance, completely covering the scenery of the mountain peak. Xiao Hua's figure landed in the bamboo forest, but did not directly return to the bamboo pavilion. Instead, he frowned and looked at the green bamboos that pierced straight into the sky. These green bamboos were different from the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. The bamboo joints were very long, at least several feet long, and the connections between the joints were also thick. As for the bamboo leaves, they were small, and even somewhat oval. When the wind blew, not only did a kind of fragrance hit his face, but the rustling sound made Xiao Hua feel as if it was the sound of nature. Chapter 41-22. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, these dozens of years were another tribulation of tempering. During this tempering, not only was Xiao Hua racking his brains at every moment, he was also suffering a kind of painful torment at every moment. A simple cycle of karma was merely a process for Xiao Hua's clone, but the experience of a tribulation of his clone was an enormous and inconceivable experience for Xiao Hua's main body. In particular, this cycle of karma was not only for Xiao Hua's main body, but also for his phoenix body Xiao Hua, bone tempering Xiao Hua, dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, and devil spirit Xiao Hua. These 4 doppelganger experiences were also added to Xiaohua's main body. In this world, which Mahayana stage human had experienced so much tempering? Early on, in the heavenly demon's illusion, not only was Xiaohua's physical body sucked dry, even his Tao foundation, consciousness, primordial spirit, and so on showed signs of collapse. If Xiaohua didn't have a little obsession in his heart and wanted to hold Shueishue's hand again, he would have already fallen in the star-moon palace formed by the heavenly demon. The first strike to kill the heavenly demon was a strike that Xiaohua used up all his remaining essence, and it was also a strike that condensed his strength before his body collapsed. At that time, although Xiaohua looked calm, he really didn't have the strength to strike a second time. He was in the same situation as the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was trying its best to maintain its demonic body, trying its best to not let the newly built demonic kingdom collapse. The heavenly demon also saw Xiaohua's collapse. The heavenly demon didn't escape because it wanted to have a final competition with Xiaohua to see who could last until the end. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to strike a second time because the backlash from the demonic saber was exactly what the heavenly demon wanted. At that time, Xiaohua had already noticed that the heavenly demon's consciousness had begun to invade his essence. However, the heavenly demon still underestimated Xiaohua. Its understanding of Xiaohua was that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refinement disciple. Although the heavenly demon had overestimated Xiaohua, it was far from enough. Not only did Xiaohua obtain Song Langzi's inheritance, but he also obtained Du Shanjuan's Scarlet Infant technique and many other secret techniques. Moreover, Xiaohua obtained the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Dragon Language technique and the inheritance of the 13 Soul Cultivators. Xiaohua even had the most basic understanding of time of the eye in the heavenly prison. Xiaohua had far exceeded the heavenly demon's estimation. The heavenly demon not only didn't notice Xiaohua's every time the karma cycle, but it also didn't notice that Xiaohua's of the soul cultivators souls of the demonic saber's demonic qi after the of the demonic saber. That of the heavenly of the eyes of the eye of the heavenly demon's heavenly Tao. What the heavenly demon didn't expect the most was that Xiaohua, a Taoist cultivator, was actually so unprofessional. Not only did he cultivate Confucianism, he also cultivated Buddhism, and he even cultivated the rarely seen soul cultivator. The combination of these 3 divine abilities perfectly trapped him in the Great Formation, leaving him no chance to escape. In the end, the heavenly demon went for wool but came home shorn, falling into Xiaohua's trap. Based on his understanding of Xiaohua, Xiaohua would definitely refine him until not even dregs were left. Fortunately, he had 9 doppelgangers, and their consciousnesses had long been left outside the devil kingdom. The heavenly demon wasn't afraid that he would die without descendants. Xiaohua's harvest was full, but the accumulation of 5 eons of tribulations tempering exceeded what his current cultivation could bear. At first glance, he heard the ordinary sound of bamboo leaves, which was like the sound of nature, cleansing his murderous heart. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Just like that, he stood in the bamboo forest, quietly listening to the wind blowing, the flowers blooming, the rain falling, and the stars shining. After a long time, another bright moon hung in the sky. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and a majestic, and austere aura was emitted from his body. Whoosh! All the bamboo within several feet of him instantly turned into powder. However, just as this aura was about to spread out, Xiaohua frowned and immediately restrained this aura. Sighing, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Cultivation, cultivation, it seems like there's no end to it. This Xiao has just gone through 10,000 years of bitter cultivation and just stepped into the Mahayana realm. Now, I have to face an even more severe test. The tempering of the illusory realm has passed, but the real tempering of the mind has just begun. This tempering, damn, it's more effective than any experience or seclusion. In the future, this Xiao probably doesn't need to travel and comprehend anymore. Just these difficulties left for this Xiao by the heavenly demon should be enough for this Xiao to set foot in the immortal world, right? Now, Xiaohua's goal was naturally the immortal world. He couldn't imagine what kind of test the heavenly demon had left for him in the ruins in the illusory realm, and how shocking the effects of this test were. All kinds of karma could only be truly experienced by Xiaohua in the future. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at the empty space on his left, closed his eyes, and curled the corner of his mouth. The soul tulip brush appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, rays of dark green light flashed, and in an instant, a large patch of green bamboo appeared out of thin air. These bamboos looked a bit illusory, as if they were suspended in the air, and they were slightly twisting. When the brush was put away, all of the bamboos began to stand straight and firm. Finally, Xiaohua smiled, and green runes bloomed on the brush like green buds. As Xiaohua tapped on the bamboos one by one, the bamboos miraculously came to life, and thin roots slowly pierced into the ground. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves shattered. Another song of moonlight bamboo. Since he had thought about it, Xiaohua had already made his decision. He put down the brush, and his figure landed in the bamboo pavilion. He raised his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. As the light vibrated, Yumingxin appeared in front of Xiaohua. At this moment, the moonlight cleansing landed on Yumingxin's body, and an indescribable luster was born from her body. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he understood. Because of Yumingxin's prayer, the moon beast had left the moon god's mark on Yumingxin and him. It was this moon god's mark that had saved him at a critical moment. It was also because he and Yumingxin had used the moon god's mark that Yumingxin's body would be blessed by the moon god. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at himself. He looked no different from usual. It was probably because his thoughts and prayers were not the Yumingxin in the moon god's mark, so he couldn't receive the so-called moon god's mark. Xiaohua. Spiritual Master Xiao. Senior Xiao. When Yumingxin saw Xiaohua, she immediately called out in concern. However, after calling him 3 times in a row, she felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, her face actually turned red. She lowered her head and asked in a voice like a fly, Are you alright? Ai. Xiaohua sighed. He raised his eyes to look at the natural bright moon. He suddenly thought of a poem, My heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. At this moment, the bright moon was naturally Xiaohua and not Yumingxin. However, the falling flower has feelings for the heartless brook. It was nothing more than this. Lady Yu. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, Yumingxin's body trembled. She raised her head. Xiaohua couldn't bear to look at her, slightly biting her lips and her embarrassed and helpless expression. The soft-hearted Xiaohua almost wanted to call her Mingxin. However, when he thought of his tolerance toward Shui back then, and Shui's sorrowful and bloody confession, and even Shui's tragedy, Xiaohua hardened his heart and said, Thank you for saving this old man's life again. This old man doesn't have anything to repay you. Cultivation methods, spiritual treasures, whatever you want, this old man will definitely satisfy you. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua raised his hand and a thumb-sized pure white profound qi fell into his hand. He said again, This old man offended you that day and recklessly used your profound qi. This old man will compensate you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand again. That profound qi immediately flew out and was about to fall between Yumingxin's eyebrows. Wait. At this moment, Yumingxin's eyes became distressed. She opened her mouth and shouted, Xiaohua. Can you wait for me to say something? Can you listen to what I'm thinking? Can you not measure everything with spiritual treasures and primeval stones? All right. Xiaohua smiled and said, If you have something to say, then say it. This old man is here to listen. Xiaohua. Yumingxin bit her lips. There were tears in her eyes. I hope you can understand my recklessness tonight. Tonight, I won't call you Senior Xiao or Spiritual Master Xiao. I'll just call you Xiaohua. All right. Xiao Hua's heart ached slightly. He nodded and replied. Xiao Hua, I know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained. I only met you once and was saved by you once. Actually, even I don't dare to believe it. After I returned to the sect, I thought of you almost every moment. This feeling is something that I have never felt before. Do you know? Why did the Luna Beast's imprint take effect at that time? Why did I appear in front of you from hundreds of millions of miles away? Why did I hold your hand and face a powerful opponent? The Luna Beast's imprint wouldn't take effect for no reason. If you and I didn't miss each other, how could the Luna Beast's imprint make me appear in front of you? If I didn't pray under the moon god that you were safe after disappearing for more than 10 years, how could I make the Luna Beast's imprint take effect? Xiao Hua, don't say that you didn't think of me at that time. Don't say that what you thought of that day wasn't me. When she said the last sentence, Yu Mingxin's head almost dropped to her towering chest. However, after a short moment, she raised her head again and looked at Xiao Hua stubbornly. She didn't seem to avoid Xiao Hua's gaze and said directly, Xiao Hua, some people don't have any feelings of longing in their hearts after seeing someone for their entire life. However, some people know that it's something that they've been chasing for their entire life after seeing someone once. I don't know how many disciples in my sect have confessed their love to me. At the same time, many young cultivators from other sects in the ruins have also begged my sect's elders, but I didn't feel anything. You and I are both Dao sect cultivators. You should be the most clear about this kind of cause and effect. You don't need me to explain it in detail, right? But Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, this old man doesn't think that this kind of feeling is the so-called emotion. Chapter 41-23. Unfortunately, Yuming Xian didn't want to listen to Xiao Hua's explanation. He continued to talk to himself, Xiao Hua, I know your cultivation base is profound. After my senior martial brother and I reported your matter, even the patriarch's eyes shined with splendor. He wanted to rope you in to become an elder of our fragrant religion. He even hinted to me that I must pass this information to you. But I don't know how to tell you. I know my cultivation is shallow and I'm only a junior in front of you. I'm not worthy of a great hero like you. But my heart is sincere and even the moon beast of the moon palace recognizes it. I just want to be by your side, even if I can only look at your back. I want to see everything about you, whether it's Ao Xiaoxiu or your name that shook the cultivation world. I just want to see your figure and be proud of you. Alas, miss you. Xiao Hua sighed. He clearly remembered that Xue Xue had said the same thing in the past. He opened his mouth and said, you don't understand. What you said, what you thought, can't be considered true love. It's just a kind of longing, a natural closeness to the strong. It's easy for anyone to have this. Maybe after a long time, you'll really understand. You're wrong. Xiao Hua. Yu Mingxin interrupted Xiao Hua without hesitation and retorted, you're not a woman. You don't understand a woman's heart. You also don't know how women think. We women understand much more than men when it comes to worship and love a person. Maybe I have more longing for the elders of my fragrant religion, but how can I have the same longing for them as you? You don't even know that women hate you. But where is this hatred? Where does this hatred come from? There's no such thing as love for no reason. This hatred can only come from love. A woman can't hate a man who doesn't have any love for her. Even this man doesn't exist in a woman's eyes. Maybe. Xiao Hua couldn't convince Yu Mingxin, so he could only look at the bright moon outside the bamboo pavilion and say, now that it's come to this, I think, this old man should also tell you my story, my experience, and even my thoughts on that day. Women were naturally curious and Yu Mingxin was no exception. Thus, Xiao Hua briefly told the story of himself and Xue Xue. Finally, he said, I believe you understand, miss you. Of course, I'm not thinking of you. What I was thinking of that day was my lover. That was for my dead lover. I used an eon's worth of accumulation, just, to hold her hand. I'd rather go through an entire eon to truly fulfill my dream of seeing her. However, it wasn't her, it was you. Perhaps this is what they call a freak combination of circumstances. One calamity, one calamity. Yu Ming Xian was obviously a little dazed. Her face was flushed, and she was almost moaning, if someone is willing to miss me for one calamity, I don't care even if I'm smashed into pieces. How fortunate was that girl named Xue Xue? How can I have no regrets? Even in the 9 underworlds, there's an infatuated man who'd rather give up his life and use an eon's worth of longing to hold her hand. If it was me, I'd rather take his place. Even if I can't fall into the 9 underworlds, I'd be willing to fall into the bottom of the sea river. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Hua rebuked, why are you acting crazy? Xiao Hua, are you worried about me? Yu Mingxin asked. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he continued, the feelings of 2 people depend on fate. Don't the people of the secular world have a saying? Fated to meet thousands of miles apart, fated to meet, fated not to meet? Actually, miss you and I, really don't have any fate. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua sighed, the people of the secular world all think like this. We Taoist cultivators easily live for hundreds of years and even thousands of years. We have even more opportunities to find our own fate. However, how can a person's fate be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet again? Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hong Xia from Dawn Rain Continent. However, because of some grudges, the 2 of them had been separated for tens of thousands of years. Although Xue Xue had fallen, her soul was in the inside of space. Xiao Hua could see her from time to time. Although Fairy Hong Xia was still alive, she was far from yin and yang. Xiao Hua sighed again, perhaps, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly. However, she gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Hua, I know your love for Xue Xue. I also deeply sympathize with her experience and admire her sacrifice. However, even if it's me, I can also do it. The so-called, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need, I really don't understand. I'd rather stay by your side and not forget each other in the pugilistic world. Miss you are still young. Perhaps in the future when you have experience, you'll understand. Xiao Hua couldn't explain his thoughts. He took out the essence and said, now, you should replenish the essence that you owe. This essence is very important to you. It's also very crucial to your Tao heart. The heavenly devil's dance overturned the mortal world. Although you weren't directly injured by the heavenly devil, when this old man borrowed your essence, perhaps the heavenly devil's dance had already taken advantage of the situation. Not only were you injured, your Tao foundation was also damaged. If you don't replenish it in time and don't repair your Tao heart in the future, you may encounter the tribulation of the mortal world. Especially when your cultivation is somewhat damaged, it's even more likely to happen. Xiao Hua. Yu Mingxin stared at Xiao Hua, as if she wanted to imprint Xiao Hua's appearance into her heart. She said word by word, take back that essence. I don't need it. Since I've already paid, I don't want to take it back. I also don't want to take back what I've paid. I'd rather you owe me. I'd rather my essence be in your body. I'd rather you owe me a lifetime. In the future, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps I'll turn into nothingness, perhaps I'll fall into the 9 underworlds. When you think of all of this, when you think of everything that happened today, you will think of me. You'll think of a pitiful woman who's willing to show you everything she has. If I take this so-called essence, perhaps your karma will be severed. In the future, you'll never think of the woman you met in the ruins. The woman who will think of you for who knows how many years in the future. Looking at this stubborn woman, Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, this was the ruins, not the hidden immortal continent. In the hidden immortal continent, he provoked Fairy Jing and Xian. Fairy Jing drank the forgotten love water for him, and Xian was the princess of the immortal palace. He didn't know how to deal with her. How could he provoke a little woman who fell in love with him at first sight in the upper realm's ruins? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua took back his essence and said seriously, "Lady Yu, this old man won't say anything unnecessary. After all, life and time are the best teachers. In the future, you'll understand what this old man said today. Moreover, in the future, you'll inevitably meet a man who's more suitable for you. You'll also inevitably have an even more unforgettable love. You'll also have a true life, a true love. Forget about me, I'm just an outsider. In the end, I'll return to my own world, and won't leave a trace, in the ruins." How can it be that easy? Yu Mingxin's eyes flashed with determination as she replied, "Xiao Hua, love is a seed that has already been planted. How can it disappear? Perhaps it'll never sprout, so let it ferment forever. Let this love dissipate in the night sky with the moon god's favor." Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out a veil from her spatial ring and covered her head. She looked up at the round moon that was as bright as a mirror. Her gaze was so sad. "Lady Yu, why are you doing this?" Looking at Yu Mingxin's veil, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. "You have your persistence, I have my principles." Yu Mingxin indifferently replied, "Perhaps one day, when the knot in my heart is gone, I'll remove this veil. I'll face this world once again." AI. Xiao Hua sighed again. He knew that he had hurt a girl's heart and even changed her life. However, he knew that he had done the right thing. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. This was a kind of rebirth pain for Yu Mingxin, but it was also a kind of relief for him. "Lady Yu, I'll send you back to the fragrance order." Xiao Hua looked at the moon that was gradually setting and asked in disappointment. "No need." Yu Mingxin slightly shook her head, "You only need to tell me where this place is, and I'll take the transmission array back to the fragrance order." "This place?" Xiao Hua stuttered, "I don't know where this is. Now that the devil race is rampant, I'll personally send you back. You've just recovered from your injuries, it's better for you to cultivate here." Yu Mingxin indifferently replied, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the coiling dragon mountain of the ruins, which is the so-called soaring dragon mountain range of the newly risen Fortune Gate. There's a transmission array for soft sound palace nearby, I'll go back myself. Who knows how many people died in the war between Taoists and devils. I'm just an ordinary female cultivator, the devil race might not put me in their eyes." "Fine." Xiao Hua was speechless, then said, "Do as you wish, do you hate me that much?" Yu Mingxin asked again, "You can't tolerate me staying here for a few more hours?" No. Xiao Hua hurriedly denied, "Even if Lady Yu doesn't leave, this old man won't say anything." Yu Mingxin looked at Xiao Hua and sighed, "Xiao Hua, you're obviously so approachable, why are you so heartless towards me?" Xiao Hua was speechless. Yu Mingxin didn't seem to ask for an answer. She walked to the side of the bamboo pavilion and looked up at the moon. Her gaze followed the moon as it gradually set. When the first rays of dawn rose, the east was about to break, and the three suns jumped out of the horizon. Yu Mingxin turned her head and said, "Taoist Xiao, this junior will take her leave." Chapter 41-24. The words, "Taoist Xiao," seemed to sever all ties. Xiao Hua's heart ached as he raised his hand. "I'll send you off." "No need. I have my own legs." Yu Mingxin was still stubborn. As she spoke, she flew into the air. Green-robed Taoist. Xiao Hua called out softly. Help me send Lady Yu back to the incense cult. Sigh, what a good girl. Green-robed Xiao Hua flew out and shook his head. Why don't you cherish her? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. I do want to cherish her, but do you think I can take her away? What can I use to cherish her? You're quite considerate, why don't you share some with her? It's your decision whether to take her away or not. If you feel that Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent aren't suitable, you can bring her to Shenhua Continent. Shenhua Continent is full of vitality now, it's more interesting than the ruins. Green-robed Taoist. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Emotions are emotions, they have nothing to do with one's heart. I've only seen Lady Yu a few times, how could I fall in love with her? Taoist, you still don't understand such emotional matters. When you have enough essence, perhaps you'll understand. Green-robed Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Taoist, you mean we've profited from a disaster? Yes, of course. Xiao Hua nodded. Being banished to Black Ruins Mountain was a disaster. Drifting in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years was also a disaster. Even being plotted against by the heavenly demon was a great disaster. However, now we're in a better place. Accidentally entering the ruins is an opportunity, and refining the heavenly demon is another. It's impossible to encounter such an opportunity in the 3 continents or even Dawn Rain Continent. Taoist, please send Lady Yu off first. When you return, we'll discuss it carefully. All right. Green-robed Xiao Hua clapped his hands and disappeared in the air. Xiao Hua looked at the place where Yu Mingxin had disappeared and sighed. He then released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, his figure flickered and a faint thread of fire flashed in the air. He used the fire escape technique to fly tens of thousands of miles away. When Xiao Hua reappeared, he stood in the air and looked around with satisfaction. This was a wasteland, and there were no signs of human habitation, cultivators, or devils within 1,000 miles. There were only withered yellow mugwort scattered all over the boundless mountains. Occasionally, there were some undulating hills, on which stood some unknown plants with thumb-sized berries hanging from the sharp branches. There weren't many rivers in the wilderness. In some places, there were deep ravines carved into the ground. In the middle of the ravines, there were brown mountain rocks. Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, then made a hand seal. A yellow light flashed around his body, and his whole body fell to the ground. And, let's do it here. Xiao Hua's figure moved under the ground for a moment. After observing for a while, he stopped about 100 feet away from the ground and said to himself, the heaven-earth essence chi in this area is extremely rich. There are no sects nearby, and the devils won't notice this place. Although there is a teleportation array not far away, few people use it. Ordinary cultivators can also come here. If I build a teleportation array here, it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. After saying that, Xiao Hua waved his hands and shot out 365 jade talismans. It took him half an hour to set up the Capital Heaven Star Array in an area of more than 10 mu. When the Capital Heaven Star Array was set up, Xiao Hua released some puppets and let them clean up the soil and stones in the Capital Heaven Star Array to make room for the teleportation array. At this time, green-robed Xiao Hua had returned. How come you're so fast? Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at green-robed Xiao Hua's figure gradually appearing. Green-robed Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, what? Taoist, I still want to send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains. Yes, that's what I meant. Xiao Hua didn't hide it, at this time, the devils are rampant. There's still a long way to go from the southwest border to the 7 Ridge Mountains. Green-robed Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, didn't you not want her? Why are you so concerned? These are clearly 2 different things. Xiao Hua was helpless, Yu Mingxin saved our lives. Sending her back to her sect safely isn't a big deal, right? Green-robed Xiaohua looked at the puppets that were busy and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although I didn't send her back to the Seven Ridge Mountains, when I followed Miss Yu to the teleportation array, we met the disciples of Fragrance Cult and Shindao sect. Among them was one Wuxin, whom you saw earlier. There were dozens of them and they said that they were going to Qinghe under the orders of their sections. After Miss Yu heard this, she didn't return to the Seven Ridge Mountains for the time being and went with them to Qinghe. I saw them enter the teleportation array before returning." Qinghe. Xiaohua slightly nodded. According to the battle report from the discussion hall, there aren't any devils in Qinghe. They probably have other missions, right? Yes, I also thought so, so I returned without worry. Green-robed Xiaohua blindly moved. Moreover, even if I send Miss Yu back to the Seven Ridge Mountains, as long as the devils in the ruins aren't eliminated, she'll be in danger at all times. You probably can't do anything about it, right? Sigh, that's true. Xiaohua could only nod. If Miss Yu's personality isn't so stubborn, I can help her raise her strength. That would be the best. Hehe, if that's the case, she won't be called Yumingxin. Green-robed Xiaohua chuckled and changed the topic. "Oh right, what did you say our opportunity in the ruins was? Take a look at this." As he spoke, Xiaohua took out the orthodoxies of the 8 sects in the southwest that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua gave him and handed them over to green-robed Xiaohua. Green-robed Xiaohua took it and opened his mouth to swallow it. However, after a moment of hesitation, he placed the jade slip on his forehead. In just a short moment, shock appeared on his face. Then, he carefully read through all 8 jade slips before closing his eyes and pondering. After an entire hour, he finally looked up at Xiaohua and enunciated each word clearly. "Fellow Taoist, the cultivators of the ruins. Do they cultivate the nascent divinity arts? Is it the Tao sect's primordial spirit technique?" "That's right." Xiaohua also nodded solemnly. "The Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents cultivate the primordial spirit, so there are realms of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the ruins, the Tao sect's cultivation system is different from the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent. They also cultivate the primordial spirit, and the realms are refining essence, transforming qi, returning spirit, returning void, refining void, and transforming Tao. Apart from the last transforming Tao, the first 8 realms are almost exactly the same as the Confucian cultivators. However, the Confucian cultivators cultivate the qi of righteousness, while the ruins cultivators cultivate the qi of heaven and earth. That's strange. Green-robed Xiaohua comprehended a lot of cultivation methods, and his understanding of cultivation methods and secret arts was also extremely deep, but he was also somewhat confused when faced with such a different cultivation system. The Tao sect cultivators of the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent cultivate the nascent soul, but the Tao sect cultivators of the ruins cultivate the primordial spirit, so why do they all use the qi of heaven and earth? And many of the arts are the same as well. There are 2 possibilities. Xiaohua said indifferently. First, the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent are lower realms. Not only is the qi of heaven and earth there not abundant, but it's also different from the ruins' qi of heaven and earth. It can't allow Tao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. But the ruins is a higher realm, so the qi of heaven and earth here can allow Tao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. That makes sense. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Other clones might not be able to detect it, but I can clearly sense the faint fluctuations within the qi of heaven and earth with the help of the formless nascent soul. This is something that the 3 continents don't have. Then what's the second? The second is the essence energy. Xiaohua answered, "If it wasn't for the heavenly devil, I still wouldn't know that we human cultivators still have essence energy in our bodies. Even more so, I don't know the importance of this essence energy and how to use it. Fellow Taoist must also know about the rejuvenation pill that we refined previously, right? I'm afraid that there's a small amount of essence energy mixed in it, that's why it has such a miraculous effect. Fellow Taoist means that the essence energy in the bodies of the ruins cultivators is different from the essence energy in the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continents human cultivators. It's not different, the essence energy is presumably the same, but the amount of essence energy contained in each human cultivator's body is different. Xiao Hua said with a smile, you can see the difference from the orthodoxies of the 8 great sects. The first stage of Tao sect cultivators is to refine essence. Only those who can control the essence energy in their bodies and refine it for their own use can be called Tao sect cultivators. The essence mentioned by Confucian cultivators seems to be the essence of essence, energy, and spirit, right? Green-robed Xiao Hua probed. It should also be the essence of essence energy. Xiao Hua explained, however, the essence energy in the bodies of the humans of the 3 continents is really too little, so they have to borrow the human qi in the noble qi to refine it into qi. In that case, it should be a great opportunity for fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator. What does it have to do with us? Green-robed Xiao Hua was completely stupefied. Fellow Taoist, Confucian cultivators often hear people talk about essence, energy, and spirit. Only with these 3 things can there be a living person. This essence is the most basic foundation of a person. Xiao Hua said with a smile, and for fellow Taoist and your clones, although you've used the external incarnation technique to separate yourself, you can't be considered as living people. Who says we can't? Green-robed Xiao Hua almost stomped his feet. Isn't the person standing in front of you a handsome man? But, fellow Taoist, do you think you'll love Yu Mingxin? Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he said with a smile. Love? What's love? Green-robed Xiao Hua was a bit bewildered. Could it be that fellow Taoist feels sorry for Yu Mingxin and wants I to replace you? People often talk about the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions are happiness, anger, grief, fear, love, disgust, and lust. The 6 desires are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, the 6 desires. As for human nature, it's even more impossible to use words to express it. Xiao Hua said again, fellow Taoist and the others are currently only clones of I. They still don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so they can't be considered as separate people. And this essence energy is the most basic foundation for fellow Taoists to become human. Chapter 41-25. Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua and said faintly, I didn't understand before. However, ever since I experienced the illusory array of the heavenly demon and witnessed the emotions of the bone-tempering Xiao Hua, the phoenix body Xiao Hua, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, and the devil spirit Xiao Hua in the illusory array, I realized that those clones were the real clones. Moreover, when I took back my own profound qi from the heavenly demon, I understood that the prerequisite for practicing the external avatar technique is to have enough profound qi. Only with enough profound qi can one create a real doppelganger. I may have enough profound qi, but when I split my doppelganger, I didn't know how to split my profound qi. Moreover, your doppelgangers were split by I a long time ago. This is an early congenital deficiency, which gave the heavenly demon the opportunity to have a primordial spirit battle. The green-robed Xiao Hua was shocked and shouted, so, there are a lot of cultivators in the Xiaoyu continent and even the hidden immortal continent who know about the primordial spirit splitting technique, but there may not be many who successfully practice it. It's all because, the human race in the lower realm doesn't have enough profound qi. Yes, it should be like this. Xiao Hua nodded, even now, looking back, the primordial spirit splitting technique that I got before seems to be very perfect, but in fact, it's just a small trick to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It's all a shortcut. In the end, because of insufficient profound qi, one will go astray and destroy the body. No wonder the external avatar technique was called the supreme secret technique of the demon realm by the so-called empress. Only the strong of a realm can practice it. So this is the reason. The green-robed Xiao Hua somewhat understood, so, although the strength of the cultivators in the ruins is not high, they are in the upper realm, so they are born with sufficient profound qi, which is 100 times stronger than the human race in the 3 continents. These are just I's guesses. Xiao Hua smiled. It's impossible to record this in the orthodoxy of the 8 major sects. Who cares if their profound qi is 100 times stronger than the human race in the hidden immortal continent? As long as we can use the ruins technique to make up for the deficiency of our primordial spirit that day, cultivate our primordial spirit to perfection, and then use the profound qi in the heavenly demon's body to supplement the profound qi of the doppelgangers, and mold you into real cultivators with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! When green-robed Xiao Hua heard this, he hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, "On behalf of the other fellow Taoists, I thank fellow Taoist for his great kindness. Although I didn't participate in the battle of the primordial spirits, I also heard something strange from the words of Mo Ling. I also felt the crisis and was afraid that fellow Taoist would have other thoughts. Now that we've heard it, we're truly at ease. Fellow Taoist, your heart is as pure as the heavens, and your sincerity is greater than the sun and moon." I also had evil thoughts. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, in the end, I still feel that since I was able to bring all of you fellow Taoists into this world, I should be responsible to the end and do as much as I can. When he spoke up to here, Xiao Hua continued proudly. Moreover, I believe that with my character, all of you were separated from my soul core, so I presume your characters aren't much different, right? Even the little Mo Ling was so obedient in the illusion and didn't dare to resist in front of this Xiao. This was what he truly thought in his heart. Therefore, I am extremely relieved to let all of you out. That's. A smile appeared on green-robed Xiao Hua's face. Apart from being sentimental and being greedy, fellow Taoist doesn't have any special shortcomings. Sweat. Xiao Hua's face turned green as he said somewhat awkwardly, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, can you not speak so bluntly? These can't be considered as shortcomings, right? Besides, does fellow Taoist know what sentimental and being greedy are?" When he spoke up to here, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, I have to warn you. Before your profound qi is replenished, don't do sentimental things. Otherwise, you will know what it means to be sentimental since ancient times." Tsk. Green-robed Xiao Hua said disdainfully, "I still don't know what it means to be a good match between a man and a woman, although the so-called old man pushing the cart, shut up." Xiao Hua was anxious. Although no one was listening, his face was still red. He didn't think that some details that he didn't pay attention to would now become his weakness. All right. Green-robed Xiao Hua saw that Xiao Hua was really anxious and hurriedly changed the topic. "I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist in these aspects. If you need I and others in other aspects, fellow Taoist can just let me know." Xiao Hua pointed at the busy puppet and said unhappily, "Do you still need to say it? Could it be that this transmission array needs I to personally arrange it? If fellow Taoist personally arranges it, it's naturally foolproof." Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "However, for such a small matter, there's no need for fellow Taoist to have such a profound cultivation. I will help you deal with it." Seeing that green-robed Xiao Hua had already started to flatter him, Xiao Hua smiled. The heavenly devil's profound qi was really boundless. He had only just refined it and it made green-robed Xiao Hua have such rare emotions. He was really looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to him and his clone after refining the heavenly devil's profound qi. It's just that. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to be gratified, green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly brought him back to reality. "I feel that this place isn't suitable for setting up a transmission array." "Oh. Why?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked. Green-robed Xiao Hua looked around and said, "This place is relatively close to the ground. It's easy to be discovered by the devil race. Moreover, now that the ruins is besieged by the devil race, even if we set up a transmission array, we may not be able to find the location marked by fellow Daoists' divine sense. Why don't fellow Daoists take advantage of the war between the devil race and the cultivators of the ruins to sneak out of the ruins? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to set up a transmission array in other places similar to the ruins? Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly in his heart at the thought of green-robed Xiao Hua who didn't care about the cultivators of the ruins. He understood that green-robed Xiao Hua still couldn't really understand the meaning of life at this time, so he explained, this transmission array only needs to be connected to the divine sense mark in the Elysium world. That divine sense is very weak. If the transmission array goes too deep underground, I am afraid that there will be a problem when the transmission array is activated. As for setting up a transmission array in other places, I have also thought about it. However, since we were interrupted here during the transmission process previously, it is more likely that the ruins can sense that divine sense. If we put it in other places, perhaps without the interference of the devil race, we may not be able to sense that divine sense. As for the devil race, without us in the ruins, there may be no hope of defeating them, but with us and the Fortune Gate, there is always hope of defeating the devil race. Good. Green-robed Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, I know, fellow Daoist can go do other things. Leave the transmission array to I. My Fortune Gate lost tens of thousands of disciples in the ruins, and their souls are still floating in the sky above the ruins. The devil race surrounded the ruins with the purpose of collecting wandering souls. I can't let the devil race take away the wandering souls of my Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at the ground and said indifferently. Green-robed Xiao Hua hurriedly urged, fellow Daoist is right, this matter should be done sooner rather than later, fellow Daoist should go quickly. Subsequently, Xiao Hua cupped his fists at green-robed Xiao Hua, and flew out from the capital star formation in a flicker. His consciousness wrapped around the netherworld origin force, and while flying, he collected the wandering souls into the inside of the space. The 10 years that Xiao Hua was trapped in the netherworld blood sea was also the most crucial period of the war in the southwest. The Fortune Gate had lost 40,000 disciples, and the 8 sects in the southwest had lost even more disciples. On top of that, the devil clansmen had also been killed. Inside Xiao Hua's space, the underworld fruit tree had begun to expand rapidly. A continent similar to Shenhua continent had also emerged from the netherworld blood sea. On top of that, strange underworld beasts had also appeared on this continent. These underworld beasts looked like insects, but also like ants. There were many kinds of them, and they could be found all over the continent. Xiao Hua collected the wandering souls near the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and just as he was about to go to other places to take a look, Sun Jian sent him a message. Xiao Hua received the message, and after reading it carefully, he couldn't help but frown. The message clearly stated that among the 10 great sects of the southwest border, only the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain had not been rescued by the Fortune Gate from the devil race's encirclement. This was not because the Fortune Gate did not want to rescue them, but because the location of these 2 sects was too dangerous. This danger was nothing to the devil race, who had the ability to control space, but it was troublesome for the other human cultivators. This danger was originally a barrier for the 2 sects to resist the foreign enemies, but now it had become an obstacle for the Fortune Gate to rescue them. Now that Sun Jian had received Xiao Hua's reinforcements of 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, he began to train the new disciples while contacting the Snow Chopping Gate and Mount Yong and to send disciples to investigate the devil race's situation. However, the situation was beyond Sun Jian's expectations. Not only did the 2 sects not respond, but none of the disciples sent out to investigate had returned. Sun Jian felt that this matter was strange, and contacted the ruins assembly hall. In the end, the assembly hall's message was the same as Sun Jian's. The assembly hall had also lost contact with the 2 sects half a year ago, and the disciples sent out by the assembly hall also did not return. In other words, at this time, no one had any news about the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. If Sun Jian wanted to send the Fortune Gates army to these two sects, he must obtain news from them. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Sun Jian sent a message to Xiao Hua, hoping that Xiao Hua could send his friends to the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain to inquire about the devil race's movements. When Xiao Hua saw this message, he was displeased at first. After all, whether it was Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's 3 doppelgangers, or himself, they were all 9th grade Essence Force cultivators. If they wanted to kill the devil race's Devil Monarch and Devil Emperor, naturally they would have to go. Chapter 41-26. Hehe, the teleportation formation was built by fellow Taoist Green Robe, this Xiao can be considered to have nothing to do now. Since that's the case, this Xiao might as well make a trip. Either way, I can also snatch some souls from the devil's mouth, it can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Hua made up his mind and sent back the transmission talisman. After identifying the direction slightly, he released the netherworld origin power and flew towards the direction indicated by the transmission talisman. After flying for more than 10 days, he saw that the originally undulating mountain range had gradually turned into sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Huge cracks were deeply carved on the ground, the cracks here were radial, as if a large hand was pulling the ground apart. There was not a single plant on the cliffs in those cracks, not even the commonly seen green moss could be seen. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and only saw a kind of huge green rock. This huge rock was exposed in the air, there were strange scratches on it, like a folded sticky cake. Xiao Hua's figure stopped on top of a cliff and released the netherworld origin power again. Woo! A strange whirlwind was born from Xiao Hua's body and spun towards the distance. Following this whirlwind, wandering souls flocked into the dark side of Xiao Hua's space like a swarm of bees. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had collected no less than several tens of thousands of wandering souls. It's a bit troublesome. Xiao Hua stopped, at the same time he identified the direction, he thought to himself, along the way, the number of wandering souls of the human race has increased, and the number of souls of the devil race has also decreased. Now that I'm close to the 2 sects, I can't even see the souls of the devil race. In other words, these 2 sects might have already been annihilated by the devil race. However, if these 2 sects were annihilated by the devil race should have retreated long ago, it's impossible for those disciples who came to scout not to return. Furthermore, since the devil race's devil emperor wants to collect the souls of the human race in the ruins, why didn't they make a move on the hundreds of thousands of souls in the southwest border? Why did they have to wait until the last moment to collect them all together? Could it be that they want to use so many souls to refine the devil artifact at the same time? Just as he was thinking, woo! A gust of wind whistled from afar, blowing on the rock under Xiao Hua's feet and releasing an even more horrifying sound. Furthermore, as the wind blew past, the rocks within 1,000 li to the left of Xiao Hua also released this kind of sound. These sounds gathered together, formed a chaotic fluctuation. These fluctuations not only attacked Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace, they also directly shook Xiao Hua's mysterious dark cloud. A green light flickered between Xiao Hua's eyebrows as he urged his soul cultivation technique to block these fluctuations. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. Granny, Sun Jian's messaging talisman did mention the dangers of the southwest border, but this Xiao still underestimated this danger. No wonder Sun Jian didn't dare to send any more disciples here. This natural attack is comparable to a soul cultivation secret technique, how could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Woo! Another gust of wind that was twice as loud as the previous one came out. Xiao Hua hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him, there was a gloomy coldness that pressed down on the sky for thousands of li. That gloomy coldness was full of killing intent, the chaotic fluctuations were even more like 10,000 waves crashing over. Although Xiao Hua's head was flashing with a green light, outside his mysterious dark cloud, there was still a violent impact that was like thunder. That's not right. Although Snow Chop School and Yong and Mountain are in dangerous terrain, if they were attacked by this kind of impact, how could their disciples still survive? Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, he woke up. Oh no, there's no need to say any more, this Xiao is lost again. Seeing that the indescribably terrifying storm was about to hit, Xiao Hua knew that this heavenly might was absolutely not something that could be resisted by human strength. He hastily urged the wind escape technique to flee into the distance. After fleeing for a few more days, the storm finally lessened, and sunlight began to appear in the cold sky. Looking at the 3-week orange-like suns gradually setting in the sky, and then looking at the mountain peaks below him that were getting fewer and fewer, and the ravines that were getting deeper and deeper, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao accidentally found the right direction." After saying that, Xiao Hua rested for a moment, released his divine sense, and urged the lightning escape technique to rush towards the place where the suns were setting. In just half an hour, seeing that the 3 suns were about to set, Xiao Hua arrived at a very wonderful place. The earth seemed to have come to an end here. Broken cliffs appeared below Xiao Hua. In front of the cliffs, there was an empty space. Vaguely, hundreds of miles away, there were huge rocks floating in the air. Above the earth, a huge cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge protruded from a broken cliff, and it was dozens of li long. The 3 suns were setting in the distance of the cliff, and they looked like 3 red balls rolling on a bridge. Below the bridge, there was a green void, and in that void, the outline of a group of stars was faintly visible. Xiao Hua understood that as long as the 3 red suns set, a bright starry sky would be born under this cliff, and it would be born under his feet. This is Yong'an Mountain. Xiao Hua looked at this beautiful scenery in a daze, and whispered, if it was snow/gate, it wouldn't be a rainbow bridge protruding out of the earth, but a cliff that seems to have been cut off by a knife. Snow/gate and Yong'an Mountain built their sects in such a dangerous place, so it is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, this cliff is so strange, even this Xiao's divine sense is disturbed by the fluctuations outside the cliff, and I can't see the situation inside the cliff. Looking at the unusually quiet Yong'an Mountain, he felt a little strange. Why don't I see the Demon Clan's demon array? Not to mention the Demon Clan siege. It seems that I can only fly over and take a look. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua's figure fell towards the cliff, but after falling for more than 100 zhang, a very strange whirlpool suddenly appeared under Xiao Hua's feet, as if it wanted to drag him into the void. Xiao Hua was shocked, and lightning surged around his body, and his figure rapidly rose. And as Xiao Hua's figure rose, that whirlpool disappeared again. Xiao Hua helplessly flew towards the distance for a moment, and then landed again. As he expected, when his figure fell to a certain height, that whirlpool appeared again. Alas, I'm afraid this is the natural barrier of Yong'an Mountain. Xiao Hua sighed, looked at the left, and thought to himself, only by walking out of the cliff will it be safe. No wonder the discussion hall and Sun Jian didn't dare to come to rescue me. Thinking, Xiao Hua flew towards the large area, and prepared to walk over from the cliff. However, right before he flew to the cliff, the 3 red suns behind him completely sunk into the ground. However, in the extreme distance to Xiao Hua's right, there was still a ray of sunlight that stubbornly shone on the cliff. That bright red color seemed to be quite pleasing. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in midair, slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at the location of the setting sun in puzzlement. That place was already dark, and the 3 suns had already disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of something, and his figure rapidly rose. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua rushed to the sky, the setting sun appeared again in the distance among the shattered rocks. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. Only when a strong wind appeared above Xiao Hua's head, blowing Xiao Hua's body to the point of pain, did Xiao Hua stop. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and he secretly shouted, "This place is where this Xiao saw the torn gap in the ruins when the transportation formation collapsed." No wonder there are strong winds and strange fluctuations here, these should exist in the starry sky. Moreover, the ruins is a planet in the upper realm, and it is originally circular. These three suns rise in the east and set in the west, and they won't fall below the ground. As long as you fly towards the location where the suns fall, you will always be able to see the suns. If you fly one round around this planet, you should be able to see the sunrise of the second day. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent are a piece of land, and the suns rise in the east and set in the west must have fallen below the ground. No, no. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent might not be a piece of land, and they might also be huge planets. It's just that they are too huge, and even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators can't fly faster than the speed at which the sun set. Otherwise, how could Confucian cultivators have the legend of Kwa Fu chasing the sun? After comprehending this point, Xiaohua seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had imparted to him a lot of comprehensions, and the areas that he couldn't understand before were now easily comprehended. Even the starry sky within the space was rumbling, and not only was the starlight shining brightly, but the Shenhua continent was violently expanding once again, of course. Xiaohua's figure flashed 9 times in midair, and then stopped. Xiaohua pinched his chin and smiled. This Xiao's Shenhua continent and the continent on the Yin side of the space are also continents. The hidden immortal continent and the 3 continents might also be continents. But the fact that the ruins are planets is real, and there are also many planets in the upper realms cultivation world, and this is also real. This world may be continents or planets, and there might be other forms. Isn't the wonder of heaven and earth here? If this Xiao didn't accidentally fall into the ruins, how could I comprehend the profound meaning of the space law so easily? How could I comprehend the minute details of the time law? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, and his figure rapidly descended. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the Yong'an mountain in the distance, which was already shrouded by the curtain of night. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. However, just as he walked out of the cliff, a faint brilliance emerged from the mountain rocks, and then an obscure fluctuation rushed to the other side of the cliff like lightning. Xiaohua only raised his eyelids slightly to take a look, but he didn't stop walking. He knew that this was the restriction of the Yong'an mountain, and if someone broke in, it would definitely send a warning to the sect. Sure enough, after walking for another 100 feet, a voice came from the front, "Which fellow Taoist has come to my Yong'an mountain? Please report your name." Xiaohua smiled and stopped, and calmly said, "I, Xiaohua of the Fortune Gate, am here to pay my respects to the Yong'an mountain sect master." "Oh, so it's Senior Xiao. Please wait a moment, this junior will release the restriction and invite Senior in." That voice didn't sound particularly respectful. Chapter 41-27. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw 100 or so feet in front of Xiaohua. Shua! Like a flash of water, hundreds of light blue sparks appeared out of thin air and then exploded at the same time. After a series of crackling sounds, hundreds of beehive-like flying boats appeared in the air. On each flying boat stood 2 human cultivators wearing black armor and holding magic treasures. The black armor didn't have any brilliance and looked like it was refined from wood vines. The armor covered the cultivators' heads and faces, making it impossible to see their appearance. The first flying boat landed in front of Xiaohua, and a tall cultivator flew down from it. He bowed and said, "Junior Ding Hong, the guard of Yong'an Mountain, greets Senior Xiao." Xiaohua waved his hand and helped Ding Hong up. He asked, "This Xiao heard that the devil race besieged the Yong'an mountain. Why is there no trace of the devil race here?" "Senior, please no." Ding Hong respectfully replied, "Several years ago, the devil race besieged the Yong'an mountain. However, under the tenacious resistance of the disciples, the devil race didn't succeed. Later on, a large-scale star tide occurred near the Yong'an mountain. The disciples of the Yong'an mountain were lucky enough to escape by hiding in the mountain protecting formation. However, the devil race was killed by the star tide. After the star tide passed, the devil race retreated. That's strange. Xiaohua curiously asked, since the Yong'an mountain has been rescued, why didn't they send the news to the conference hall? Under the star tide, the Yong'an mountain's sect protecting formation was smashed into pieces. The other restrictions, including the transmission array, were completely destroyed. The news of the Yong'an mountain couldn't be sent out. Ding Hong replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. Moreover, the Yong'an mountain can't enter the conference hall. Why would the conference hall care about the safety of the Yong'an mountain? Thinking about the conference hall's attitude towards the 10 sects in the southwest, Xiaohua knew that Ding Hong was right. However, he still asked, but recently, not only the conference hall, even my fortune gate has sent some disciples to investigate. Why didn't I receive any news from the Yong'an mountain? Oh. There's such a thing. Ding Hong was obviously surprised to hear this for the first time. He replied, this junior has only been on guard duty for a few months. There are also shifts during this period. This junior doesn't know what senior is talking about. Forgive junior for not being able to answer. Where's your sect master? Xiaohua asked as he looked at the dense palaces on the cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge after the restriction was removed in the distance. Ding Hong looked at Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. To be honest, Junior has never heard of the Fortune Gate, but since Senior is concerned about my Eternal Peace Mountain and is a human cultivator, Junior removed the restriction. However, if Senior wishes to meet with my sect master, I would like to ask Senior to take out your nameplate, or a token from the conference hall. N. Xiaohua nodded, took out a jade slip, wrote something on it, and handed it to Ding Hong with a smile. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't get the assembly hall's token. Moreover, I'm not a cultivator of the ruins, so I don't have any nameplates. This is the message this old man left for your sect master. Take it to your sect master. I'm sure he'll meet this old man after reading it. Yes, I understand. Ding Hong took the jade slip, but didn't look at it. He waved his hand and took out a wooden object that looked like a flying sword. He placed the jade slip inside and turned to a disciple behind him, instructing, take this to 7th Marshal Uncle. Yes. That disciple took it and drove the flying boat away. After half a cup of tea's time, that disciple drove the flying boat back and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. Senior Xiao, my sect master has a favor to meet you. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your sect master is quite arrogant. I wouldn't dare. Ding Hong hurriedly explained, my sect master was seriously injured in the battle with the devil race. He can't walk, so he can't welcome you from afar, so I hope Senior Xiao can understand. What injury? He hasn't recovered after so long. Xiaohua asked curiously. This. Ding Hong hesitated and smiled apologetically, forgive Junior for not being able to disclose. Senior should ask my sect master face to face. N. Lead the way. Xiaohua nodded, perhaps this old man can take a look at your sect master's injury. Very good, Senior, please. Ding Hong slightly leaned to the side and motioned Xiaohua to get on the flying boat, explaining, the restrictions of my Yong'an mountain are quite powerful. If you don't take the flying boat, it will be a bit troublesome. Of course, with Senior's cultivation, you may not care about this, but in order to not destroy the restrictions, I ask Senior to take the flying boat. Okay. Xiaohua didn't make things difficult for Ding Hong and agreed, his figure floating on the flying boat. When Xiaohua landed on the flying boat actually sank slightly, as if Xiaohua's figure was extremely heavy. Ding Hong was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, Senior, please sit, Junior will send Senior in. Along the way, there are many restrictions in my Yong'an mountain. Although many of them are being repaired, their power is not small. Let's go. Xiaohua laughed, if this old man can't even deal with this, how could this old man dare to come to Yong'an mountain? Ding Hong somewhat awkwardly replied, Senior must be joking. Maiyong'an Mountain may be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for the demon race, but how could it be possible for the cultivators of the human race? While speaking, Ding Hong activated the flying boat. The flying boats of the other disciples were hidden in the air, but a faint aurora-like dazzling light was emitted from the flying boat. Wherever the flying boat passed, strange fluctuations would appear one after another. There were even a few times when an extremely powerful magnetic force rushed out from the cliff. The magnetic force was like a big colorful tiger, roaring and pouncing towards Xiaohua. However, before Xiaohua's face could change, a green cloud immediately appeared above the flying boat. When the magnetic force fell on the cloud, it slowly turned into nothingness. Of course, these clouds couldn't completely eliminate the sharp magnetic force. Some of the magnetic force still broke through the flying boat's defense and fell on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the magnetic force actually pierced through the brilliance. Senior. After doing this several times, Ding Hong's face couldn't help but smile apologetically. These defenses were originally controllable, but because of the siege of the demon race and the destruction of the star tide, some of the defensive arrays have already lost their effectiveness. Please forgive me, Senior. It's okay. Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly, flashing brilliance, brushing away the magnetic force. He smiled. No wonder fellow Taoists said that although Yong'an Mountain was besieged by the demon race, it would definitely be fine. With this magnetic force, even the demon race would be defeated. In this aspect, my Yong'an Mountain has some unique conditions. Ding Hong saw that Xiaohua didn't blame him, so he also smiled and replied. Xiaohua looked at his feet and asked curiously, "Your flying boat of Yong'an Mountain is strange. What material is it made of? It's actually not afraid of the magnetic force." Senior, please no. Ding Hong didn't hide it and explained, "This flying boat is made of Yong'an Mountain's specialty, the nightbreaker wood. This nightbreaker wood grows day and night in the polar magnetic field, and the wood grain has developed natural runes. These runes have the effect of using and avoiding the polar magnetic field. And my Yong'an Mountain has also inherited the use of the polar magnetic field secret technique, so we also set up a secret array inside the flying boat, so this flying boat can pass through the polar magnetic field without attracting the polar magnetic field. If Senior were to fly outside the flying boat at this time, the natural polar magnetic field would have already attacked Senior." So. Xiaohua looked at the beehive-like flying boat and said with a smile, "The strange appearance of this flying boat is also to avoid the polar magnetic field, right? Senior's eyes are really sharp." Ding Hong gave a thumbs up and said, "This beehive naturally has 6 edges, which coincides with the array of my Yong'an Mountain, so." At this point, Ding Hong realized that he had misspoken, so he hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "This matter involves the secrets of the sect, so it's inconvenient for Junior to say more. Senior, please ask the sect master." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded, then looked to the left and asked, "This magnetic force is very powerful, this old man's divine sense can't be released too far. Could it be that your Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden in the array?" "Yes." Ding Hong said with a smile, "The polar magnetic field is a natural barrier, my Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden behind the polar magnetic field, but in a while, Senior will be able to see my Yong'an Mountain's disciples." While speaking, there were many remnant magnetic force flying out from the space. Xiaohua was also used to it. He knew that the closer he got to the core of Yong'an Mountain, the more array would be destroyed. Seeing that the flying boat had flown halfway, another faint magnetic force rushed out and fell like a waterfall. The flying boat flew out of the clouds and was blocked, and similarly, an even fainter remnant fell into the flying boat. Xiaohua glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. However, when the faintly discernible magnetic force was less than half a foot away from Xiaohua, a loud sound was heard, and the entire flying boat roared. Then, the clouds of the flying boat rushed out crazily, and the moment the remnant magnetic force came into contact with the clouds, it suddenly changed. The light curtain was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the flying boat outside the clouds also made a wang-wang sound. The 6 magnetic forces echoed the previous magnetic force and slashed towards Xiaohua's head. Ha ha ha. Ding Hong's figure suddenly dimmed, and like a ghost, he quickly disappeared. His laughter was extremely mocking, however, he only laughed halfway, and immediately, like a duck that had its throat grabbed, he made a quack quack sound, and couldn't laugh any more. Moreover, his half-disappeared figure also stopped in the void, and gradually revealed itself. Gotcha. At this time, the 6 magnetic forces were already closing in. Xiaohua's body flashed with intense lightning as hundreds of electric arcs rushed out, blocking the magnetic forces. Amidst the intense rumbling, the 6 magnetic forces only managed to cut down 60% of the electric arcs before disappearing completely. How did you find out? Seeing this, how could Ding Hong not know that Xiaohua had already discovered the abnormality? His hands and feet struggled futilely in the air, and he screamed with extreme unwillingness. Chapter 41-28. You're just a group of lifeless walking corpses. Do you think this old man can't see through you? Even if you can exaggerate, you're still just a demon general. What kind of scheme are you trying to play in front of this old man? Xiaohua sneered, his index and middle fingers joined together, and with a slight slash, a sword light flashed, and with a crackling sound, Ding Hong's armor was split open from head to toe, and a zombie with a pale face was revealed from inside the armor. This zombie's skin was ashen, his eyes were black, and strange demon patterns covered his entire body. His bare chest was still slightly beating, but when the armor was split open, it had already calmed down. Hee, so what if you found out? Ding Hong seemed to be out of breath. He opened his mouth, which was filled with blood, and his tongue was swollen. He said in a somewhat inarticulate voice, after entering Yong'an Mountain, you will be a member of my demon clan. My demon lord will immediately turn you into a zombie. As Ding Hong's voice fell, a series of rumbling noises that were even denser than the beating of a drum resounded in the space around Xiaohua. After every rumbling noise, a large greenish-purple ball of light would appear in the air. In just a moment, several thousand light balls had filled up the entire space. Within the greenish-purple ball of light, the greenish-purple magnetic force entangled with the purple magnetic force, emitting crackling noises. Outside the ball of light, a layer of space was leaking out from the magnetic force, causing fine spatial cracks to appear. In fact, amidst the rumbling, tens of thousands of humanoid figures were revealed behind these greenish-purple balls of light. These tens of thousands of human figures were not wearing armor, and each and every one of them was in the form of a zombie like Ding Hong. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless, and their robes were stained with black and red blood. Alas, needless to say, these must be the corpses of Yong'an Mountain's disciples. Xiaohua sighed, after death, they were used by the demon race. Sure enough, with the appearance of these zombies, the zombies raised their hands, and strange magical power gushed out from their bodies. Those purple light balls emitted an even more dazzling brilliance, and these brilliances overflowed from the light balls like tentacles, and the green brilliance and purple brilliance of each light ball gradually connected together. These Yong'an Mountain's disciples seem to have their souls extinguished. Xiaohua slightly frowned. It's just that there's no vitality in their bodies, even if the demon race is exterminated, there's no value in keeping them. Gidge. A very strange laughter resounded in the surroundings, and then a naked beautiful woman flew out from the palace of Yong'an Mountain. Although this woman's figure was graceful, and her body emitted a pink halo, the moment she appeared, all the zombies issued a low growl from their throats, and the formation was somewhat messy. It's just a demon monarch. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the woman's body. The woman's figure seemed to be transparent. Xiaohua said and waved his two fingers again. A sword light appeared out of thin air. Pooh! A sound like silk being torn apart rang out. Ding Hong's zombie was split in half. However, even so, no blood or internal organs fell out of the zombie, and the two halves of the zombie were still waving their hands and feet. Puff. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a samadhi true fire flew out and landed on the two halves of the zombie. GGA. Ding Hung's zombie was still screaming miserably, but in a few breaths of time, it fell into the air and turned into dust. Daoist Xiao is indeed powerful. That beautiful woman smiled slightly, and within 100 li, fist-sized flower petals appeared. Those flower petals fell down and gave off light, and the group of zombies couldn't help but clamor again, but the beautiful woman said, "You're actually proficient in Samadhi true fire. That's out of my expectations. Hehe, you're the sect master of Yong'an Mountain." Xiaohua smiled, and looked up and down, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Your appearance is really not bad. It's also out of this old man's expectations." That beautiful woman nodded and looked, then stretched out her hands to lovingly touch her own bump, and said enviously, "This old man is indeed envious of you humans, having such a beautiful body, but unfortunately, you don't know how to take care of it. Why don't you let my devil race take it? The devil race is the devil race, and the human race is the human race." Xiaohua replied indifferently, "If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the devil race? If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the human race?" Gidge. That beautiful woman smiled beautifully, "Isn't it like this now? Zhong Lingxiu doesn't need to cultivate anymore, and she has endless life, and this old man doesn't need to wander around anymore, and also has such a beautiful body. Forget it." Xiaohua sighed, "Seeing you, this old man also knows why all the cultivators sent here never returned. This old man doesn't want to hear anything else." As he spoke, Xiaohua's aura was like a rainbow, and a thunderous roar surged out from him. You actually don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex." That beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to make a move just like that, and actually wasn't seduced by her beauty. Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, "This old man just walked out of the heavenly demon's fantasy land, and your cultivation isn't even worthy of carrying the heavenly demon's shoes." Heavenly demon. The gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Seeing the thunderbolts around Xiaohua's body rushing in all directions, she smiled coldly and stretched out both of her hands. Boom! Following her hands, all of the zombies urged their transcendence energy. Boom boom! Thousands of light balls suddenly exploded. Except for the outer layer of the 100 or so polar magnetic rays that rushed into the sky, all of the other purple-colored magnetic rays entangled together and fell toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's thunderbolts that soared into the sky were instantly cleaved clean by this unparalleled magnetic force. Hee. Xiaohua sneered, and rubbed his hands, and rays of crystal light fell into the void. Rumble. The space within hundreds of miles shook violently, and bubbles appeared in the void. Countless electric arcs flew out from the bubbles, and it was as if dragons were fighting with the extreme magnetic rays. On the entire Yong'an Mountain, it was quite lively with fireworks. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua so powerful, the beautiful woman couldn't help but curse, and then she opened her mouth again, and said something, and an obscure sound fell in the air. Pa pa pa. But after every light ball, a zombie exploded, and after the explosion, a faint blood color rushed into the light ball. Swish. Inside the light ball, the purple and green extreme magnetic rays made a hissing sound, and then in the blood color, they actually condensed together. Woo! Following the fusion of the two different colored extreme magnetic rays, the roar and power in the entire sky suddenly became several times more accurate. Under the extreme magnetic rays, Xiaohua's thunder was actually dissipated, and even more extreme magnetic rays bypassed the thunder, passing through the void to attack Xiaohua. Hee. Xiaohua raised his hand, and was about to take out the sword gourd, but suddenly, the cliffs around Yong'an Mountain suddenly emitted bright sparks, and a sound that was even more ear-piercing than the sound of thunder was produced. In the starry sky, like flying fish in the sea, there were many arcs of light, and these arcs of light completely enveloped the entire Yong and mountain, and within thousands of miles, there was a suffocating aura. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua retracted his hand, and with a backhand slap, it really landed on his head. Puff! Clouds of 5-colored true qi gushed out, and turned into silk to protect Xiaohua. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Like the sound of rain hitting a banana leaf, the magnetic force fell into the clouds, striking a thumb-sized dent, and then disappeared. Even if the magnetic force was like a waterfall, the clouds would only be split, but the 5-colored true qi within the clouds was endless, growing and multiplying endlessly. In front of this true qi that represented the power of life, the extremely powerful magnetic force was also defeated little by little. What kind of divine ability is this? The beautiful woman stood outside the extreme magnetic rays, and felt the power of life that was innately incompatible with her innate divine ability, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, although I fell into the netherworld, I was unwilling to pass. Xiaohua chanted, "How can you demons know the vitality of my human race? How can you demons touch the integrity of my human race? Demons are demons, humans are humans. Since there are no longer any living people in Yong and Mountain, the so-called siege of the demon race is just you, a demon monarch. Why should this old man waste time with you?" After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and a golden light flew out of his Taoist robe, and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden dragon that pounced on the witch. How do you know that there is only me in Yong and Mountain? Are you not afraid of hurting the humans of Yong and Mountain? The beautiful woman was shocked again. She controlled the entire Yong and Mountain with the power of a demon monarch, and for several years, nothing was leaked. Even the cultivators who entered Yong and Mountain to investigate were confused by the scene on the surface of Yong and Mountain, and all of them fell into her evil hands. But Xiaohua, in the time it took to eat a meal, unexpectedly saw through her tricks. How could she not be surprised? While the beautiful woman was shocked, she waved her hands again and again, and blood-red devil qi fell into the air, and then from the void, groups of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out, and each of them waved their magic weapons, blocking in front of the beautiful woman. Whoosh! The soaring dragon scissors cut through the sky, not only cutting some of the extreme magnetic rays, but also cutting those zombie disciples in two. However, these zombies were the same as Ding Hong's corpse. Even though they were cut in two, they were still struggling in midair. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly, "This old man sees the mortal world with his wisdom. This mountain is full of monsters, how can this old man not see it?" After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and with a buzzing sound, a sword light appeared in his hand, and then the sword light soared into the sky, and with a whoosh, it turned into a 1,000-feet-long rainbow that fell down. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua's endless tricks, and their power was great, the beautiful woman bit her lips, and then opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. The dirty blood fell into the air, and immediately turned into a huge demon body. This demon body was full of blood, and streams of blood seeped out from the void and fell into the demon body. The demon body raised its hand and grabbed, and within 100 miles, layers of blood flowers were born, and a powerful restriction was tightly locked from the outside. Wasn't this the blood drop paradise that Xiaohua was familiar with? Chapter 41-29. Humph, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Xiaohua sneered and simply ignored the blood drop heavenly grotto. He still controlled the flying sword to descend. The sword was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Wherever it landed, all of the evil energy would turn into ashes. All of the zombies would also be turned into dust. The so-called blood drop heavenly grotto was like a dark night being pierced by light. The flying sword went straight for the blood devil's body. Boom! The flying sword fell. Not only did layers of inscriptions rush out, it was like a warrior facing death unflinchingly fell into the devil chi. Even the sword tip pierced through the blood demon. As soon as the blood demon's imprisonment was broken, the blood demon's body was cut into two halves by the sword light. Not only that, the flying sword's tip pierced through the gorgeous woman's arm and cut off her left arm. How is this possible? Seeing the flying sword so sharp, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright again. Your flying sword is actually not afraid of the devil chi. Swish. Xiao Hua did not speak. What answered her was the soaring dragon shears. The golden light borrowed the sword light and cut the gorgeous woman in half. However, even though the gorgeous woman was cut into three parts, whether it was her upper body, lower body, or even her left arm, they were all moving freely. Except for the splendor that prevented the devil chi from healing, there was no other change at all. Puff. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a samadhi true fire flew out in the shape of a phoenix. It whistled and pounced on the gorgeous woman. Wherever the samadhi true fire passed, the zombies around 100 feet away were all turned into powder, and the magnetic force controlled by these zombies also turned into nothingness. Kill, kill, kill. The gorgeous woman tried her best to heal the body she was so proud of. At the same time, she urged more zombies of Yong and Mountain to rush out and attack Xiao Hua. It seemed that she did not care about Xiao Hua's samadhi true fire. Tens of thousands of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out and attacked Xiao Hua with the help of Yong and Mountain's magnetic force. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt that it was strenuous. Granny, this devil clan is really weird. Xiao Hua was hiding inside the five-colored true chi. Watching the five-colored true chi being attacked by the several tens of thousands of disciples using their magic treasures, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He actually used his own strength to capture Yong and Mountain. Moreover, he even controlled all the disciples of Yong and Mountain. Although that Ding Hong from before seemed to have the strength of a devil general, he was most likely just a clone of this devil. If we want to kill all of these Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples, our Fortune Gate's disciples will have to suffer a lot. While Xiao Hua was thinking, the samadhi true fire had already arrived in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled coldly and opened her mouth again. Another blood demon flew out, revealing a sinister smile as it pounced towards the samadhi true fire. Sizzle. There was a sound like water falling into a pot of oil. More than half of the phoenix formed by the samadhi true fire was destroyed. However, just as the gorgeous woman's contemptuous gaze shifted away from the true samadhi fire, she saw the extinguished phoenix let out a faint mournful cry, as if it was reborn from blood. Its broken body rushed past the blood demon and pounced in front of the gorgeous woman. Not good. Seeing that the blood demon's body was silently pierced through by the fire phoenix, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, the remaining samadhi true fire had already flown out from the samadhi true fire and completely enveloped the gorgeous woman. Even though she hurriedly dismembered her body and fell into the void, the samadhi true fire still entered the void and set her body ablaze. What kind of fire is this? The gorgeous woman's body emitted a blood-red light as she tried to extinguish the samadhi true fire. Unfortunately, the blood-red light also began to burn inside the samadhi true fire. The gorgeous woman screamed and roared. She really regretted not running away the moment she saw Xiao Hua's jade slip. Ao ao. The gorgeous woman's body was gradually burned away by the samadhi true fire, and an almost inhuman demonic figure appeared from the samadhi true fire. That demonic figure was still howling madly, Xiao Hua, even if you kill me, you will absolutely not be able to escape the annihilation of the magnetic storm. This is the Eternal Peace Mountain's last resort to perish together with the enemy. Even if the several 100,000 disciples of the Shindao sect came, they would still be annihilated. Seeing that the demonic figure was still being burned by the samadhi true fire, Xiao Hua smiled coldly. He raised his hand and took out the sword gourd from his bosom. He said, "Just let yourself be burned quietly." I'll let you have a taste of 10,000 flames drilling into your heart. As for the ending of this old man and the eternal peace mountain, you don't have to worry about it. Xiao Hua took out the sword gourd and raised his eyes to look at the sky. He saw that within the range of a few thousand li, the arcs of light that were previously leaping in the night sky had now transformed into a magnetic storm that was several hundred zhang tall. These magnetic storm covered the entire night sky. Not only did it block all the qi of heaven and earth, it also blocked Xiao Hua's vision. Including the eternal peace mountain, the space of 10 million li was like the suffocating before the storm. It was terrifyingly quiet. A kind of desolate aura swept across the entire land. Ha ha ha. The demonic figure laughed madly in the flames. He 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 he. The group of Eternal Peace Mountain's zombie disciples still pounced toward Xiao Hua, as if they didn't care about the great calamity that was summoned above their heads, Shua. The sound of the magnetic storm came from an unknown place. This sound was like the beating of a drum and spreading of flowers, instantly covering the entire night sky. Immediately, all the magnetic storm surged at the same time and fell towards the Eternal Peace Mountain. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed, full of compassion. Then, he pointed at the sword gourd. Pooh! The soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out and flew straight into the night sky. Woo-woo! The green and red color that had already fused into one separated again at this time, emitting a strange hissing sound. This green and red color turned into tens of thousands of light strands that fell on the magnetic storm in the night sky. Wang. Only, the magnetic storm was so vast that the light strands that supported it slightly trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. It seemed like it could break at any time. Quick! Xiao Hua's arms immediately turned into a crystal state following the heavenly dragon speech technique. Endless qi poured into the sword gourd. The light strands that were as thin as hair instantly thickened and shone with a dazzling brilliance. Along with this dazzling brilliance, the magnetic storm also slowly came to a stop. Then, rumble. In the originally silent night sky, the magnetic storm was once again attracted by the soul-slaying Yuan light, emitting a thunderous sound. Then, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Break. With a word, the already broken array on the Eternal Peace Mountain was destroyed by Xiao Hua's divine sense hammer. Kill. Along with Xiao Hua's command, the soul-slaying Yuan light turned back in midair, driving the magnetic storm to scatter all over the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even some of the magnetic storm fell on the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples around Xiao Hua. Ka. Faster than chopping melons and vegetables, all the disciples were chopped into several pieces by the magnetic storm. How is this possible? The demon that had already been burned into thin strands by the spiritual fire looked at all this in disbelief. How can you control the magnetic storm? How can you destroy the entire Eternal Peace Mountain in one fell swoop? You're really ignorant. Xiao Hua coldly looked at the last trace of the demon and said indifferently, haven't you heard of the two-wing spectrometer and the soul-slaying Yuan light? No. This was the final sentence of the demon. Along with the demon being extinguished by the spiritual fire, all the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples that were not killed by the magnetic storm fell from midair at the same time. Those disciples that were hiding in the Eternal Peace Mountain also fell down. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and activated the soul-slaying Yuan light again. Rumble. The entire Eternal Peace Mountain shook. This thunderous sound lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before it gradually disappeared. Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua's face was solemn. He patted his own head and released several doppelgangers. He ordered, Eternal Peace Mountain has already turned into a dead mountain. This is all the witch's doing. We cannot let the witch's doppelgangers escape. I will clean up the mess and stop this magnetic storm. Fellow Taoists, please deal with these pitiful Eternal Peace Mountain disciples. Good. The doppelgangers' expressions were also gloomy. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of Eternal Peace Mountain disciples. Their lives disappeared one after another. After the doppelgangers cupped their hands and saluted, they flew to various places to deal with the corpses. Xiao Hua flew to midair and sat down cross-legged. He rubbed his hands and a spell landed on the sword gourd. The sword gourd let out a rumbling sound and gradually fell down. Then, the sword gourd let out a dazzling brilliance and turned into a ball of light. Woo woo. The soul-slaying Yuan light that rushed out of the sword gourd began to shrink. As the spell was inserted, the soul-slaying Yuan light began to rotate and condense into a spiral shape. The magnetic storm that was attracted by the soul-slaying Yuan light also began to turn into an arc of light and fell into the sword gourd. Pang pang pang. The entire sword gourd let out a crisp sound like beans being fried. Xiao Hua chanted the heavenly dragon technique and the spell in his hands surged. He began to refine the magnetic storm that covered 1,000 miles of Eternal Peace Mountain into the soul-slaying Yuan light. After another bright moon and sparse stars, the entire night sky began to calm down. It was already more than 10 days later. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. On the crystal-clear sword gourd, wisps of light appeared. These wisps of light were sometimes visible, as if they were about to fly out of thin air. An indescribable sharpness overflowed from these wisps of light. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the sword gourd. He raised his hand and the sword gourd fell into his hand. Xiao Hua did not put away the sword gourd. He looked up at the doppelganger standing not far away and said, "Fellow Taoists, did you succeed? All the Eternal Peace Mountain disciples, their bodies have been destroyed. This little brother has checked them one by one. I will not let any of the witch's doppelgangers slip away." Devil Spirit Xiao Hua said with a smile. He flew forward and took out dozens of spatial rings and handed them to Xiao Hua. These are the orthodoxies of Eternal Peace Mountain. There are also some fragments. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, it would be better for us to take them. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, this little brother will take them all. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. Fellow Taoist has done a good job. Xiao Hua put away the spatial rings and looked at the abandoned Eternal Peace Mountain. He said, "Fellow Taoists, since Eternal Peace Mountain has become like this, I'm afraid the Snow Chopping Gate is not much better. Sun Jian bringing the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow Chopping Gate won't be able to gain any benefits. I still have some matters to attend to in Eternal Peace Mountain. Fellow Taoists, you can go to the Snow Chopping Gate on behalf of me." Good. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua nodded. This kind of devil race that occupies a magpie's nest is abominable. This little brother can't wait to tear them to pieces. This little brother must go. Chapter 41:30. Fellow Taoist Long Mai. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the sword gourd flew out. Fellow Taoist Greenrobe is building a transmission array in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and has no time to go to the Snow/Gate. I'll leave this spirit exterminating light to you. Yes, I understand. Long Mai Xiao Hua took the sword gourd and nodded. I will use the spirit exterminating light to kill thousands of devil seeds. Inform Sun Jian when you go. If necessary, let him take the Fortune Gate disciples directly to the Snow/Gate. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said. I know. Long Mai Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and soul cultivator Xiao Hua and said, with these three fellow Taoists following, there shouldn't be any problems. Fellow Taoist can rest assured. Soon after, several clones bid farewell to Xiao Hua and went in the direction of the Snow/Gate. Xiao Hua stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figures of several people flying away. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said in his heart, fellow Taoists, don't blame I for testing you. After all, I can still control you now. If I can't control you in the future and find out that you are disloyal, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to you. I hope you can work together in the snow/gate and don't let I down." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua released his consciousness. The netherworld origin power swept through the surrounding 10,000 miles of space and absorbed the souls of the Mount Yong and disciples into the dark side of the space. After that, he took a closer look. His figure swayed, and an earthen yellow brilliance flashed in midair as his figure fell into the broken cliff. Xiaohua didn't find an excuse to stay in the Yong'an mountain just to train his clones. When he was using the spirit exterminating light to refine the magnetic force, he sensed a strong magnetic force in the cliff. He guessed that there would be a magnetic force space under the cliff. Therefore, he stayed to explore the underground. There were many spatial faults in the soil beneath the cliff, and these faults were filled with magnetic forces. Sometimes, these faults were extremely large, and the magnetic forces were like a maze in the void. If one was careless and fell into a magnetic trap, one would be killed by the magnetic forces. Xiaohua relied on his innate sense of direction and carefully avoided these traps that could kill people at any time. The deeper he went, the more Xiaohua discovered that there were actually even more origin magnetic fragments beneath the ground. These fragments were of different sizes. The large ones were several miles long, while the small ones were only a few inches long. Every magnetic field naturally had two poles, and when the 5 elements of the human race arrived here, it was inevitable that they would be attracted by the magnetic field. Faced with magnetic field fragments that were several miles in size, even separation and reunion cultivators would have a headache, not to mention the numerous magnetic field fragments beneath the ground. It was only because Xiaohua's demigod body had concealed the attributes of his body that Xiaohua was able to safely reach a pitch-black void without being disturbed by the magnetic shards. Sensing the strong magnetic force in the void, Xiaohua patted the space between his eyebrows and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Ha! He saw that the magnetic force space in front of him was filled with red and yellow magnetic pole lines, and then he saw a huge oval-shaped sphere clearly divided into red and yellow. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this fire and earth magnetic force? The heavens are really helping me. After Xiaohua finished laughing, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly to the extreme point of the fire and earth magnetic field and drip out a drop of his blood essence. After that, he flew to the 2 areas of the magnetic field and collected a large amount of fire marrow flame crystals and earth crystal yao milk before flying out of the magnetic field space. After leaving the magnetic force space, Xiaohua looked left and right. His heart moved, and he didn't fly towards the cliff, but towards the place where the cliff extended into the starry sky. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, there were even more spatial faults along the way, and there were also a lot more origin magnetic shards than before. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew out from the bottom of the cliff, woo-woo. A wave of berserk chi waves stirred up the primordial magnetic force and madly pounced on Xiaohua. Xiaohua waved his Taoist robe, and everything within several li of him was confined. However, this confinement only lasted for a moment. Kacha kacha. Crisp sounds rang out. The confined space was actually broken by the primordial magnetic force and the wave of chi waves. Facing this chaotic power of heaven and earth, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He did not want to be enemies with it. His figure once again escaped into the earth. Although the wave of chi waves and the primordial magnetic force were still chasing after him, they were blocked by a spatial fault after a moment. Xiaohua randomly escaped for a moment, then carefully avoided the magnetic shards, and once again rushed towards the ground where the cliff was. After escaping for half the time of a meal, Xiaohua finally appeared on the ground. At this time, Xiaohua was already far away from Mount Yong, and Xiaohua looked at the mountain peak and the palace that existed in name only, and sighed. Mount Yong'an can borrow the fire and earth magnetic force and the magnetic force of space to create a sect. There must be something special about their cultivation method. Unfortunately, although the magnetic force is powerful, it is good at attacking the 5 elements, and it is difficult to cultivate it. Now, Mount Yongnan is besieged by the devil race, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators are actually under the control of a devil monarch. Although the devil monarch's pink skull is powerful, if the Mount Yongnan disciples diligently cultivate their Tao foundation and consolidate their Tao realm, they may not necessarily fall into the devil monarch's hands. From this, it can be seen that the Mount Yongnan sect's success and failure are due to the magnetic force A. I hope this Shao can bring Mount Yongnan's orthodoxy to other places, and the new sect can learn from Mount Yongnan's tragedy. At this point, a divine sense suddenly appeared in the distance, and swept over like a wave crashing against the shore. It seemed to be a demonstration, and also seemed to be a warning. Xiao Hua let out an N sound and released his own divine sense. Buzz. The divine sense and divine sense collided together, setting off a wave of energy that could reach the sky. Soon after, they both retracted their divine sense. A melodious voice came from that direction. Is that Xiao Hua of the Fortune sect, Taoist Master Xiao Hua? With a touch of divine sense, Xiao Hua knew that the newcomer was a Tao transformation cultivator from the ruins, which was the so-called 9th grade essence Qi cultivator of the hidden immortal mainland. His strength was not inferior to his own. He was a little puzzled, and his figure went up to greet, and he answered with a smile, "That's right, it is this Xiao. May I know which fellow Taoist you are?" He. As he spoke, a cloud appeared in the horizon, dragging a long tail as it flew in front of Xiao Hua. That cultivator's figure was ordinary, and his face was like a full moon. He was wearing a sword outfit, and there was a flame-like sword mark between his eyebrows. The cultivator's eyes were a little red, and when he turned, there was a faint sword light reflected in his eyes. That cultivator sized up Xiao Hua, then cupped his hands and said, "Shendao Sex Yun Che, greets Taoist Master Xiao." Ah! Yun Che. Shendao Sex Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua was stunned. He naturally knew that the Shendao Sex Tao transformation cultivator was called Yun Che, but he didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous cultivator in front of him was actually the sect master of one of the 3 great sects in the ruins. He also didn't expect that he would see Yun Che on Mount Yongnan. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He tidied up his clothes and cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Hua greets Sect Master Yun. This Yun has long heard that Taoist Master Xiao of the Fortune sect is not only righteous, but also brought the elite disciples of the outer realm to reinforce our ruins. Moreover, you are also approachable, and you are amiable even when facing low-level disciples. This Yun has long admired you, and now that I have seen you, you really live up to your name." This Yun is convinced. Yun Che sighed and hurriedly returned the greeting. Hearing Yun Che's words, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said inwardly, "Damn it, such a big sect master is actually greeting an outsider like this. Could it be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken?" Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand modestly, "Sect Master Yun is too kind, this Xiao is just an ordinary cultivator. How could I have the noble character and unquestionable integrity that fellow Taoist is talking about?" Speaking of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this Yun has to represent the 100 sects in the ruins and the assembly hall to thank Taoist Master Xiao and the Fortune sect's disciples for their contributions to the ruins. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Yun Che hurriedly continued and bowed again. If it weren't for the Fortune sect's assistance in the southwest border, not only would the 8 great sects have been annihilated by the devil race, but a large area of the ruins would also have fallen into the hands of the devil race. This Xiao doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to support Yun Che and said, "This is all the credit of the Fortune sect's disciples, yes." Although Yun Che stood up, he still continued, "This Yun has long heard that the Fortune sect's disciples have lost nearly 50,000 disciples for the ruins. This Yun and the entire assembly hall are grateful to the Fortune sect for this." Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled, looked at Yun Che and said word by word, "Sect Master Yun, you didn't come all the way from the assembly hall to Mount Yong and just to thank this Xiao, right?" Of course." Yun Che laughed. "Taoist Master Xiao is now the most famous person in the ruins, and the Fortune Sect's disciples are the most elite troops in the ruins to deal with the devil race. Not to mention this Yun, even all the sect masters in the assembly hall are willing to come all the way here to thank Taoist master. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun is too polite, you wouldn't have come to Mount Yong and for no reason, right? This Yun naturally didn't come to the southwest border just to find Taoist Master Xiao. Yun Che knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, and said with a serious expression, but since I didn't meet Taoist Master in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, and I met Taoist Master Xiao on Mount Yong, and this Yun can only meet Taoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Che thoughtfully. Of course he knew why Yun Che came to the southwest border. He had killed all the zombie disciples on Mount Yongpan. If no one knew, then it was fine, but if someone used it against him, he really couldn't refute. After all, no one saw the witch controlling Mount Yongpan, and the orthodoxy of Mount Yongpan had completely disappeared. Cough cough. Seeing the unfriendliness in Xiao Hua's eyes, Yun Che hurriedly coughed twice and said, the assembly hall received a message from the Fortune Sect, and knew that there had been no news from Mount Yong in Snow/School for several years. In addition, in the last half a year, none of the disciples in the assembly hall had returned, so the assembly hall wanted to know what happened to these two sections. Originally, they wanted to send elders from other sects, but this Yun really has something to discuss with Taoist Master Xiao, so this Yun volunteered to come to Mount Yongpan. Chapter 41-31. This Yun rushed to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range and happened to hear from General Sun that Taoist had personally come to the Yongpan Mountain Range to investigate. Just like this Yun thought, this Yun chased after him without stopping. Yun Che looked meaningfully at the Yongpan Mountain in the distance and said, however, it seems that Taoist has already found out the truth of the matter. This Yun doesn't need to waste any more time. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and told him about the Yongpan Mountain Range. When Yun Che heard that the entire Yongpan Mountain Range was captured by a devil monarch and that all the disciples were controlled by a beautiful woman, he was not particularly surprised. However, when he heard that all the zombie disciples were killed by Xiao Hua and a few other cultivators, his expression changed greatly. His figure involuntarily retreated a little and asked in a low voice, then, are those fellow Taoists the famous Patriarch Bodhi, Patriarch Wenxiu, and Patriarch Wu? Xiao Hua nodded with a faint smile and replied, after this Xiao and a few other fellow Taoists killed all the zombies, this Xiao thought of the Snow/Gate. Therefore, this Xiao asked fellow Taoists to go to the Snow/Gate to assist General Sun Jian. This Xiao will stay here and wait for Sect Master Yun. Oh. When Yun Che heard this, he felt a little relieved, but then he was stunned again. Taoist Xiao, what level are you at? You can actually sense this Yun's arrival. What level are you at? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun is thinking too much. This Xiao is just joking with you. This Xiao has just escaped from the Devil Monarch's trap and is a little tired. This Xiao doesn't want to get involved in the killing. Hearing this, Yun Che hurriedly asked, Taoist Xiao, this Yun has an extremely important matter to ask Taoist Xiao. Oh. What is it? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Then, the Devil Monarch that has besieged you for more than 10 years, which one is it? Yun Che considered his words and asked with a kind of expectation in his eyes. Which one? Xiao Hua asked curiously, what does Sect Master Yun mean? This. Yun Che's face was a little red. He hesitated for a moment and said, this Yun means that this Devil Monarch has revealed his name. Do you know which Devil Monarch he is? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said, that guy seemed to want to say his name that day, but this Xiao interrupted him. Who has the patience to know that he is some devil emperor? At this point, Xiao Hua was also stunned, and said with some disbelief, Sect Master Yun, not to mention that you have fought with the Devil Emperor for several hundred years in the discussion hall and have never seen the Devil Emperor, you also don't know who the Devil Emperor besieging the ruins is, right? Although it was awkward, Yun Che had no choice but to tell the truth. That's right. That was indeed the case. At this moment, although we know which 3 demons are besieging the ruins, we still don't know which demon emperors are leading them and what their purpose is. As a matter of fact, Reverend, please don't blame me for ignoring the 10 major sects in the southwest border, and for sneering at the news that the Devil Emperor came to wipe them out. Our assembly palace is also in a dilemma. Because such news spread all over the sky, we're too tired to deal with it. There are too many fake news. Additionally, our army has encountered too many demon emperors. We really can't distinguish which news is real and which demon emperors are real. Then how many devil emperors do the discussion hall know? Xiao Hua didn't know much about military affairs, so he couldn't say much. 21. Yun Che blurted out. It was obvious that he had calculated this for a long time. So many. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Yun Che said with a smile, of course it's not 21. If it's really 21, the devil race doesn't need to besiege the ruins, they can just kill their way into the ruins. After all, although the devil emperors aren't devil sovereigns, their strength is comparable to our human race's 7th stage Tao transformation, or even 8th or 9th stage Tao transformation. Even with Reverend Zhao's strength, you've been trapped by the devil emperor for more than 10 years. Tao transformation cultivators like us are simply not a match for the devil emperor. In that case, some of the devil emperors are devil monarchs in disguise. Or maybe the devil emperors have changed their appearance. Xiao Hua understood and asked probingly. Yun Che nodded, indeed. Some of the devil monarchs are very powerful, and their strength can reach the 1st stage of Tao transformation. Therefore, it's very difficult for us to distinguish between the devil emperors and devil monarchs in terms of strength. Also, as Reverend Xiao said, the devil monarch who killed the Eternal Peace Mountain by himself should be one of the 3 great devil races besieging the ruins, the zombie race. This devil race sucks the blood essence of humans. Once harmed by the devil race, they won't die immediately. Instead, they will become zombies without blood essence and consciousness under the control of the devil race. These zombies still have magic power in their bodies, and they can also activate magic treasures and formations to help the devil race kill our human race. Of course, the zombie race is the smallest of the 3 great devil races, but they are also the most difficult to defend against. Hearing this, Xiao Hua said, even if these zombies under the control of the zombie race aren't killed, they probably won't be able to come back to life, right? Of course. Yun Che knew what Xiao Hua was worried about, so he explained, although these zombies still have a little bit of consciousness, their true 3 souls and 6 spirits are no longer complete. Unless there's a great expert from the desolate immortal world who can recover their souls from the blood essence devoured by the devil race, the moment the devil race is killed, these zombies will gradually turn into real zombie race devils and harm the cultivators of the ruins again. Therefore, Reverend Xiao, you don't have to worry that killing the entire Eternal Peace Mountain will bring you any trouble. We've done the same in the past. Of course. At this point, Yun Che said embarrassedly, like Reverend Xiao, killing all the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain in one go has never happened before. However, Reverend Xiao. Yun Che said righteously, even if the discussion hall, no, even if the entire ruins makes things difficult for the Fortune Gate and Reverend Xiao, this Yun and the Shindao sect will stand on Reverend Zhao's side and stand with you against a common enemy. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Xiao Hua smiled. In his heart, he already understood that this Shindao sect's Yun Che naturally came here for official business. But other than official business, he must have something to ask of him. In that case, many thanks for Sect Master Yun's righteousness. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the Eternal Peace Mountain in the distance. He said, however, when this Xiao was killing those damned zombies, I saw that the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy was not easy to pass down, so I had the intention of finding disciples to pass down. So, I took all the orthodoxies of the Eternal Peace Mountain and prepared to pass them down to disciples. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Yun Che immediately raised his right hand and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, "Reverend Xiao is really merciful, which is rare in the ruins. Not only did you let the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain rest in peace, but you also put in a lot of effort to find their inheritances. Who wouldn't admire you when they hear this? Especially when you're so decisive. If the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain's destruction spreads, there will definitely be wandering cultivators coming to snatch the cultivation technique jade slips. At that time, even if my discussion hall wants to take the Eternal Peace Mountain's inheritance, it won't be possible." Speaking up to here, Yun Che thought for a moment and said, "Reverend Xiao, please wait a moment. Right now, I'll inform the discussion hall first so that Reverend Xiao can take the initiative." As he spoke, Yun Che raised his hand and took out a magic treasure that looked like a pagoda from his sumeru ring. Along with the incantation, a three-colored brilliance flew out from the magic treasure. After the brilliance spread out, a cloud of mist dispersed from the brilliance. Inside it was a space that was dozens of meters in size. At this time, a hall appeared in the space. Inside the hall, other than some decorations, there were some neatly arranged jade chairs. However, most of these jade chairs were empty. Only a few of the chairs in front had a few young cultivators sitting on them. Sect Master Yun. In the space, a handsome cultivator seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at Yun Che and asked curiously, "You found out about the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain so quickly?" "Sect Master Hua." Yun Che said with a smile, "Admittedly, this Yun came quickly, but is there someone who is even more concerned about the safety of the Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples than this Yun and came earlier than this Yun?" "Oh. Who? Could it be Reverend Xiao Hua?" When Sect Master Hua heard this, he hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and said, "Sect Master Yun, is Reverend Xiao beside you?" "Ha!" Yun Che laughed and flashed to the side. He invited Xiao Hua over and said, "Reverend Xiao, this is Sect Master Hua of the Heavy Flow Sect, who is on duty in the discussion hall today." Behind him are Sect Master Shengguan Su of the Immortal Husbandry Sect, Sect Master Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall, and Sect Master Fei Ping of the Jing Fei Mountain. This one is Xiao Hua. "Greetings, Sect Masters." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Inside the discussion hall, several other cultivators hurriedly stood up and tidied their clothes. Together with Hua Fei, they cupped their hands in greeting and said, "We greet Reverend Xiao." Then, Hua Fei said, "Our discussion hall has admired Reverend Xiao for a long time. When we heard that Reverend Xiao was besieged by the Devil Emperor, we sent several elders to assist the Fortune Gate's disciples in searching for him. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Now that we heard that Reverend Xiao Hua has escaped safely, it is indeed worthy of celebration. This is excellent news for our discussion hall." While Hua Fei was speaking, dark clouds appeared in the air, blurring Hua Fei's words. Yun Che, who was standing beside Xiao Hua, hurried over and said apologetically, "Reverend Xiao, the ruins is now besieged by the devil race. Not only is the transmission array controlled by the devil race, the other communication channels are also disrupted by the devil race. Today, I will report this matter to the discussion hall. When Reverend Xiao comes to the discussion hall, we will meet again." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded and stood beside Yun Che. Yun Che walked to the front of the magic artifact and roughly explained what had happened on the Eternal Peace Mountain. In the end, he said, "In order to kill the Devil Monarch's clone, Reverend Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples destroyed the Eternal Peace Mountain's zombie disciples that were under the Devil race's control. As for the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy," speaking up to here, Yun Che's finger moved slightly, and the brilliance of the artifact flashed, causing the situation in the conference hall to dim. Yun Che's face was slightly surprised, and he asked loudly, "What? Sect masters want the Fortune Gate's orthodoxy to be passed down?" "Yes, the sect leader's opinions are quite innovative. Fine, then this Yun, will discuss with Reverend Xiao, and ask Reverend Xiao to stop this matter. Chapter 4132. Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Yun. Huo Fei waved his hand helplessly. That's not what I meant. I'm just thanking the Fortune Gate's disciples. Alright, since that's the case, this matter is settled. Oh. What did Sect Master Huo say? I can't hear you clearly. Yun Che muttered to himself. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since the Yong'an Mountain is already like this, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Daoist Xiao has already sent the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow/Gate. I'll follow Daoist Xiao. As he spoke, Yun Che reached out and extinguished the light from the magic treasure. When Yun Che held the magic treasure in his hand, he turned around and smiled. Daoist Xiao, you've seen it for yourself. Sect Master Hua is really indulging in fantasy. He wants the Fortune Gate's Yong'an Mountain to be passed down. However, due to the interference in the communication channel, I think he wants Daoist Xiao to bring the Yong'an Mountain out and impart it to someone. No matter what, I think the main hall's suggestion is good. I hope Daoist Xiao can consider it. Sect Master Hua's suggestion is very creative. This Xiao also feels that it is refreshing to hear. However, since it is the conference hall's request, this Xiao will reluctantly accept. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Alright, the matter of the Yong'an Mountain is over. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Yun Che smiled and took out a jade slip. He raised his hand and pointed at it. The jade slip emitted a misty green brilliance, and within this brilliance, the images of 21 devil emperors appeared. Yun Che solemnly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Spiritual Master, take a look. Which devil emperor is the one that trapped Spiritual Master? Sect Master Yun, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua said as his gaze fell on the images of the 21 devil emperors. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua shook his head and replied, the devil emperor I met is not among these 21. AI. Yun Che sighed. At this time, he frowned and looked at the magic treasure in his hand. He knew that it was Huo Fei's message, so he ignored it and said, as expected, every time a devil emperor appears, he changes his body. This is the 22nd one. After saying that, Yun Che passed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. I'll have to trouble Spiritual Master to record the image of that devil monarch on this jade slip. Xiao Hua accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on and recorded the appearance of the devil monarch on the jade slip before returning it to Yun Che. Then, he looked at Yun Che and said thoughtfully, since the devil monarch wants to trap the ruins, he must have a purpose. If it's just to kill the cultivators of the ruins, there's no need to use so many gimmicks. Every time they appear, they use different devil bodies. I think they're trying to hide their purpose. That's right. Yun Che nodded. This is also the reason why my assembly hall has been unable to figure it out for so many years. This is also the other reason why I wanted to meet Daoist Master. I wonder if Daoist Master Xiao has noticed anything strange from the perspective of an outsider. Soul. Xiao Hua replied without hesitation, this Xiao feels that the reason why the devil race has surrounded the ruins is for the souls of cultivators. Refining the blood demon artifact. Yun Che didn't believe him and shook his head. I also thought so at the beginning. However, the devil race's blood demon artifact is usually sacrificed with the blood of living souls. Every time there's a great battle, the cultivators of the ruins will also pay attention to the matter of blood sacrifice. However, after the great battle, the devil race didn't use the devil formation to refine the blood demon artifact. Even after so many years, we haven't seen a particularly powerful blood demon artifact. But Xiao Hua hesitated again. However, he only paused for a moment before continuing, the ruins are filled with wandering souls that can't fall into the yellow springs. For such wandering souls to be trapped in the ruins by the devil race, there must be a premeditated plan. Even if they haven't refined it now, it doesn't mean they won't do it in the future. Maybe they're waiting until they've killed enough cultivators and gathered enough wandering souls before starting to refine it. Ah! Yun Che was shocked. Could it be that what Lu Wuxia said is true? Misty School's Lu Wuxia, Sect Master Lu. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Yun Che nodded and said, yes. Previously, I guessed that the reason the devil race surrounded the ruins was to refine the blood demon artifact. But later on, I didn't discover any abnormalities, so I started to think about other things. Sect Master Lu always believed that the devil race's goal was souls, because she used the Misty School's secret technique to detect more and more wandering souls in the ruins. Even the disciples of the various sects with different talents also felt that the wandering souls were abnormal. However, the discussion hall never took this matter seriously. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that the Dao sect's techniques in the ruins probably didn't have a secret technique that specialized in detecting wandering souls. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to detect the increasing number of wandering souls in the ruins. And Lu Wuxia, who knew the secret technique, couldn't convince other cultivators, so the discussion hall didn't take the wandering souls seriously at all. Looks like I have to report this matter to the discussion hall as soon as possible. As he spoke, Yun Che naturally reached out his hand to activate the magic treasure. However, looking at the flickering light of the magic treasure, Yun Che laughed involuntarily and said, forget it, let's wait a little longer. I think that old bastard Hua Fei must have woken up and wants to go back on his words. We won't give him the chance to go back on his words. That's fine too. Xiao Hua said with a smile, since the devil race hasn't started using these wandering souls to refine devil artifacts for so many years, I think they won't in the near future. If we chase the devil race away, they won't have a chance at all. Sect Master Yun also doesn't need to report in such a hurry. Actually, Yun Che changed the topic again and said, although Daoist Xiao and Sect Master Lu both think so, but I don't dare to agree. Oh. Could it be that Sect Master Yun found something strange? Xiao Hua asked curiously. I did find something strange. Yun Che replied, for example, the devil race besieged the ruins. Why did the teleportation formation in the ruins malfunction? If they wanted more cultivators, why didn't they make the teleportation formation work properly and attract more cultivators? Secondly, what exactly is the devil formation that besieges the ruins? If it's a blood sacrifice devil formation, why did the devil race only besiege and not attack? Why did they only seal the connection between the ruins and the outside world and not launch a large-scale attack on the ruins? Sect Master Yun's meaning is? Xiao Hua didn't quite understand. Yun Che explained, the teleportation formations in the ruins that lead to the cultivation world are either built in the void or in the starry sky. There are even many that are hidden extremely well. If they aren't very clear about these teleportation formations, it wouldn't be easy to seal these teleportation formations and even more impossible to destroy the communication channel. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yun suspects that there are humans in the ruins who are colluding with the devil race? If there are, then they must be experts of the Dao transformation realm. Yun Che nodded slightly. And there are 120 sects in the ruins. I don't know which Dao transformation expert is such a scum. Cooperating with the devil race is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Especially cooperating with the devil emperor. I think there won't be such a stupid cultivator. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes. The key point is, if it's for wandering souls, there's even less need for human cultivators to cooperate with the devil race. Yun Che nodded. So following this train of thought, I suspect that the devil race besieged the ruins for so long for other purposes. Yun Che explained again. However, it's not convenient for me to explain this to other fellow Taoists in the ruins. It's not convenient for other fellow Taoists, but it's convenient for me. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Because this matter involves the purpose of my Shindao sect's establishment in the ruins. It also involves some of the ruins' secrets. If I were to leak this out, it would cause a rift between my Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins. It would also cause the main hall to be dissatisfied with my Shindao sect. Yun Che did not hide anything from Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and asked meaningfully, "Then why did Sect Master Yun tell me?" "Because this Yun came to find Daoist Xiao to form an alliance with the Fortune Gate. More importantly, I want Daoist Xiao to become my Divine Saber Gate's guest elder." Up until now, Yun Che had finally revealed his true purpose in coming here. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm just an outsider. I only came to the ruins because of an error in the transmission array. When the devil race is defeated and the devil formation surrounding the ruins is removed, I will leave the ruins with the Fortune Gate disciples. Since that's the case, what's the point of forming an alliance with the Shindao sect? There's no value in Sect Master Yun inviting me to be your guest elder. First of all." Yun Che looked at Xiao Hua and said sincerely, "Daoist Xiao, don't be too optimistic about defeating the devil race. My ruins and the devil race have been fighting for several hundred years, and Daoist Xiao has been in the ruins for more than a decade. When has the devil race ever shown signs of defeat? The devil formation surrounding the ruins has never made any mistakes. Therefore, I estimate that even if this stalemate continues for another 1,000 years, there might not be any results." "What else?" Xiao Hua smiled. "Could it be related to the Shindao sect's purpose in establishing a sect in the ruins?" "That's right." Yun Che nodded. "My Shindao sect's founder was a disciple of the Supreme White Sect. He naturally came to this remote ruins to establish a sect, and this purpose is only known by each generation's Shindao sect master. And this purpose is very likely to be the same as the devil race surrounding the ruins." "Oh. Then, what is your Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins?" Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. Yun Che smiled bitterly. "If I knew, would I still need to discuss with Daoist Xiao here?" "Ah. You. Aren't you the Shindao sect master?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "Of course I'm the Shindao sect master." Yun Che's face was filled with shame as he replied, "But my Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. I don't know when it was lost. When the previous generation's sect master passed the position of sect master to me, he only said this. As for the specific purpose, he doesn't know either. Damn it, there's such a strange thing." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I can't do anything about it." Yun Che replied, "After all, it's already lost. Every generation of sect masters used their power to search for it, but there were no clues." Chapter 41-33. So. Xiao Hua asked, "Sect Master Yun is afraid that after the Shindao sect's goal is exposed, there will be a rift between the Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins, so he wants to form an alliance with my Fortune Gate. He even wants me to join hands with you to resist the threats of the other sects." "Indeed." Yun Che nodded. The Fortune Gate is now famous in the ruins, and Daoist Zhao's battle with the Devil Emperor has also spread far and wide. Especially Daoist Zhao's three friends, they have already become godlike existences in the ruins. If I don't form an alliance with the Fortune Gate, can I find anyone more suitable? Sect Master Yun, this is your ruins' internal affairs." Xiao Hua didn't relent. "It's not suitable for my Fortune Gate to participate. Actually, Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry too much." Yun Che smiled. "The Shindao sect and the Fortune Gate's alliance is just to borrow the Fortune Gate's prestige. My Shindao sect may not necessarily start a war with other sects, and of course, we won't let the Fortune Gate's butcher's knife cut the human race's fellow Taoists. As for Taoist Xiao and his friends, we only need to intimidate the Misty School's Lu Wuxia and the Incense School's Mo Lianqi. Sect Master Yun has a good plan. Xiao Hua sighed, looking at the clouds in the sky as if he was thinking. Yun Che hurriedly smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, please help me. I also don't dare to trust other human cultivators. If I don't deal with them properly, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? But I'm more suspicious." Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. "Based on Taoist Zhao's background, you're naturally the most suspicious. But Taoist Zhao's friends are the devil race's nemesis. No matter how stupid the devil race is, they wouldn't collude with their natural nemesis, right?" "That's true." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Hearing that Xiao Hua had the intention to relent, Yun Che struck while the iron was hot. "If the Fortune Gate and my Shindao sect ally, and Taoist Xiao becomes my Shindao sect's guest elder, my Shindao sect will definitely provide the Fortune Gate's disciples with a complete cultivation technique. Don't worry, Taoist Master Xiao. My Shindao sect's cultivation method is the real deal. It comes from the Taibai sect and is definitely 100 times better than that of the Yong'an Mountain. Also, if the Devil Clan is defeated in the future and the ruins regains its connection with the outside world, Taoist Master Xiao will have to use the star chart to return to the original realm through the teleportation array. Coincidentally, I have the Taibai sect's latest complete star chart, which can help Taoist Master Xiao. Of course, if Taoist Master Xiao feels that this is not enough, you can also state your conditions. Let's see if my Shindao sect can satisfy you. Is this alliance long-term or short-term? Is the defeat of the demons the limit?" Xiao Hua asked. "Of course, it would be best if it's a long-term one," Yun Che said with a smile. "But if spiritual master Xiao feels that it's too long, a short-term one is fine too." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and felt that this kind of alliance wouldn't bring him any harm. It also didn't require him to make a move on behalf of the Shindao sect. It was just a deterrent effect. The so-called Fortune sect's disciples all came from his space. If he felt that something was wrong, he could just put these Fortune sect's disciples into his space. He was all alone, so what did he have to fear of the Shindao sect? Moreover, the ruins was the higher realm. Who knew if he would need the help of the Shindao sect or even the Taibai sect in the future? This alliance would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Since it's an alliance, then it's good to be long-term. Why do you need to do something short-term?" "Great." Yun Che raised his right hand and smiled. This Yun knows that Taoist Master Xiao is the most forthright. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. "Sect Master Yun's conditions are very good, but they are all conditions for the alliance. If you want this Xiao to be a guest elder, these conditions are still not enough." "Oh. Then what does Taoist Master Xiao need?" "If my Shindao sect has them, we'll definitely offer them to you with both hands." Yun Che didn't put down his hand, and asked with a smile. "This." Xiao Hua was also a bit speechless. He needed the primordial spirit cultivation technique, and now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 9 sects, these techniques might not be as high level as the Shindao sects, but he didn't need to cultivate them extremely well. These techniques were already enough. Moreover, the Shindao sect would also provide him with techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and said with a smile, "This Xiao is refining a kind of magic treasure. Currently, I'm lacking the innate mother of earth and innate mother of wood. I wonder if the Shindao sect can provide them." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, an extremely strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face, and he looked at Xiao Hua with a bit of disbelief. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, and said with a smile, "Could it be that Sect Master Yun feels that this Xiao is asking for too much?" No, Yun Che hurriedly explained. This Yun didn't mean that. This Yun only felt that. Daoist Shao becoming my Shindao sect's guest elder was destined by the heavens, and not this Yun's idea on a whim. As he spoke, Yun Che took out an octagonal magic treasure that looked like a starfish from his spatial ring. That magic treasure even seemed to be alive, and its antennae slightly trembled. The magic treasure fell in midair, and a kind of water-like fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then, Yun Che took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Daoist Xiao, this is this Yun's magic treasure, Feijing. This jade slip contains the simple method of controlling Feijing. Take a look at it first, and take away the innate mother of earth. This Yun isn't willing to give this magic treasure to fellow Daoist. Ah! How is that possible? Sect Master Yun really has the innate mother of earth? Xiao Hua was also dumbfounded. This was the innate mother of earth, and he had searched for so many years without any news. Today, he only wanted to make things difficult for Yun Che. How could it appear in front of him so easily? Daoist Xiao. You don't believe this Yun? Yun Che's tone carried a hint of blame, but his eyes were also filled with pride. No, no. Xiao Hua took the jade slip, and used his divine sense to scan it while waving his hand. This Xiao is too surprised. This is the innate mother of earth, a natural object, something this Xiao has always dreamed of. I didn't expect Sect Master Yun to take it out without even blinking an eye. He. Yun Che laughed. This innate mother of earth was obtained by this old man and Lu Wuxia in the Luo God Forbidden area 3,000 years ago. However, this object is not very useful to this old man's cultivation, and natural objects are not useful to ordinary disciples. If I didn't meet Daoist Xiao today, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, this old man would have given this object to the Moon Palace. Then, thank you, Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua looked at the jade slip, returned it to Yun Che, and thanked him. Yun Che waved his hand generously and said, You don't have to be so polite, Daoist Xiao. From now on, you are a guest elder of my Shindao sect, and we are family. This Yun doesn't dare to boast too much, but to say that the Shindao sect is the leader of the Shindao sect, is not an exaggeration. Moreover, my Shindao sect has many treasures, and what I gave Daoist Xiao is nothing. What's more, my Shindao sect is a branch of the White sect. When Daoist Xiao reaches the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm and rushes into the 9th level of the heavens, this Yun can recommend Daoist Xiao to the White Star realm of the White sect, which is more likely than the Moon realm. Then this Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun in advance. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the Feijing that was swimming in the air. Yun Che understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He raised his hand, and the Feijing fell in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua grabbed it, and cast a spell. Aoo. The Feijing actually let out a series of howls, and then clouds like bubbles appeared on the surface of the Feijing's body. As the clouds boiled, the Feijing once again emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. The light was so sharp that Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain when he looked at it. Profound green light. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately took out his spatial ring, and his mind and divine sense fell on the light. See. Even though Xiao Hua's divine sense was as condensed as steel, when it fell on the profound green light, it was still easily pierced by this innate treasure. Xiao Hua didn't dare to pay too much attention to his divine sense, and his mind also felt as if it was burning. When Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, the profound green light and clouds in front of him disappeared. Yun Che was dumbfounded. He looked at the ordinary spatial ring in Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, Xiao. Daoist Xiao, your spatial ring can actually store an innate Earth Mother. Ha! Xiao Hua smiled and put away the spatial ring. He nodded and said, This Xiao's spatial ring is definitely not an ordinary spatial ring. All right. Yun Che thought that this was Xiao Hua's secret, so he withdrew his gaze from the spatial ring. He took out another spatial ring from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, this is the condition that I promised Daoist Xiao. I asked Daoist Xiao to accept it. This Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun on behalf of the Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua said with a smile as he received the spatial ring. But when he swept his divine sense over the spatial ring, he was stunned. He said in surprise, Sect Master Yun, the things in this spatial ring seem to have increased by quite a bit. He. Yun Che said with a smile, this Yun has a request from Daoist Xiao, so naturally I have to show enough sincerity. Since Daoist Xiao is so sincere, this Yun will naturally give this extra to Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua certainly wouldn't be polite with Yun Che. He took the spatial ring and smacked his lips, saying, the Shindao sect is really rich and imposing. Daoist Xiao is wrong. Yun Che was also in a good mood. He said, it should be our Shindao sect. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded, in the future, my Fortune Gate can also take advantage of the Shindao sect's glory. Yun Che smiled and flew into the air, saying, let's go. Daoist Xiao, accompany this Yun to the Snow/sect and let this Yun see the bravery of the Fortune Gate disciples. Alright. Xiao Hua followed behind Yun Che and said, as long as Sect Master Yun leads the way, this Xiao is born with a poor sense of direction. Poor sense of direction. Yun Che was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Daoist Xiao is a Dao transformation cultivator, how can you not know the way? Xiao Hua shrugged and said helplessly, there's no other way. This is innate. This Xiao can't explain it clearly. Alright, Daoist Xiao, please. Yun Che really hadn't seen a cultivator who couldn't even know the way. At this time, Yun Che's expression changed slightly. He smiled and took out the communication artifact again. Looking at the flashing brilliance on it, he said, Old Hua is anxious. If this was a normal situation, this Yun would ignore him and not look for him again. Today, he kept sending messages, so he must have come to his senses. Saying this, Yun Che formed a seal on the pagoda-shaped communication artifact. The scene of the meeting hall in the clouds appeared again. Without waiting for Hua Fei to speak, Yun Che said with a smile, Old Hua, isn't it the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. Yun Che. Hua Fei said in a bad mood, when did this old man say that he would let the Fortune Gate inherit the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? You just wanted to give face to Daoist Xiao. Of course, this is nothing. The Yong and Mountain is located at the southwest border. Their cultivation technique is very strange and ordinary cultivators may not be able to cultivate it. If this matter is not brought up in the meeting hall, no one will think too much about it. Thank you, Sect Master Hua. Yun Che was in a good mood. He cupped his hands and smiled. This old man is looking for you for another matter. Hua Fei waved his hand and said with a strange expression. Yun Che was surprised and asked curiously, what is it? When Sect Master Yun turned off the communication artifact, the meeting hall received news that the devil race is going to attack the Xian Chao Peak. However, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. Hua Fei replied indifferently, this will want Sect Master Yun to stay away from the Xian Chao Peak. Unfortunately, Sect Master Yun's communication artifact has been turned off. The devil race is going to invade our Shindao sect. Yun Che frowned in disbelief, how is this possible? Hua Fei nodded, exactly. This Hua also doesn't dare to believe it, so I've already sent my disciples to investigate. However, if this news is true, then, it's time for the devil race to reveal their true intentions. The final battle is probably not far away. Chapter 41-34. Alright, that's why I'm looking for you. Sect Master Yun, you can make your own decision. After saying that, Hua Fei quickly closed the communication channel without any delay. Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua reminded, it's better to believe it than not. Sect Master should return to the Xian Chao Peak to take a look. There's no need. Yun Che waved his hand and said, if the devil race dared to invade my Shindao sect, they would have already invaded the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, this news is fake. We should go to the snow/school. Xiao Hua didn't fly forward and said with a smile, Sect Master Yun, don't forget the tragedy of Mount Yong'an and the snow/school. If the devil race really wants to attack the Shindao sect, it won't be good if Sect Master Yun doesn't stay on the Xian Chao Peak. Hearing Xiao Hua's advice and thinking about the tragedy of Mount Yong'an, Yun Che was a little hesitant. He thought for a while and said embarrassedly, I just formed an alliance with the Fortune Gate. Now that the Fortune Gate is helping the snow/school, it's not appropriate for me to not go. Besides, I promised Spiritual Master Xiao. He, Sect Master Yun, you don't have to make it difficult. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Snow/school has a few good friends and hundreds of thousands of disciples. There shouldn't be any trouble. I just want to accompany Sect Master Yun to take a look. Actually, I have other things to do. Since Sect Master Yun doesn't want to go, I won't go either. Oh. Spiritual Master Xiao, what else do you want? Yun Che was grateful that Xiao Hua gave him a way out. He didn't think that Xiao Hua would give him an answer. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would reply without hesitation, this Xiao has always wanted to visit the Misty sect in Ping River. Unfortunately, this Xiao had just arrived at the southwest border when I had a battle with the Devil Emperor. Now, I have come to Mount Yong'an. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm going to Ping River. Heh. A strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face. He blinked his eyes and said with a helpless expression, Spiritual Master Xiao, the moment you came to the ruins, you wanted to visit Lu Wuxia. Are you looking down on me and Mo Lianxi? Or are you after Sect Master Lu's beauty? That Lu Wuxia is even prettier than the sect leader of Yong'an Mountain. Ugh. Xiao Hua was originally a little confused by Yun Che's expression, but after hearing Yun Che's words, the image of a beautiful woman's curvaceous figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun must be joking. When this Xiao heard the name of the Misty School, this Xiao didn't know the name of the Misty School's sect master, much less that Lu Wuxia was a female cultivator. Looks like Spiritual Master Xiao really has some other secrets. Yun Che smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Since that's the case, this Yun won't ask anymore. Let's go. I was just about to take the teleportation array. Since you have no sense of direction, we can travel together. When we reach there, I will find a Shindao sect disciple to accompany you to Ping River. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Sect Master Yun. Then, the two of them moved and turned into rainbows in mid-air as they flew towards a certain place. More than 10 days later, on top of a towering mountain range, in a lush forest, Xiao Hua flew out with a female disciple wearing a clean Taoist robe. That female disciple's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but her brows were filled with elegance and there was also a kind of purity in her eyes. As soon as the two of them flew out of the forest, that disciple respectfully pointed into the distance and said, Senior Xiao, 1,000 miles ahead of us is the mountain gate of my fragrant cult. There are no teleportation arrays that can be used within this distance. I will have to trouble Senior to fly there with this junior. No problem. Xiao Hua said with a smile. There are many teleportation arrays in the ruins. It only takes a few days to travel a few million miles. The realm this old man is in doesn't have any teleportation arrays. If you want to travel 1,000,000 miles, you either have to use a flying magic tool or fly there yourself. This 1,000 miles is just a stroll in the park for this old man. At this point, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, as if he had thought of something. The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, there are also benefits to not having a teleportation array. Frequently using the flying technique is extremely good for condensing true qi. I presume that Daoist's unpredictable divine ability is cultivated from these subtle aspects. That's right, Bo Yun. Xiao Hua said, in the realm this old man is in, there are often some flying demonic beasts that can be used. However, in this old man's ruins, not only are there no flying demonic beasts, there aren't even demonic beasts used by cultivators. Shu. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, the female disciple of the Misty School named Bo Yun's expression changed slightly. She whispered, Senior Xiao, please no. The ruins are in the cultivation world that belongs to the Moon God Palace. Moon beasts hate demonic beasts, so there aren't many demonic beasts in the ruins. Except for some low-level demonic beasts that can be hunted by my Dao sect disciples and obtain demonic cores, there aren't many demonic beasts that are particularly powerful. As for the Taibai astral realm that is closest to the Moon God Palace, according to what this junior knows, there are many demonic beasts. The Dao sect cultivators there can cultivate together with the demonic beasts and fight together. There are even many wonderful legends. Sweat. Seeing a string of little stars appear in Bo Yun's eyes, Xiao Hua immediately understood what this little girl was thinking, so he coughed a few times and said, Miss Bo, please lead the way. Yes, this junior understands. Bo Yun stuck out her tongue and hurriedly urged the cloud to rush in front of Xiao Hua. However, it was only a moment before she made a fuss again. Oh, this junior forgot to send a message to the sect master. Senior Xiao is such a famous cultivator, if I don't send a message, it will break the etiquette. Saying that, Bo Yun hurriedly raised her hand and was about to take out the communication talisman from the Sumeru ring on her finger. When Xiao Hua heard about etiquette, he felt a headache coming. He hurriedly stopped her and said, Miss Bo, this old man hates etiquette the most. It's better if you don't send a message. It turns out that Senior Xiao also hates etiquette. When Bo Yun heard this, her face lit up with joy, me too. When this junior was young, every time a senior came to visit Ping River, this junior had to stand in the air with a group of sisters to greet them. No matter if it was windy or raining, or if it was under the sun, I couldn't use my magic power. There were several times when my sister's skin was tanned. That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, a visit is just a visit, why make it so grand? Then this junior won't send a message. Bo Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile, otherwise, once senior leaves, there might be young disciples slandering senior behind your back. It seems like you did this a lot when you were young. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Bo Yun. I accidentally exposed myself. Bo Yun said with a bit of coquettishness, but when we arrive at the sect, senior has to explain for this junior that it was senior who didn't want to send a message, let's go. Xiao Hua unfolded his Daoist robe and a gust of wind wrapped around Bo Yun's thin figure. He said, with your dilly-dallying like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to fly home even if it's dark today. Gidge. Sensing her body moving like lightning, Bo Yun actually giggled. She knew that Xiao Hua was joking with her. 1,000 miles of land was covered in just a moment. When more than 10 large cities appeared on the ground in the distance, Xiao Hua knew that this must be the Misty School. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the air. His gaze swept across the ground, and his eyes actually revealed a trace of surprise. Xiao Hua's figure was a boundless mountainous area. On the mountainous area, there were more than 10 cities with different shapes. Between these cities, there was a river that separated them. Above the river, there was a mist that looked like it was evaporating. Looking at these more than 10 large cities, they were built with large bluestone stones. The bluestone stones were engraved with runes. These runes emitted various colors of brilliance under the sun. Although it was faint, as the brilliance flashed, an obscure fluctuation attracted countless amounts of world's origin chi to descend. All of the large cities were shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the mist, there were tens of thousands of different forms of the world. Whether it was an endless stream of horses and carriages, or a weaving stream of people, it was noisy and bustling. Xiaohua didn't open his illusion breaker eyes. He only used his divine sense to sweep across. He had already sensed that the world's origin qi within a few thousand miles was abnormally dense. Not only was the world's origin qi of water flowing on the ground like water dragons, even the large cities had a dense earth origin qi of heaven and earth like a black turtle nailed to the ground. A kind of majestic feeling was born out of thin air, as if a giant mountain was standing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it landed below Xiaohua's feet. At the same time, a voice that was even more beautiful than the music came from the waterfall. Misty School's Lu Wuxia greets Spiritual Master Xiao. Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao has guessed countless times what it would be like to enter the Misty School, but I've never thought that the Misty School would be like this. Oh. Why did Spiritual Master Xiao guess countless times? Could it be that Spiritual Master Xiao has long wanted to come to my Misty School? Lu Wuxia's two innocent eyes stared at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled. Indeed. I won't hide it from Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao also has a Misty School in this Xiao's memory. However, this Xiao doesn't remember what that Misty School looks like. So when this Xiao heard that there was a Misty School in ruins, this Xiao naturally wanted to come and visit Sect Leader Lu. So that's how it is. Lu Wuxia nodded and asked probingly. But, looking at Spiritual Master Zhao's expression, it seems like you're disappointed. There's disappointment, but there's also a pleasant surprise. Xiaohua smiled. Ping Zhang's Misty School doesn't seem to be the Misty School that this Xiao was looking for. However, Sect Leader Lu's Misty School has opened this Xiao's eyes. Hee, that's good. Lu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled again. She looked around and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, other than coming to see if my Misty School is the Misty School in Spiritual Master Zhao's memory, is there anything else? Naturally, I want to exchange my cultivation with Sect Leader Lu. I hope that Sect Leader Lu's experience can give this Xiao some enlightenment. Xiaohua smiled and replied. It's inevitable that we'll interact with each other. I heard that Spiritual Master Xiao came from outside the realm, so I've always wanted to visit. Later, I heard that the Fortune Gate's disciples are brave and good at fighting, much stronger than the disciples of ruins, so I'm even more envious. Lu Wuxia said again. However, before that, the elders and hall masters have many questions that they want to ask Spiritual Master Xiao. I hope that Spiritual Master Xiao will not be stingy with his guidance. After saying that, Lu Wuxia waved her hand and dozens of flower buds appeared in the hall. These flower buds bloomed, revealing a pink jade chair. Lu Wuxia smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, please sit. Sect Leader Lu, please. Xiaohua politely raised his hand and the two of them sat down. The elders and hall masters of the Misty School also sat down. Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, Hee, fellow Taoists, please speak. This Xiao will tell you everything he knows. Spiritual Master Xiao, which realm did you come from? A woman hurriedly said, this concubine heard that Spiritual Master came from the 3 continents, but this concubine searched the Moon God realm, Taibai Star realm, Gingri Morning realm and other nearby realms, but there seems to be no record of the 3 continents. Fellow Taoists' first question has stumped this Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao was originally teleporting, but the teleportation channel suddenly changed. This Xiao came out of the collapsed teleportation channel with great difficulty, but was already in the ruins. This Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, and where the ruins are. Why is this Xiao doing his best to fight against the devil race with the disciples of ruins? It's because I want to quickly find the teleportation formation to return to the 3 continents. So Spiritual Master Xiao is already lost. An even prettier female cultivator said with a smile. However, if Spiritual Master Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, how can you find the teleportation formation? Without the teleportation formation, with spiritual master Zhao's strength at the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, it's impossible for him to not get lost while flying in the starry sky. Yes, yes. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, this Xiao knows all this, but it's hard to leave one's homeland. If there's a trace of opportunity, this Xiao will look for it. Even if this Xiao fails, this Xiao will still try. Also, an older male cultivator asked again, spiritual master Xiao, it said that when you came to the ruins, you seemed to be alone. How did you suddenly get 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples? What kind of spatial magic treasure do you have in your hand that can hold so many people? This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said with a smile, this Xiao's magic treasure is called Kunlun mirror. Clear sky mirror. It's really this supreme treasure. How is this possible? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the group of Misty School cultivators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange look. After the group of cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Lu Wuxia, obviously afraid of something. Lu Wuxia raised her hand and pointed at the ground. Countless tender leaves flew out and turned into a green whirlwind that covered the entire hall. Then, Lu Wuxia asked softly, Spiritual Master Xiao, do the 3 continents belong to the Wenchang Sage Domain or the Heavens Equal Dao realm? You. Which supreme treasure is this? Where did you get it from? Wenchang Sage Domain. Heavens Equal Dao realm. Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew where these 2 realms were. He smiled and said, everyone is wrong. I's magic treasure is the heaven-raising mirror. It has nothing to do with the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. As he said that, Xiao Hua circulated his magic power, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a faint yellow light. Oh! Looking at the Kunlun mirror's light, Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of understanding. She smiled and said, so it's not a divine item like the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. You really gave I a fright. That's. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, I's just a Dao actualization realm cultivator. How could I get such a divine item? But. Xiao Hua's tone changed again, and he said curiously, in my 3 continents, there seems to be a legend of the Kunlun mirror and the clear sky mirror. But these 2 divine items seem to be 2 different things. Everyone, why did you call out 2 names when you saw this inconspicuous magic treasure of mine? This. The group of cultivators hesitated again. Lu Wuxia thought for a while and said with a smile, from what I know, the Wenchang Sage Domain has the clear sky mirror, and the Heavens Equal Dao realm has the Kunlun mirror. These 2 are supreme treasures of the realm. But, these 2 supreme treasures are exactly the same. Even their power and effects are the same. The 2 realms have caused many waves because of this. Daoist Xiao suddenly took out a spatial magic treasure that is similar to these 2 supreme treasures. Naturally, I was shocked. Sigh, Daoist Xiao, I really hope that you came from these 2 realms. Just by relying on the supreme treasures of the realms, I'm afraid that you can scare the devil race away. Unfortunately, my ruins is just an extremely remote corner of the cultivation world. I see. Xiao Hua smiled. Although he understood why the cultivators of the Misty School called the Kunlun mirror by 2 names, he was even more confused. In the hidden immortal continent, the Kunlun mirror was clearly the Kunlun mirror, and the clear sky mirror was clearly the clear sky mirror. Although Xiao Hua had never seen what the clear sky mirror looked like, looking at Sun Jian's appearance, these 2 magic treasures were probably different. Of course, what made Xiao Hua even more confused was that he clearly had the Kunlun mirror in his hand, and the immortal emperor of the immortal palace also had the clear sky mirror. Why were there also the clear sky mirror and the Kunlun mirror in the Wenchang Sage Domain and the Heavens Equal Dao realm? Could it be that the one in his hand was a fake? Forget it. I don't care if it's fake or not. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled. He didn't have any foundation. Obtaining such a magic treasure was already extremely lucky. Who cared if it was real or not? It was as if a giant hand had thrown the entire Pingjiang into a pot of boiling water. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Wuxia in disbelief. A trace of understanding flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes. She hurriedly raised a hand and pointed. A dark green brilliance rushed into the top of the hall. Then, as if the color had faded, the sunlight and white clouds in the hall disappeared with a whoosh. A sky covered in devil clouds suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A diversion. Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble. At this point, how could he not know what the devil race was planning? The demon race had spread the news that they were going to attack the godly knife faction. They had secretly sent their army to Ping River. While the attention of the conference hall was focused on the Xian Chao Peak, they were going to attack the Misty sect. Moreover, Xiaohua really admired his own luck. If he had stayed at Yong and Mountain, or followed Yun Che to Shindao sect, it would have been fine. But he just had to come to Misty School, and just had to encounter the devil race besieging Pingjiang. Looking at Lu Wuxia again, it was only a moment of surprise before her eyes flashed with a stern look. She calmly said, "It's actually the time for a decisive battle. This sect master has underestimated the devil race. Although they don't have any humanity, they also have brains. Normal cultivators know how to make a diversion, but there aren't many who can use it so well. Many elders of my discussion hall, sect master. It seems like we have to face the wall and reflect on our mistakes again. Everyone. We're here." The cultivators of Misty School all stood up and bowed in response. Lu Wuxia slowly stood up. Her eyes looked at the devil figures in the sky, and her tone was abnormally stern as she said, "The devil race attacked my Misty School with the intention of establishing their power. They want to eliminate my Misty School from Pingjiang. If we want to live, if we don't want to become the devil race's puppet, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Although the devil race's attack was sudden and caught us unprepared, how can the devil race underestimate our Misty School after so many years of fighting experience? How can we let the devil race succeed? Especially, the heaven sent Daoist Xiao, who is feared by the devil race, to Pingjiang. With Daoist Xiao and this sect master here, even if the devil race's devil emperor personally comes, you all don't have to worry. Everyone, this sect master won't say any more superfluous words. If you want to live, you have to kill the devil race. The more you kill, the more likely you will be able to survive this war. Kill. Kill." The cultivators naturally understood the importance of this battle, and didn't need Lu Wuxia to say anything. However, when Lu Wuxia specifically mentioned Xiaohua's name, the cultivators' eyes lit up. Not to mention the Fortune Gate's lightning boat's power, who knew how many devils they had killed in the past 10 years, Xiaohua being able to fight against the devil emperor for more than 10 years and still survive was enough to make them feel at ease and excited. Following that, the cultivators left one after another. Obviously, Lu Wuxia had already made arrangements, and she didn't need to personally instruct them on how to attack. Daoist Xiao. Lu Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the devil clouds covering 10,000 li of Pingjiang. Moreover, the devil chi within the devil clouds flickered with blood-red light. She said, "In today's battle, we will need Daoist Xiao's lightning power to resist the devil race. If we can block the devil race outside Pingjiang, my Misty School will definitely reward you handsomely. There's no need to say such polite words." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this Xiao has mistakenly entered the ruins, and now that this Xiao has arrived at the Misty School, this Xiao is going to kill the devil race. This is the mandate of heaven, and it's an action that benefits both sides. There's no need to ask for anything in return. All right. Daoist Xiao, please come with me." Lu Wuxia raised her hand, and a light projection appeared in the sky. If there is a devil emperor leading the army, I hope Taoist Xiao can help. Xiao Hua nodded and rushed out of the hall with the light projection. However, Xiao Hua had only flown a few feet when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and asked curiously, Sect Master Lu, this Xiao has something that I don't understand, please enlighten me. Taoist Xiao, please speak. Lu Wuxia was a little absent-minded as she released her divine sense to check the surroundings. Xiao Hua also released his divine sense and asked, previously, this Xiao found something strange in the Eternal Peace Mountain. The Eternal Peace Mountain sect master might not be in the Tao Transformation realm, but what about his seniors? Don't tell me none of them are in the Tao Transformation realm. If they had a little bit of foundation, they wouldn't have been killed by a devil emperor, right? Of course, the Eternal Peace Mountain sect is a small sect in the southwest and may not have any outstanding talents. However, the Misty School is a large sect in the ruins. Could it be that Sect Master Lu is the only one who can deal with a devil emperor? What about the other seniors of your sect? As he spoke, Lu Wuxia's beautiful eyes fell from the demonic clouds in the sky. She looked deeply at Xiao Hua and replied, could it be that the seniors of the three continents, after reaching the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation realm, they all stayed in the sect? This. Xiao Hua frowned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know much about the foundation of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, from the powerful divine sense that flashed from the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiao Hua knew that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely had elders at the nascent Soul realm and above who stayed in the Sky Thunder Peak. Of course, if the elders reached the Tao Transformation realm and were about to undergo tribulation, they would naturally go to the immortal world and not stay in the sect. As for the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as a sect for Tao sect cultivators. High-level cultivators should go to the Penglai immortal realm. The situation of these two places was completely different from the ruins. There was no comparison. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua replied, if the seniors of the three continents reach the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation realm, they naturally can't stay in the sect. They have to go to places like the Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. As for those seniors who can't break through to the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation realm, they can stay in the sect. I see. Lu Wuxia nodded and said, I understand. The three continents have abundant qi of heaven and earth, so the management of the realms is lax. That's why these seniors stay in the sect. However, the ruins is an extremely remote place in the cultivation world under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Palace. Any seniors who break through to the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation realm have to go to the Moon God Palace to be selected. It's best if they can enter the Moon God Palace, but if they can't return and have to go to other realms to find opportunities. As for those seniors who can't break through, the Moon God Palace has strict rules. They can't stay in their original sect for too long. Actually, there's no need for these rules. The resources in the ruins are limited. High-level seniors consume 10 times or even 100 times more resources than ordinary disciples. For the sake of the younger disciples, these seniors usually leave the ruins. I understand. Xiao Hua sighed. This sacrifice is respectable. However, in times of crisis, when the devil race invades, they can't help the sect escape. There's no need to borrow the power of the seniors in the sect. Lu Wuxia answered indifferently. If the ruins can't even get rid of the encirclement of such a small devil race, then, even if the ruins are destroyed, so what?